Hello fiction fans, welcome back to What 4. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Izuku Midoriya had learned, a long time ago, that wishing on stars did not change what a doctor's chart said about a person's blood. For years old, sitting across from a man in a white coat, he had heard the words that would follow him through every hallway of his childhood: no quirk factor detected, extra joint in the toe notwithstanding, sorry. His mother had cried more than he had. He remembered that clearly, the way her hands had shaken around a tissue while he still believed, in the small stubborn way that 4-year-olds believe things, that maybe the doctor was wrong. By the time he was 10, he had stopped correcting people who called him Deku. Bakugo Katsuki had turned the nickname into a verdict rather than a name, tossing it across the schoolyard like a stone he never got tired of throwing. Izuku still filled notebook after notebook with quirk analysis anyway, because cataloging the impossible feats of pro heroes was the only way he knew to stay close to a dream that made less and less sense the older he got. All Might, most of all. He watched every grainy phone clip 100 times, memorized the cadence of that laugh, and told himself that somewhere in the space between admiration and desperation there might still be a door he had not tried. On the night everything changed, he was walking home later than he should have been, notebook tucked under one arm, having stayed after school to help a teacher carry boxes nobody else had volunteered for. The sky over Muzutafu was doing something it did not usually do. A long seam of white light tore across the dark, not the brief streak of an ordinary shooting star but something that held, and brightened, and kept coming. It came down 2 streets from the old riverbed park, not with the crater-forming violence he half expected from every disaster movie he had ever half watched through his fingers, but with a soft, collapsing hiss, like something enormous letting out a breath it had held for a very long time. Izuku should have run. He would tell himself later that he almost had. Instead he crept toward the light with the same helpless curiosity that had filled 100 notebooks, because some small, stubborn part of him still believed that the universe occasionally left doors unlocked for people who kept knocking. What he found in the shallow crater was not rock. It was a shape that kept almost being liquid, a black mass shot through with threads of a color that had no name he knew, pulsing faintly like something asleep and dreaming. It should have terrified him. Instead, watching it settle and shiver in the crushed grass, he felt an ache in his chest that was not fear at all, closer to recognition, the way you feel looking at a face you have not seen in years and cannot immediately place. He did not touch it. He told himself, kneeling at the crater's edge with his hands laced tightly together to keep them still, that he absolutely was not going to touch it. Then a tendril of that impossible black rose unhurried from the mass, unfolded through the air like a question, and settled, feather-light, against the back of his hand. There was no pain. That surprised him more than anything else that followed. There was warmth, and then a strange, layered pressure, as if a second heartbeat had opened up somewhere just beneath his sternum and begun, very gently, to introduce itself to his own. Black threads climbed his wrist, his forearm, weaving under his sleeve without ever cutting or burning, and for one long suspended moment Izuku Midoriya, who owned no quirk and had made peace, mostly, with owning none, felt something ancient and vast decide, with what could only be called deliberate care, that he would do. Chapter 2. He woke on his own bedroom floor the next morning with no memory of walking home, a faint ringing hum somewhere behind his ears, and a voice in his head that was not his own. It introduced itself without ceremony, in a tone that managed to be both immense and startlingly gentle, the way an ocean might sound if it decided to whisper instead of roar. It called itself an old thing, from further away than his sun had light to show him, a symbiotic intelligence that had crossed the dark in search of a mind sturdy enough, and kind enough, to be worth sharing a body with. It had tested 100 worlds and rejected every host whose want for power outweighed their want to protect something smaller than themselves. It told him, plainly, that his notebooks full of other people's heroism had been the deciding factor. A boy who spent his solitary hours studying how to keep other people safe, rather than how to make himself feared, was rare enough to cross galaxies for. Izuku spent the better part of that first week convinced he had finally, quietly, lost his mind. He tested the voice with silent, private questions in the bathroom mirror, in the walk to school, in the middle of algebra, and every time it answered with the same patient, faintly amused steadiness, refusing to vanish no matter how hard he wished it away out of sheer terrified politeness. It was Inko who finally convinced him it was real, in the worst possible way. She walked in on him during a moment when a black, faintly luminous film had crept unbidden across his forearm in his sleep, responding to a nightmare about drowning that his body had apparently decided needed defending against. She did not scream. She sat down on the edge of his bed instead, put both hands over her mouth, and eventually asked, in a very small voice, whether it hurt. Explaining an alien symbiote to your own mother, it turned out, required several difficult days, more crying than either of them expected, and one long night where Izuku demonstrated, cautiously, in the sealed privacy of their apartment, that the black substance could reshape itself into wickedly sharp but retractable claws, could stretch his reach half again its normal length, could catch him mid-fall from the balcony railing with strands as strong as climbing rope. Inko's fear slowly folded, the way it always did with her, into something fiercer and more practical. She made him promise 3 things before she would agree to keep his secret from doctors, from teachers, from the whole Quark registry apparatus that had failed to see him even once, that he would never use it to hurt someone who had not hurt someone first, that he would tell her the truth if it ever felt wrong inside him, and that he would let her hug him exactly as often as she wanted to, symbiote or not. The voice, when Izuku relayed the 3rd rule that night, said only that it agreed completely, and that it had, in its long crossing between stars, come to understand that being held by someone who loved you without conditions was its own kind of superpower, one that most of the hosts it had studied never learned to value until they had already lost it. Over the following weeks, in empty lots and abandoned construction sites after dark, Izuku learned what he had actually become. Strength that let him bend rebar like green branches. Skin that shrugged off a kitchen knife's edge as though it were a fingernail. A healing speed that closed shallow cuts in minutes and had, on one terrifying evening, knitted a hairline fracture in his wrist overnight after a fall he'd been too embarrassed to tell his mother about. And, more quietly than any of it, a second set of instincts, older and more careful than his own, that steered his hand away from every shortcut through cruelty that a boy who had been bullied for a decade might otherwise have reached for out of simple exhaustion. He decided, sitting on a rooftop overlooking the sleeping city with black threads curling loosely around his knuckles, that he was not going to become the kind of hero who used a gift like this to settle old scores. His notebooks were full of All Might's smile for a reason. Whatever this thing living quietly under his ribs turned out to be capable of, he intended to spend it the same way, in the direction of other people's safety rather than his own old grievances. Chapter 3. He named it, eventually, on a night when the voice admitted, almost shyly for something so old, that it had never bothered choosing a name for itself across all the worlds it had visited, because no host before him had ever asked. Izuku turned the notebooks over in his mind, ran through a dozen overwrought ideas he was privately embarrassed by, and settled on something simple. He called it Vess, short for the vessel they now shared, and the symbiote turned the word over inside him with what he could only describe as quiet pleasure, the way a person might turn over a gift they had stopped expecting to receive. Testing what Vess could do became a disciplined, secretive ritual. Izuku catalogued everything the way he catalogued quirks, with diagrams and measurements and cautious increments, because reckless power in untrained hands was, he reasoned, exactly the kind of hero origin story that ended in tragedy rather than triumph. He learned that Vess could stretch a single limb like taffy without losing an ounce of its crushing strength, that it could thin itself into something almost invisible against skin and fabric both, that its bite, on the one occasion he tested it against a discarded car door in the junkyard behind the train tracks, went through steel like the metal had only ever been suggesting a shape. He also learned its limits, because Vess was honest with him in a way few people in his life had been. It tired if pushed past a certain threshold in a single day, retreating into a low simmering dormancy that left Izuku briefly and unpleasantly human again. It could not, no matter how he tried to coax it, restore a limb that was actually severed rather than merely broken, and it made clear, gently but firmly, that it would not let him treat his own body as expendable in pursuit of a rescue, because a host who died helping someone was a host who could not help the next 100 people after that. The real test came on an ordinary afternoon in his 2nd year of middle school, walking the long way home past the drainage canal because Bakugo's group had claimed the shorter route as theirs again. He heard the scream before he saw the boy, a small child cornered against the canal wall by rising floodwater that a sudden downpour upstream had turned dangerous within minutes. Every adult on the street was shouting for someone, anyone, with a water-based or flight-based quirk, and none of them looked twice at the green-haired boy who was already moving. Death spread across his arms and legs in a heartbeat, weaving into something that gripped the slit concrete like it had opinions about gravity, and Izuku went down the wall in 3 controlled bounds that should have been impossible for an unpowered 14-year-old. He caught the child one-handed, anchored the other hand into the crumbling concrete with claws that dug in and held, and hauled them both back up the wall as the water surged past where they had been standing seconds before. It was over in under a minute. By the time the first adult reached the top of the canal, Izuku had already let the black recede back beneath his sleeves, breathing hard, heart hammering less from the exertion than from the terrifying, thrilling certainty that he had just done something real. The rescued child's mother cried into his shoulder for a full minute before she even asked his name. Nobody in the small gathering crowd seemed to register that a quirkless boy had just performed a feat that would have strained most enhancement-type heroes. Izuku walked the rest of the way home light-headed with something he only recognized, once he sat down at his kitchen table and let himself feel it fully, as the particular happiness of having been useful. Des, quiet and warm beneath his ribs, said only that it had chosen well, and that it looked forward to a great many more afternoons exactly like this one. Chapter 4. The sludge villain incident, when it finally arrived some months later, was the first time anyone with a hero license actually saw what Izuku Midoriya could do. He had been walking home from another fruitless afternoon of watching hero rankings on a shop television when the manhole cover a block ahead erupted in a spray of grimy amber sludge. Bakugo, of all people, was the one caught in its grip, hoisted off the ground with the villain's mass already sliding down his throat to choke off his scream, and every pro-hero on scene was hanging back, wary of an explosive quirk that could just as easily blow the villain's captive apart as free him. Izuku did not remember consciously deciding to move. He remembered the sensation of Des surging forward almost eagerly, spreading across his whole body in a rush of black that thickened his frame, sharpened his reflexes, and lent his ordinary legs the kind of explosive launch that sent him across the intervening distance faster than the gathered heroes could shout a warning. He hit the sludge mass with both fists reshaped into something dense and unyielding, and the villain, who had spent decades learning to absorb blunt trauma, screamed in genuine confusion as those blows tore through his amorphous body like it was tissue paper rather than muscle. Bakugo hit the pavement gasping and furious and very much alive. The villain, destabilized and panicking, tried to reform and lunge, and Izuku's arm stretched to more than twice its length to intercept, wrapping the sludge in coils that constricted with a strength that should have been physically impossible from a scrawny, unenhanced-looking teenager. It took less than 90 seconds from the moment he arrived to the moment the villain, thoroughly restrained, was pinned to the pavement awaiting an underprepared police unit's very belated arrival. The gathered pro-heroes stared. Bakugo, coughing and humiliated and alive, stared harder than any of them, some new and complicated expression working across a face that had spent years deciding Izuku was beneath noticing at all. But it was the man at the back of the crowd, tall and gaunt in an oversized coat, eyes tracking Izuku's every retreating motion with an intensity nobody else in the crowd seemed to share, whose attention would matter most. All Might had come to this ordinary street corner for an autograph signing that had been derailed by the villain's escape from police custody 2 blocks over, and he had just watched a quirkless boy he did not recognize dismantle a dangerous villain with a fluency that made the symbol of peace's analytical mind, honed across decades of studying quirks, sit up and take very careful notice. Izuku, meanwhile, was already backing away from the scene with the particular flush of a boy who had not meant to be seen and was now realizing, with dawning horror, that half the neighborhood had their phones out. He managed to slip around the corner before anyone thought to stop him, thus retreating fully back beneath his skin, leaving him breathless and grinning despite himself in the shadow of a convenience store awning. He had done it. He had actually, finally, saved someone the way his notebooks had always insisted he could, and nobody had needed to know his blood test results to let him. Chapter 5. All Might found him 3 days later, which was, by Izuku's private accounting, roughly 2 days faster than he had expected anyone with real investigative resources to manage. He was sitting on the rooftop of his own apartment building at dusk, notebook open on his knees though he had not written a word in 20 minutes, when a gust of wind and a familiar, booming laugh announced that the number one hero had simply dropped out of the evening sky to land, with theatrical restraint, on the water tank beside him. Izuku's brain short-circuited for a solid 10 seconds. His idol, in the flesh, on his roof, looking at him with an expression that was less the easy public grin and more the sharp, assessing focus of someone who had come with real questions. All Might did not waste time. He had seen the footage circulating quietly among a few professional contacts, had cross-referenced it against the missing persons and quirk registry databases, and had found, to his considerable surprise, a boy listed as quirkless performing feats that several enhancement specialists he trusted had independently called, off the record, borderline monstrous. He wanted to know what Izuku actually was, and he wanted, more than that, to know why a boy capable of what he had just watched on a shaky phone video had spent his entire recorded life registered as having nothing at all. Izuku told him everything. The falling light. The crater. The voice that had introduced itself with startling gentleness and never once, across months of careful testing, asked him for anything but the chance to help. He half expected fear, or suspicion, or the kind of cautious distance a symbol of peace might reasonably keep from an unregistered alien organism bonded to a teenager's nervous system. Instead, All Might listened with his whole considerable attention, asked careful, precise questions about limits and control and intent, and when Izuku finally ran out of things to explain, sat quietly on the water tank for a long moment before speaking again. He said that he had spent 30 years searching for a successor worthy of his own power, and had, quite recently and quite painfully, been forced to accept that his own strength was running out on a clock he could no longer ignore. He had come to this rooftop half expecting to find a quirk worth investigating and had instead found something rarer, a boy who, gifted with power that could have made him untouchable, had spent every waking hour since deciding how best to keep it pointed at other people's safety rather than his own advancement. That, All Might said, his voice dropping into something quieter and more sincere than the public persona ever allowed, was the actual rarity. Not the strength itself. The character underneath it. He offered, that evening, to train Izuku personally, to sharpen the raw instinct Izuku had built alone in junkyards and drainage canals into something disciplined enough to survive the UA entrance exam and the far more dangerous years that would follow it. Izuku said yes before All Might had finished the sentence, and Vess, warm and pleased beneath his ribs, said that it had, after crossing an unfathomable distance to find him, always suspected this particular door would eventually open. Chapter 6. The 10 months that followed were the hardest and happiest of Izuku's life in roughly equal measure. All Might trained him with a rigor that left him aching in muscles Vess's healing could barely keep pace with, drilling not raw power, which Izuku already possessed in dangerous abundance, but control, timing, and the harder discipline of knowing exactly when restraint mattered more than force. They worked through obstacle courses in condemned lots, through simulated hostage scenarios with All Might playing villain, through long evening conversations about the responsibility that came bundled inside strength like his. Izuku's mother packed him extra rice every single morning without ever once complaining about the bruises he tried and mostly failed to hide, and told him, more than once, that she had never in her life been prouder of the boy sitting across her kitchen table. He also, carefully and with considerable trepidation, told Bakugo the truth, cornering him after school on a day when he judged the explosive boy's ego had recovered enough from the sludge incident to survive an honest conversation. Bakugo's reaction ran the full circuit from disbelief to fury to something that looked, underneath the fury, uncomfortably close to shame. He did not apologize, not exactly, not in so many words, but he stopped calling Izuku Deku with the old cutting weight behind it, and started, grudgingly, training alongside him on weekends the way rivals sometimes learn to when they finally run out of reasons to pretend the other one doesn't matter. The UA entrance exam arrived faster than Izuku felt ready for, a written portion he cleared comfortably and a practical portion designed to test combat capability against mock villains scattered across a simulated cityscape. He went into the arena determined to demonstrate exactly the kind of controlled, protective strength All Might had spent 10 months carving out of him, and Vess, sensing the stakes, settled across his skin with an eagerness that felt, for the first time, less like borrowed power and more like a shared, mutual excitement. He tore through mock villains worth 2, 3, 4 points apiece with a fluid, economical brutality that turned examiner heads within the first 90 seconds, using stretched limbs to clear obstacles other examinees were still climbing, using that near-invisible thinning trick to slip past a cluster of villains rather than fight through all of them and waste time. He was midway through calculating his projected point total, notebook habits refusing to switch off even mid-exam, when the ground began to genuinely shake and a villain robot 3 times the size of any he had faced yet rose from the rubble at the center of the course, the exam's deliberately unscorable zero-pointer, designed only to test whether examinees knew when to run. Chapter 7. Most of the field was already running, and rightly so. It was Izuku's own sharp eyes that caught the girl who was not, a small brown-haired examinee pinned beneath a chunk of rubble her own quirk had presumably dislodged while clearing a smaller obstacle, too injured to drag herself clear before the zero-pointer's shadow fell across her. He did not calculate points. He did not, in the 2 seconds available to him, calculate anything at all beyond the simple, overriding fact that someone was about to be crushed and he was the only person close enough to stop it. Death surged fully across his body in a wave of black that hardened every muscle fiber into something braced for real impact, and Izuku planted himself between the falling robotic mass and the pinned girl with both stretched arms raised, catching the descending limb on forearms that had, 10 months earlier, been ordinary and quirkless and entirely unequal to a task like this. The impact drove him half a meter into the cracked pavement. It did not break him. Death's reinforced density held, groaned, and held again, buying the exact half-second Izuku needed to hook one stretched arm beneath the girl's shoulders and haul her clear before he let the robot's dead weight topple sideways into the rubble it had already made. He knelt over her, breathing hard, black threads receding slowly back beneath his sleeves as adrenaline drained out through his shaking hands, and found himself looking down into a pair of wide brown eyes that were staring back at him with an expression somewhere between terror and pure astonishment. She introduced herself, once she found her voice again, as Ochako Uraraka, and thanked him with such unguarded, overwhelmed sincerity that Izuku found himself flushing all the way to his ears. He helped her stand, confirmed with clumsy, anxious questions that nothing was broken, and only realized once the exam's closing horn sounded around them that he had almost certainly spent every point saving her rather than accumulating villain points of his own. He walked out of the testing facility that afternoon with his notebook damp from nervous palms and a quiet, worried conviction that he had just thrown away his own admission for the sake of a stranger's safety, a trait he found, turning it over honestly in his chest, that he could not actually bring himself to regret. Chapter 8. The rescue points system, it turned out, existed precisely for boys like him. The acceptance letter arrived a week later in the strange, holographic form Yue favored, projecting a small recorded figure who introduced himself, with theatrical enthusiasm, as the hero present Mike before launching into a breakdown of Izuku's scores that left him sitting stunned on his living room floor. He had placed low on raw villain points, exactly as he had feared, but the exam's rescue points, awarded by an examiner who had watched every second of the zero-pointer confrontation from a monitoring booth, had been assigned in a quantity that vaulted his final total to the very top of the incoming class. Present Mick's recorded voice noted, with evident relish, that in his considerable experience judging these exams, he had rarely seen an examinee demonstrate that particular combination of raw capability and complete disregard for their own point total in favor of a stranger's safety, and that Yue was, in his professional opinion, extremely lucky to have him. His mother cried again, the good kind this time, and hugged him so hard he had to gently remind her that Vessa's reinforced ribs could take it but hers might not. All Might, informed separately through his own channels, arrived at their apartment that evening with a cake he had clearly bought in some hurry and a grin so wide it looked almost painful, declaring, once Izuku's mother had been persuaded to let him inside, that this was only the beginning of the young man's real work, and that he could not, in 3 decades of heroism, remember feeling quite this certain about anyone he had ever mentored. The morning of his first day at UA, Izuku arrived early, notebook tucked under one arm out of old habit even though he no longer strictly needed it to remember quirks he had studied for years. He found Class 1A's homeroom mostly empty, save for a tall, elegant-looking girl with dark hair pulled into a neat ponytail already seated near the front, reviewing what looked like a textbook chapter well beyond their first lesson. She introduced herself, with polished formality that softened almost immediately into genuine warmth once he returned the courtesy, as Momo Yui, and admitted, a little sheepishly for someone who carried herself with such composure, that she always arrived early out of nerves rather than confidence. Ochako found him not long after, breaking into a delighted grin the moment she recognized him from the exam and dragging him by the sleeve to a seat beside her own with an enthusiasm that left him laughing despite the churn of first-day nerves in his stomach. By the time their homeroom teacher, a man in a yellow sleeping bag who introduced himself with all the warmth of a closed door as Shota Aizawa, arrived to inform them their first class would in fact be a quirk assessment test disguised as gym clothes and casual sportsmanship, Izuku had already made 2 genuine friends and was, for the first time in longer than he could easily remember, sitting in a room full of people who had no idea his blood test had ever said the word negative at all. Chapter 9. Aizawa's quirk assessment test was, by design, a small cruelty wrapped around a real lesson, threatening expulsion for whoever placed last across a battery of physical events while quietly measuring how each of them actually used their given ability under a modest amount of pressure. Izuku held back deliberately through the early events, wary of drawing the kind of attention that came with visibly outperforming 20 other enhanced teenagers on his very first morning, but the 50-meter dash undid that caution the moment Vess, sensing competition, surged eagerly across his legs without waiting for permission and carried him across the line in a time that made even Aizawa's characteristically flat expression flicker with something like surprise. The grip strength test, the standing long jump, the ball throw that sent a foam softball arcing so far past the field markers that several classmates actually laughed out loud in disbelief, all told the same story in rapid succession. Whatever Deku's classification on the official rolls actually said, his practical output belonged near the very top of an exceptionally talented class. Bakugo, watching from the sideline with his arms crossed and an expression that had stopped being simple resentment months ago, said nothing when Izuku's numbers came in, which from him counted as something close to a compliment. Ochako cheered loudly enough to draw Aizawa's flat, unimpressed stare in her direction, and Momo, reviewing the posted results afterward with the same careful attention she gave everything, remarked quietly to Izuku that his numbers suggested either an extraordinarily rare mutation-type quirk or a training regimen more intense than anyone in their class had likely undergone, and that she would very much like to hear about it sometime, if he was ever comfortable sharing. He was not yet, not with the whole class listening, but something in the easy, unpressured way she asked told him this was a friendship that would not demand the truth before he was ready to give it. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm he found himself loving more than he had expected to. Foundational hero studies with present mix boisterous energy. Support course visits where a small, wild-eyed girl named Mei Hatsum nearly talked his ear off about the theoretical applications of a quirk she could not quite classify from watching him move. Lunchtime conversations that widened his circle by careful degrees, Tsuyu Ajui's flat, perceptive observations that somehow always landed closer to the truth than anyone expected, Kyokajiro's dry commentary that hit a real warmth once you learned to listen for it. He found himself, by the end of his second week, surrounded by more genuine friendship than a decade of being called Deku had ever prepared him to expect, and Vess, quiet and content beneath his ribs through all of it, told him more than once that this, precisely this, was the reason it had crossed the stars looking for a host in the first place. Chapter 10. The USJ villain attack arrived without warning on what should have been an ordinary rescue training exercise, and it was, in its own violent way, the moment Class 1A learned exactly what their quirkless-seeming classmate had been quietly holding back since the entrance exam. The Warp Gate villain's portal deposited them in the middle of the training facility's central plaza with the smooth, dreadful efficiency of a plan long rehearsed, and within seconds the class was scattered across the USJ's themed zones, cut off from Aizawa and from each other by a swarm of villains numbering in the dozens. Izuku found himself in the flooding zone alongside Tsuyu and a handful of others, facing down a cluster of low-level attackers with an ease that made the fear in his chest quiet almost immediately into something colder and more useful, thus spreading across his frame in a controlled wave that let him wade through waist-deep water without the drag slowing him at all. He fought the way All Might had spent 10 months teaching him to fight, economical and protective, positioning himself between the villains and his more vulnerable classmates without ever losing track of where each of his friends stood. A stretched arm caught a villain's wrist mid-strike before it could reach Tsuyu's exposed side. A hardened shoulder took a blow meant for a smaller, frightened first year he did not even know the name of yet. When the flooding zone's threats were finally, fully neutralized, he did not stop to catch his breath, because the class's communicator relay had just crackled with word that Aizawa himself was down, pinned by the massive villain calling himself Nomu at the plaza's center, and that Bakugo and a small cluster of others were moving to help against direct orders. Izuku reached the plaza in time to see the warp villain, Kurogiri, preparing to scatter the remaining students before reinforcements could arrive, and made a decision he would spend a long time afterward describing, honestly, as the single most reckless thing Vess had ever let him attempt. He launched himself directly at the warp gate villain's exposed flank, stretched limbs wrapping tight enough to disrupt the portal formation for the crucial handful of seconds professional heroes needed to finally breach the facility's outer wall. He took a hit meant to end him for it, a shard of Nomu's redirected strength that would have shattered an ordinary teenager's ribcage, and Vess's reinforced density groaned under the impact but held, buying just enough time for All Might himself to arrive with a fury the public had rarely been permitted to witness, and for the villain calling himself Shigaraki to finally, furiously, order a full withdrawal rather than lose everything to a single miscalculation. Chapter 11. The aftermath left Class 1A shaken in ways that mattered more, in the following days, than any bruise the medical wing's recovery girl could heal with a kiss to the forehead. Izuku spent the worst of that first evening sitting quietly beside Kyokujiro, who had frozen during the initial villain surge in a way that left her furious with herself despite nobody else blaming her for a moment of very human fear. He did not offer easy reassurance, because Vess had taught him, across a year of careful listening, that easy reassurance rarely helped anyone. He simply sat with her in the recovery room's uncomfortable plastic chairs, let her talk through the fear at her own pace, and told her, when she finally asked, that he had been just as afraid as she had, that the fear had simply arrived alongside a body that had spent 10 months learning what to do with it. She looked at him for a long moment afterward with an expression he did not fully understand yet, something warmer and more considering than simple classmate gratitude, before admitting, quietly, that she was glad it had been him standing between her and the worst of it. Ochako found him the next morning in the courtyard before classes, still faintly bandaged along one forearm despite recovery girl's best efforts, and hugged him with a fierce, wordless intensity that told him more clearly than any speech could have exactly how frightened she had been on his behalf during the long minutes before the all-clear was called. Momo, arriving shortly after, expressed her relief with more measured words but no less genuine feeling, and admitted, in the careful, considering tone she used for things she had clearly thought hard about beforehand, that she had spent a significant portion of the previous night compiling everything she had personally witnessed him do and had arrived, reluctantly, at the conclusion that whatever quirk classification the official records carried for him, it did not remotely capture what he actually was. He told her the truth that afternoon, in a quiet corner of the library after everyone else had gone home, because something in the steady, patient way she asked made him trust her with it before he had fully decided he was ready to. Momo listened with the same rapt, careful attention she gave everything, asked several precise questions about Vess's origins and limits that Izuku found himself genuinely enjoying answering, and concluded, once he finished, that she considered it an honor rather than a burden to have been trusted with something so significant, and that she would guard the secret as carefully as her own family guarded their considerable fortune. Vess, listening quietly from beneath his skin throughout the whole exchange, remarked afterward that it had, across every world it had visited before this one, rarely seen a host build trust so quickly, and that it suspected, not without some private satisfaction, that this particular circle of friendship was only going to keep widening from here. Chapter 12. The sports festival announcement arrived 3 weeks later with the kind of institutional fanfare UA reserved for its single most important annual event, a nationally televised competition that had, for generations, served as the primary launching pad for every Hero Course student's future career. Present Mike delivered the news with his usual explosive enthusiasm, reminding the class in no uncertain terms that with the actual number one hero effectively grounded by injuries the whole country now understood far too well, this year's festival carried more weight than any in recent memory, a nation hungry for new symbols of hope watching closely to see which first years might eventually be worth believing in. Izuku felt the old, familiar knot of nerves tighten in his stomach at the thought of that many eyes, that much national attention, focused on a boy who had spent a decade being told he had nothing worth watching at all. Bakugo, by contrast, seemed to come fully alive at the prospect, declaring loudly and to nobody in particular that he intended to win the entire festival outright and prove, on the largest stage available, exactly who deserved to be called the strongest in their year. Izuku found himself, somewhat to his own surprise, sharing a brief, genuine grin with his old rival over the sheer unfiltered confidence of it, a friendship rebuilding itself in small, competitive increments neither of them had quite found the words to name yet. The 2 weeks of preparation that followed were some of the most intense of his young hero career, All Might extending their private training sessions late into several evenings to sharpen the precise control Izuku would need to demonstrate his full capability without accidentally revealing more of Vess's true nature than careful strategy allowed. Ochako, training alongside him during several open gym sessions, confided that she intended to use the festival as a platform to prove, in front of the whole watching country, that a girl from an unglamorous background with an unglamorous quirk could still stand among the very best her generation had to offer, and Izuku found himself telling her, with complete and uncomplicated sincerity, that he already believed she could. Momo, for her part, approached the festival with the same rigorous preparation she brought to everything, running through combat scenarios in the training gym with a focus that left even Izuku a little breathless watching, and admitted to him one evening, in the quiet after most of the class had already gone home, that she found herself looking forward to the challenge in a way she had not expected. Buoyed, she said with a small, private smile she did not often show, by the simple fact of having friends this year who genuinely wanted to see her succeed rather than merely tolerate her presence at the top of the rankings. Chapter 13. The sports festival opened on a bright, cloudless morning in front of a stadium packed to its considerable capacity, the roar of the crowd washing over the assembled first years as Midnight, resplendent and theatrical in her hero costume, announced the opening obstacle race that would cut their numbered field down for the events to follow. Izuku launched from the starting line with Vess already spread thin and eager beneath his skin, using its stretching properties to close gaps between obstacles that left slower competitors scrambling, using its reinforced grip to scale a wall of jagged robotic wreckage that had been the exam's old zero-pointers, repurposed now as a course hazard, faster than anyone watching from the stands could quite process. He found himself, midway through the narrow rope bridge crossing the course's second hazard, running stride for stride alongside a tall, blonde girl from another school wearing an easy, confident grin that suggested she was enjoying the challenge as much as he was. She introduced herself between breaths as Kamiutsashimi, complimented his footwork with genuine, unbothered warmth despite him currently beating her by half a stride, and told him, laughing, that she looked forward to seeing more of whatever he was hiding once the tournament rounds actually started. He crossed the finish line among the first handful of qualifiers, breathing hard and grinning despite himself at the roar of the crowd, and found Ochako waiting just past the line, having qualified only a few positions behind him, both of them laughing with the particular giddy relief of having survived a gauntlet neither had fully trusted themselves to clear. The cavalry battle that followed required strategic alliances, and Izuku found himself recruited almost immediately by a sharp-eyed, orange-haired girl from Class 1B who introduced herself as Atsuka Kendo, her grip firm and her assessment of the situation refreshingly direct as she explained that she wanted the highest point value target on the field wearing her team's colors precisely because she had watched enough of the obstacle race to know he could actually deliver on the promise. Their small team, rounded out by 2 more classmates, tore through the cavalry battle's chaotic middle stretch with a coordination that surprised even Izuku, thus lending him the kind of reach and reflexes that let him snatch headbands from 3 separate teams in quick succession while Atsuka's own enlarged fists cleared their path of interference. They finished the event solidly within qualifying range for the tournament rounds, and Atsuka, breathless and grinning as the event horn sounded, told him bluntly that she intended to face him properly in the bracket rounds rather than simply riding his coattails to the finals, a declaration Izuku found himself respecting more than he could easily put into words. Thus, warm and satisfied beneath his ribs as the day's events wound toward the tournament's opening bracket, told him quietly that this, precisely this, the widening circle of people who saw him fully and wanted to stand beside him rather than behind him, was worth every single one of the years it had spent crossing the dark to find him. Chapter 14. The tournament bracket, posted on the massive stadium screen to a fresh wave of crowd noise, pitted Izuku against Bakugo in the very first round, a pairing that sent a ripple of anticipation through a crowd already primed by rumors of their long, complicated history. They faced each other across the arena's cracked stone stage with none of the old bitterness that had once defined every encounter between them. Bakugo's grin sharp and genuinely eager rather than cruel, Izuku's own stance settling into the careful readiness All Might had drilled into him across a year of evening sessions. Death spread across his body the moment midnight called the match to start, and the two of them collided at the center of the stage in an explosion of force and sound that had the crowd on its feet within the first 3 seconds. Bakugo's explosive quirk meeting reinforced strength blow for blow in a contest that neither combatant seemed inclined to end quickly. It was, in the end, a battle of endurance and precision rather than raw overwhelming force, Bakugo's relentless aggression testing Vess's reserves in a way few opponents had managed, Izuku's careful, protective instincts refusing every opening that would have ended the match faster but with real risk to his old rival's safety. He won it eventually on a narrow margin, a stretched grip that pinned Bakugo's dominant arm at the critical moment before he could land a finishing blast, and the two of them stood afterward in the wreckage of the stage breathing hard, grinning at each other with a mutual, hard-won respect that the assembled crowd, watching two former enemies help each other upright, seemed to understand meant something more significant than a simple bracket win. Momo's own first-round match, fought against a straightforward brute strength opponent from another class, showcased the full range of her creation quirk with a tactical precision that left the commentary booth genuinely impressed, and she advanced to the second round with a composed, satisfied nod that Izuku, watching from the competitor's box, found himself admiring more than he had quite expected to. Ochako's match, against a considerably larger opponent whose quirk granted him significant physical mass, tested the very limits of her release quirk's applications in a way that had the whole stadium holding its breath, and when she finally found the clever, unconventional angle that let her neutralize his advantage entirely, the roar of approval that followed was, Izuku thought, exactly as loud as it should have been for a girl who had spent her whole life being underestimated for coming from nowhere in particular. Chapter 15. By the time the tournament reached its semi-final stage, the whole watching country had a new name circulating through the broadcast commentary, message boards, and hurried post-match interviews alike, a quirkless boy from an ordinary background who had somehow fought his way through some of the most physically gifted first years in the nation without once revealing precisely what power let him do it. Izuku's semi-final match, against Itsuka Kendo exactly as she had promised him during the cavalry battle, proved to be his hardest fight of the day, her enlarged fists meeting his reinforced strength in exchanges that tested Vess's stamina in ways even the Bakugo match had not quite managed. She fought with a controlled, patient tactical intelligence that impressed him even as he worked to counter it, and when he finally found the opening that ended the match, a stretched grip and a careful, restrained throw that left her safely but decisively outside the ring, she offered him her hand afterward with an easy, genuine grin and told him she had never enjoyed losing quite this much before. A compliment he found himself turning over with real warmth for the rest of the afternoon. The final match of the day, against Bakugo once again after his own hard-fought path through the opposite side of the bracket, drew a roar from the crowd that shook the stadium's foundations. Two rivals who had spent a decade defined by inequality now standing as equals in the country's most watched arena. It was the longest, most grueling fight of Izuku's young career, Bakugo pushing his explosive quirk to genuine limits that left scorch marks across half the stage, Vess straining under the cumulative weight of an entire day's exertion in a way that had Izuku genuinely uncertain, for the first time all tournament, whether his reserves would hold to the final bell. They held, barely, on a final exchange that came down to a fraction of a second and a stretched, desperate grip that pinned Bakugo's arm a half moment before his own knees would have finally buckled. The crowd's roar as Midnight raised his hand in victory was louder than anything Izuku had ever personally experienced, louder even than the memory of All Might's own recorded fights he had studied 1,000 times over as a child, and standing there in the wreckage of the arena with Bakugo's grudging, genuine handshake still warm in his grip, he understood, with a clarity that settled somewhere deep and permanent in his chest, that whatever came next in the long, dangerous road toward becoming the hero his notebooks had always insisted he could be, he would not be walking it alone. Vess, quiet and profoundly content beneath his ribs as the stadium lights washed gold across the arena floor, told him softly that this was only the very beginning of everything the two of them had crossed the stars to become. Chapter 16. The days following the sports festival brought a flood of internship offers unlike anything Izuku had allowed himself to imagine even in his most hopeful private moments, agency after agency reaching out through UA's official channels with proposals that ranged from cautiously polite to outright eager. All Might, reviewing the growing stack of offers with him over tea in the small UA faculty lounge Izuku had been quietly permitted to use, admitted with a rueful, proud smile that he had rarely seen a first year generate this much professional interest this quickly, and cautioned him, gently but firmly, to choose based on what would actually sharpen his growth rather than simply which agency carried the most prestigious name. Izuku found himself drawn, in the end, less by prestige than by the quiet, considered advice of people he trusted. Recovery Girl suggested an agency with a strong record of rescue-focused training, given how consistently his instincts ran toward protection over confrontation. Aizawa, characteristically blunt, told him that whichever agency he chose, he had better make sure it actually pushed him rather than simply parading him in front of cameras for the ratings his sports festival performance had generated. Izuku settled, after careful consideration and a long conversation with his mother about what kind of hero he actually wanted to become, on a mid-sized agency known throughout the professional community for its rescue operation record, reasoning that raw combat spectacle mattered far less to him than the steady, unglamorous work of getting people out of danger alive. All Might's own health, meanwhile, remained a quiet, persistent worry running beneath the surface of Izuku's excitement, the older hero's public appearances growing visibly shorter, his private moments of exhaustion harder to fully hide even from a student who had spent a year learning to read every subtle sign of strain in his mentor's face. Izuku asked him directly, one evening after their session had run long, whether the clock the hero had once mentioned was ticking faster than he let the public know. All Might did not deny it. He told Izuku, with the same honest gravity he brought to every real conversation between them, that his time as an active symbol of peace was measured now in a small number of years rather than decades, and that watching a boy like Izuku rise had become, more than he had expected, a source of genuine comfort against that ending rather than simply professional satisfaction. Izuku carried that conversation with him for days afterward, a quiet, motivating weight rather than a discouraging one. He resolved, walking home from training that evening with vest settled warm and steady beneath his ribs, that whatever time All Might had left to actively serve as the symbol the country needed, he intended to spend every spare hour making sure the world would not simply lose hope the moment that clock finally ran out. Des, listening quietly to the resolution forming, told him that it had crossed innumerable worlds searching for exactly this kind of host, one who measured his own growth not by how much power he could claim but by how much of it he could responsibly pass forward to the people counting on him. Chapter 17. The weeks after internship placements began saw the whole of Class 1A settling into a new, harder-won rhythm, everyone returning from their respective agencies with fresh scars, fresh lessons, and fresh appreciation for exactly how much distance still separated a talented first year from a fully licensed professional hero. Izuku's own placement proved as demanding as he had hoped, long days spent on real rescue calls under close professional supervision, thus stretched and tested in ways the relatively controlled environment of UA's training grounds had never quite managed to replicate. He came back from his first week with a healthy new respect for how much judgment mattered alongside raw capability, a lesson reinforced sharply during a warehouse collapse call where his supervising hero had firmly overruled his instinct to rush ahead alone, teaching him in the field exactly the kind of disciplined patience All Might had spent a year trying to instill through drills alone. He returned to class each week eager to compare notes with the widening circle of friends who had, almost without his fully noticing how it happened, become the center of his daily life outside of hero training itself. Mina Ishido, effervescent and endlessly curious, cornered him during a lunch period to ask a stream of enthusiastic, only half-serious questions about whether his mystery quirk could do anything as flashy as her own acid manipulation, and left the conversation, once he'd deflected with practiced good humor, declaring loudly to the whole table that she intended to get the truth out of him eventually through sheer persistence if nothing else worked. Toru Hagakure, invisible save for the floating uniform that marked her presence, teased him gently about his growing reputation as the class's most mysterious member, and admitted, in a rare unguarded moment, that she found it oddly reassuring rather than frustrating, given how thoroughly her own quirk had taught her what it felt like to be underestimated by people who could not fully see you. Tsuyu, characteristically direct, asked him outright one lunch period whether he intended to ever actually tell the whole class the truth, and accepted his honest, slightly sheepish admission that he was still working out when and how without pushing further, trusting, as she told him plainly, that he would know the right moment when it arrived. It was a small, quiet vote of confidence that meant more to him than she likely realized, one more thread in a circle of friendship that had grown, over the course of a single eventful year, into something he genuinely could not imagine his life without anymore. Chapter 18. The final weeks of the term brought with them a quieter, more contemplative mood across the whole of Class 1A, the adrenaline of the sports festival and the USJ attack settling gradually into the steadier, more grounded rhythm of students who had, in the space of a single year, been forced to grow up considerably faster than most of their peers outside the hero course. Izuku spent one of the last free afternoons before the term's closing ceremony sitting on the UA rooftop with Ochako, the two of them watching the sun sink slowly behind the training grounds in a companionable silence that had, somewhere across the accumulated months, stopped needing to be filled with constant conversation to feel comfortable. She told him, in a rare quiet moment of honesty, that she had spent the whole year half convinced her own background and modest quirk would eventually be exposed as insufficient for the world she was trying to enter, and that watching him, quirkless by every official record yet standing among the strongest in their class, had done more to steady that fear than almost anything else the year had offered her. He told her, in turn, that he understood that fear better than she probably realized, and that if there was one thing his own strange, improbable year had taught him, it was that the people who mattered most rarely cared what a piece of paper said you were capable of. Momo found them there not long after, settling onto the rooftop's low wall with her usual composed grace, and the three of them talked long past sunset about everything and nothing, the kind of unhurried, easy conversation that Izuku had spent most of his childhood assuming was reserved for other people's friendships rather than his own. He found himself, watching the two of them laugh together at some small shared joke while the last of the daylight faded from the sky, struck by a quiet, grateful realization that the notebooks full of other people's heroism he had filled for years as a lonely, quirkless boy had somehow, against every reasonable expectation, delivered him here, surrounded by people who saw him fully and chose, freely and without hesitation, to stand beside him anyway. The closing ceremony itself passed in a blur of certificates and present mix booming, enthusiastic commentary. Class 1A collectively ranked among the strongest incoming cohorts the hero course had produced in years, a fact the assembled faculty noted with evident pride even as Aizawa reminded them all, in his characteristically dry closing remarks, that a single strong first year proved nothing on its own about the professionals they would eventually need to become. Izuku walked out of the auditorium that afternoon with his class around him, All Might's quiet confidence at his back, and vest settled warm and steady beneath his ribs, carrying with him the settled, certain knowledge that whatever challenges the coming years of hero training had waiting for him, he would not be facing a single one of them without people who had already proven, a dozen times over, that they intended to stand right there beside him when it counted. Chapter 19. Summer break arrived with an unfamiliar lightness that Izuku allowed himself, cautiously, to simply enjoy for its first few days, sleeping later than he had in months and letting his mother fuss over him with a contentment that had replaced most of the old anxious worry she had carried through his childhood. All Might had insisted on a genuine rest period before their training resumed in earnest, telling him with a knowing look that even the most driven hero needed to remember, occasionally, why the work was worth doing in the first place. That rest did not last uninterrupted. A message arrived from the agency he had chosen for his internship, requesting his presence for a briefing that had nothing to do with routine scheduling, and Izuku found himself, 3 days into what was supposed to be a quiet break, sitting across a conference table from his supervising hero and 2 investigators from the Public Safety Commission, listening to a report that made the comfortable rhythm of the past year feel suddenly, sharply fragile again. A string of unexplained disappearances across the wider Musitifa region, each victim quirkless or quirk registry ambiguous, had gone largely unnoticed by the broader public precisely because the missing carried no flashy ability worth sensationalizing in the news cycle. The Commission's working theory, tentative and still thin on hard evidence, suggested an organized group with a very particular, very unsettling interest in exactly the kind of person officialdom had long since stopped bothering to track closely. Izuku's own official records, quirkless from birth to the present day by every database that mattered, sat uncomfortably close to the profile the investigators described. He walked out of that briefing with a knot in his stomach that no amount of his mother's cooking would fully unwind that evening, and found Vess, usually so steady and reassuring beneath his ribs, unusually quiet in the hours that followed, turning something over with a careful, deliberate silence that eventually resolved into words. It told him, gently but without softening the substance of what it had to say, that it had encountered echoes of a similar pattern once before, on a distant world it had visited long before crossing the gulf toward Izuku's own star, where something had gone hunting specifically for minds like his, minds capable of hosting what it was, and had very nearly succeeded before that world's own defenders intervened in time. Izuku sat with that revelation long into the night, notebook open on his knees out of old habit, though he found himself, for once, unable to write anything down at all. Whatever quiet, hopeful rhythm his first year at UA had settled into, whatever wide, warm circle of friendship he had built across a year of careful trust, he understood now, with a clarity that settled cold and certain in his chest, that summer break was not going to be the restful pause he had allowed himself to briefly hope for. Something was hunting people like him, and Vess's long, careful silence on exactly how close that old danger had once come to succeeding told him, more clearly than any briefing document could have, that the real test of everything he had built this year was still waiting just ahead. Chapter 20. The commission briefing that had interrupted his summer break led, 3 days later, to a second meeting Izuku had not expected to be invited to at all, this one held in a considerably more secure room deep beneath the public safety building, attended by All Might, his internship supervisor, and a compact, sharp-eyed woman who introduced herself only as Director Amaya of a task force whose full name she did not bother sharing. She laid out what the commission actually had, which was, she admitted with visible frustration, still frustratingly little. 11 confirmed disappearances across the past 8 months, every victim quirkless or carrying a registry classification vague enough to draw no public attention, every case initially filed as a routine missing persons report before a quiet pattern analysis flagged the commonality. No ransom demands. No bodies. No credible sightings after the point of disappearance. The task force's working theory, built on fragments of surveillance footage and one badly garbled anonymous tip, pointed toward an organized group operating under the working name Ascension, whose stated interest, according to the single tip they had managed to trace, was locating and studying, in the tip's own unsettling phrase, people built to carry more than they were born with. Izuku felt Vess go very still beneath his ribs at that phrase, the way it had the first night this whole conversation began, and understood, watching All Might's jaw tighten across the table, that his mentor had reached the same uneasy conclusion he had. Director Amaya did not know what Izuku actually was. She knew only that his registry file placed him squarely inside the exact blind spot Ascension appeared to be hunting through, and she wanted, with careful, formal correctness, his voluntary consent to have his internship route occasionally overlap with task force surveillance zones, purely as an additional set of eyes rather than active bait, she stressed, more than once, watching his face for any sign of the fear such a request might reasonably provoke in a 16-year-old. Izuku said yes before All Might could weigh in with the cautious counsel he half expected. He explained, when the older hero pulled him aside afterward with obvious concern written across his face, that he had spent the better part of a year learning exactly what Vess could survive, and that hiding from a threat specifically built to hunt people like him felt, to his own private moral accounting, like exactly the kind of quiet self-preservation his notebooks had never once celebrated in the heroes he studied. All Might did not argue the point, though the worry did not leave his face either, and told him only that whatever came of this, Izuku was not to take a single unnecessary risk without backup close enough to actually reach him in time. Vess, once they were alone again that evening, spoke with a gravity Izuku had rarely heard from it before, confirming in careful detail the fragments it had shared weeks earlier about the distant world where a similar hunt had once nearly succeeded. It told him that whoever or whatever Ascension actually was, the pattern of careful, quiet, untraceable disappearances matched too closely to be coincidence, and that if this group had somehow learned enough about what it was to go hunting deliberately, then summer break had just become, in every practical sense, the opening chapter of a fight neither of them could afford to lose. Chapter 21. The Wild Pussycats Mountain Training Camp arrived on schedule despite the shadow now hanging over Izuku's summer, Class 1A boarding a bus for a week of intensive quirk enhancement training that the whole class had been anticipating with equal parts excitement and dread since the term's closing ceremony. Izuku threw himself into the camp's grueling regimen with a focus that drew notice from the Pussycat's own senior heroes within the first day. Thus his stamina reserves tested and steadily expanded through a punishing rotation of obstacle courses carved directly into the mountain's dense forest terrain. Mandalay, the group's tracking and communication specialist, paired him for several exercises with Kyokujiro, whose sound-based quirk complemented his own instincts for careful, coordinated movement in a way that left them both finishing the day's hardest course nearly a full minute ahead of the next fastest pair. Kyoka, catching her breath at the course's end with her earphone jacks retracting lazily back into their resting position, told him with the dry, understated warmth that had become one of her most recognizable traits that she had not expected to enjoy training with someone this much, and admitted, after a beat of consideration, that some part of her had simply felt safer moving through unfamiliar terrain knowing he was watching her flank. Izuku, flushing slightly at the compliment, told her honestly that the feeling ran both directions, that her sound-based tracking had caught two separate hazards his own instincts had missed entirely, and the two of them fell into an easy, companionable rhythm for the rest of the afternoon that neither seemed particularly eager to end. Mina Ishido, never one to let an opportunity for teasing pass unused, cornered him again that evening around the camp's communal fire pit, declaring loudly enough for half the class to hear that she had definitely, finally, caught him using something that was not remotely a normal quirk during the day's exercises, and that his luck at deflecting her questions was about to run out completely. Izuku laughed despite himself, deflected one more time with practiced, apologetic vagueness, and found Mina's exaggerated pout melting quickly back into genuine good humor, her easy affection for him plain even through the teasing, a warmth he had come, across the year, to recognize as simply how she loved the people in her circle. Momo, sitting quietly near the fire's edge working through a review of the day's training notes with characteristic thoroughness, caught his eye across the flickering light and offered him a small, private smile that carried more warmth than words usually managed between them, a silent acknowledgement of the secret only she and a handful of others in the class actually shared. Izuku returned it, feeling, not for the first time that summer, the strange and welcome sensation of being surrounded by more genuine affection than a decade of loneliness had ever prepared him to expect, and told himself, watching the firelight play across faces he had come to care for deeply, that whatever ascension turned out to actually be, he intended to protect every single one of them from it without exception. Chapter 22. The attack came on the camp's third night, well after most of the class had settled into their cabins, announced first by a low, wrong feeling that prickled across Bessa's awareness moments before the mountain's perimeter alarms actually sounded. Izuku was moving before the alarm finished its first cycle, thus spreading across his frame in a controlled wave as he burst from his cabin into a clearing already lit by the strange, distorting warp of a portal villain's opening gate, a scattering of masked figures pouring through in numbers that made his stomach drop with immediate, sickening recognition. This was not a random probe. This was coordinated, deliberate, and aimed with unsettling precision at exactly the students the intruder's scattered chatter identified by name as they fanned out through the camp's perimeter. He found Bakugo first, cornered near the supply cabins by three of the intruders working in disciplined, practiced coordination, and reached him with a stretched, driving tackle that scattered the attackers before their trap could fully close. Bakugo, furious rather than frightened, demanded to know what the hell was actually going on even as he unleashed a controlled blast that sent one intruder sprawling, and Izuku, buying them both a precious few seconds of breathing room, admitted grimly that he suspected this attack had far less to do with the League of Villains' usual chaos and far more to do with the quiet briefing he had not yet found the right moment to share with anyone in the class. The two of them fought back to back through the camp's central clearing, Vessa's reinforced strength and Bakugo's explosive precision carving a path toward the rallying point Mandalay's voice, crackling through the emergency communicator, had designated for the whole class. They found Ochako and Tsuyu already there, having fought their own way clear of a separate ambush near the girls' cabins, both breathing hard but unharmed, and the four of them held the rallying point together against a second, more determined wave of intruders until the Pussycat's senior heroes finally arrived in force, their combined firepower turning what had been a desperate defensive scramble into a decisive, overwhelming rout within a matter of minutes. It was only in the attack's aftermath, counting heads across a shaken, adrenaline-soaked class gathered in the camp's main lodge, that the full shape of what had actually happened became clear. Every single student targeted by name during the assault carried a registry classification that skewed toward quirkless or ambiguous, a detail that made Izuku's blood run cold even as relief flooded through him at the confirmation that, this time, every single one of them had made it out. Whatever Ascension actually was, it had just demonstrated, in the most direct and frightening way possible, that it was willing to strike directly at UA itself to reach the people it wanted. Chapter 23. The task force arrived at the mountain camp within the hour, Director Amaya's expression grim as she moved through the shaken class conducting careful, individual interviews about exactly what each targeted student had experienced during the assault, and it was in the quiet, private conversation that followed, once the rest of the class had finally been sent to rest under close supervision, that Izuku made the decision he had been dreading since the summer's very first briefing. He told Class 1A the truth. Not all of it, not the full, careful catalog he had spent a year building with all might and Vess both, but enough, standing in the lodge's dim lamplight with the whole shaken class gathered close, that they finally understood exactly what had made them targets tonight and exactly what kind of ally had been quietly protecting them from the shadows for months without any of them fully realizing it. He described the falling light, the crater, the ancient, gentle intelligence that had chosen him not for strength but for the way he had spent a childhood cataloging other people's courage rather than resenting his own lack of it. The reaction, when it came, was not the fear or suspicion some cautious part of him had quietly braced for across the whole difficult telling. Bakugo, arms crossed and jaw tight, said only that this explained a hell of a lot and that he still expected a proper rematch once things settled down. Ochako crossed the room without hesitation and hugged him fiercely, telling him, muffled against his shoulder, that an alien symbiote explained a lot but changed absolutely nothing about who her friend actually was. Kyoka admitted, with a small, wry smile, that she had half suspected something exactly this strange for weeks, and that the confirmation felt more like relief than shock. Toru, invisible as always save for her floating uniform, declared cheerfully that this made her feel considerably less alone in the unusual quirk department, and Mina, predictably, demanded to know immediately whether Vess had a physical form he could show them, an enthusiasm that broke the room's remaining tension into scattered, exhausted laughter. Momo, watching the whole scene unfold with quiet satisfaction, caught his eye once the immediate flurry of questions and reassurances had settled, and told him simply that she was glad, more than she could easily put into words, that he had finally trusted the whole class with something this significant, and that whatever Ascension turned out to be planning next, they would all be facing it together rather than leaving him to carry the weight of it alone. Vess, quiet and deeply moved beneath his ribs as the class slowly filtered back toward their cabins in twos and threes, told him softly that it had rarely, across an unfathomable span of worlds and hosts, witnessed a circle of trust close this fully, this fast, around a secret this dangerous, and that it counted itself fortunate beyond measure to have found people worth trusting it to. Chapter 24. The days following the camp attack brought the full weight of national attention crashing down on UA in a way the school had not experienced since the USJ incident, news outlets speculating wildly about the identity and motives of the attacking group while the commission worked, with visible strain, to keep the actual details of the targeting pattern out of public circulation. Izuku found himself, somewhat to his continued discomfort, at the center of considerably more attention than he had ever wanted, his role in the camp's defense circulating through hero forums and amateur analysis channels in speculative fragments that never quite landed on the actual truth but came, in a few unsettlingly close guesses, near enough to worry him. All Might counseled patience, reminding him that the Commission's careful information control was itself part of the broader strategy to keep Ascension guessing about exactly how much UA had actually pieced together, and that drawing further attention through public statements would only complicate an already delicate investigation. The task force's own efforts accelerated considerably in the attack's aftermath, several of the captured intruders providing, under careful and entirely lawful interrogation, fragments of information that finally gave Director Amaya's team a real thread to pull. A research facility, deliberately unregistered and buried deep in mountainous terrain outside the city's usual jurisdiction, operating under a figure the captured intruders referred to only as the Doctor, whose specific interest, they claimed with the kind of frightened, half-informed vagueness of low-level operatives who had never been trusted with the full picture, involved studying and attempting to replicate something the doctor's own private research had identified as an extraterrestrial biological process. Izuku sat with that confirmation for a long time after the briefing ended, thus unusually quiet beside the steady thrum of his own racing thoughts. Whoever this doctor actually was, they had somehow learned enough, from some source neither the task force nor VES itself could yet identify, to go hunting specifically for a phenomenon that should have been, by any reasonable accounting, entirely unknown to anyone on this planet before Izuku's own crater had appeared in that quiet riverside park. The 11 missing people, the camp assault, the careful pattern of targeting quirkless and registry ambiguous individuals, all of it began, in the cold light of this new information, to look less like a scattered series of crimes and more like a systematic search, conducted across months and probably years, for exactly the kind of host VES had once told him it had crossed the stars searching for itself. Chapter 25. With the second term start looming and the task force's investigation still weeks away from anything resembling actionable intelligence, Izuku turned his attention, with some genuine relief, to the more immediate and considerably less existentially frightening challenge of the upcoming Provisional Hero License exam, a milestone the whole of Class 1A had been anxiously anticipating since the very first week of their hero course training. Study sessions sprang up organically across the dormitory common room in the exam's final preparation weeks, and Izuku found himself, more often than not, at the center of a small, rotating group that settled into a genuinely enjoyable rhythm of shared quizzing and collaborative problem-solving. Momo led much of the theoretical review with her characteristic thoroughness, breaking down complex rescue protocol scenarios into clear, methodical steps that made even the exam's most intimidating practical components feel manageable. Ochako, whose grasp of the material had grown considerably more competent across the year, took to testing him with rapid-fire scenario questions that left them both laughing more often than either expected a study session to allow. Toru, who had spent much of the year working quietly to prove her own considerable capability against a quirk that too many people still underestimated on sight, threw herself into the exam preparation with an intensity that impressed even Momo, and confided to Izuku one evening, in a rare unguarded moment once the others had drifted off to their own rooms, that she desperately wanted this license to prove, to herself as much as to anyone doubting her, that invisibility could be a hero's genuine strength rather than merely a convenient party trick. Izuku told her, with complete sincerity, that he had already watched her use that invisibility to save 2 separate classmates during the camp attack in ways no other quirk in their class could have managed, and that anyone still doubting her simply had not been paying attention. She went quiet for a long moment after that, then thanked him, softly, in a voice that carried more genuine emotion than her usual playful teasing ever let show. Kyoka joined their study circle more often than not as well, her sharp, practical mind cutting quickly through scenario questions that tripped up slower thinkers, and the easy, comfortable rapport that had first bloomed during the mountain camp's training exercises deepened steadily across the shared late nights of exam preparation. She told him, closing her notebook after one particularly long session, that she had come to genuinely look forward to these evenings, less for the studying itself than for the simple, unhurried comfort of his company, an admission that left them both a little quieter than usual as they said their goodnights, something warm and not quite fully named settling comfortably into the space between them. Chapter 26. The provisional license exam itself unfolded across 2 demanding days at a specialized testing facility, a written portion covering legal and procedural knowledge followed by a grueling practical trial designed to simulate genuine field conditions with a realism that left even competent examinees visibly rattled by the end of the first scenario. Izuku's team, drawn by the exam's randomized pairing system, found him working alongside Ochako and a serious, focused boy from another school whose ice-based quirk complemented their own abilities well through a collapsed structure rescue scenario that tested coordination as much as raw capability. He deployed VES with the careful, controlled precision All Might had spent over a year drilling into him, stretching through narrow gaps to extract trapped mock victims while Ochako's release quirk cleared heavier debris that would otherwise have blocked their extraction route entirely, the 2 of them falling into a rhythm of wordless, practiced trust that carried them through the scenario's most difficult stretch with time to spare. The exam's final, most demanding component placed each examinee through an individual high-pressure scenario designed specifically to test decision-making under realistic stress, and Izuku found himself, alone in a simulated collapsed apartment complex, facing a choice between two separated mock victims with a countdown that made clear only one extraction was likely feasible within the available time. He made the call the way Vess had spent a year teaching him to make it, assessing risk and probability with cold, careful clarity rather than panic, prioritizing the more critically endangered victim while relaying the second's location clearly enough for the exam's monitoring staff to note his tactical reasoning even as the simulation ran its course. It was, the examiners told him afterward in a brief, appreciative debrief, exactly the kind of clear-headed judgment under pressure that separated a passing performance from an exceptional one. He passed with a score that placed him comfortably among the exam's top performers, and found the whole of his study circle waiting outside the facility when the results were finally posted, Ochako's delighted shriek at her own passing score audible from well across the parking lot, Momo's composed satisfaction breaking into a rare, unrestrained grin, Toru bouncing in place with an excitement that set her floating uniform swaying wildly, Kyoka's quieter, warmer smile settling directly on him. The moment she confirmed her own passing mark. They celebrated that evening with a meal Izuku's mother insisted on hosting once she heard the news, the small apartment filled with more laughter and warmth than its modest size had any right to comfortably hold, and Izuku found himself, watching his closest friends crowd happily around his mother's kitchen table, more grateful than he had words for that whatever dark thread ascension still represented. Moments exactly like this one remained fiercely, stubbornly worth protecting. Chapter 27. The second term began with the class's collective attention turning toward hero work studies, an expanded version of the previous term's brief internship placements that would embed them for extended stretches directly within professional agencies, gaining real field experience under close supervision. Izuku's placement request generated, once again, more interest from agencies than he found entirely comfortable, several prominent heroes reaching out with proposals that ranged from flattering to faintly uncomfortable in their obvious eagerness to associate their brand with the mysterious, high-performing student from UA's standout first-year class. He settled, after careful consultation with All Might and a candid conversation with Director Amaya about the task force's continuing investigation, on a placement that let him split his hours between his existing rescue-focused agency and a specialized liaison role supporting the Ascension investigation directly, a compromise that satisfied both his desire for genuine hero training and his growing determination to see the hunt for the missing Quirkless victims through to its conclusion. That liaison role introduced him, in his very first week, to Nijire Hato, a third-year student on temporary assignment to the same task force whose bubbly, relentlessly curious energy took him thoroughly by surprise during their first joint briefing. She peppered him with a stream of rapid-fire questions about his quirk's exact mechanics that he found himself deflecting with considerably less success than usual, her sharp analytical mind cutting quickly through his vaguer answers until he finally admitted, with a rueful laugh, that there was rather more to his story than an ordinary quirk classification covered. Nijire took the eventual, careful explanation in stride with remarkable ease, declaring it the single most interesting thing she had learned all year and immediately pivoting to a series of increasingly technical questions about Vess's biology that left even Izuku scrambling to keep up, her genuine, unguarded enthusiasm winning him over almost immediately despite his initial wariness. Mirko, the task force's senior field consultant on matters requiring genuine combat capability, proved a considerably more intimidating introduction, sizing Izuku up with a sharp, appraising glance during their first joint field exercise before declaring, with characteristic bluntness, that she had heard rumors about the quirkless kid tearing through villains at UA and had, frankly, expected them to be exaggerated. She put him through an unsanctioned but thorough sparring session immediately afterward that left him bruised, breathless, and genuinely impressed by a fighting style built entirely around raw physical mastery, and concluded, once the session ended with Izuku finally managing to hold his ground through a full exchange, that the rumors had, annoyingly, turned out to be accurate. It was, from a hero as famously difficult to impress as Mirko, about as warm a welcome as he could reasonably have hoped for. Chapter 28. The task force's investigation broke open at last 3 weeks into the new term, a combination of Nijire's careful pattern analysis and a lucky intercepted transmission finally pinpointing the doctor's unregistered research facility to a remote mountain valley roughly 4 hours from the capital, isolated enough to explain why years of quiet, systematic disappearances had gone entirely undetected by conventional law enforcement. Director Amaya assembled a joint operation with a caution that reflected the genuine uncertainty about what exactly the facility contained, insisting on multiple contingency layers before authorizing any approach. Izuku found himself, to his own considerable surprise, formally included in the planning sessions rather than simply briefed after the fact. His direct, personal understanding of exactly what threat Vessa's presence might represent to the facility's research goals treated by Amaya's team as genuinely valuable intelligence rather than a liability to be managed around. All Might, Mirko, and a specialized extraction unit rounded out the operations core team, with Izuku assigned specifically to the interior breach group given his unique capability to move through confined, structurally compromised spaces the facility's likely layout suggested they would encounter. The night before the operation, Izuku found himself unable to sleep, sitting instead on his dormitory windowsill running through the plan's every contingency with a nervous, methodical thoroughness that Vess, patient as always, waited out without complaint. When he finally admitted, aloud in the quiet dark, that he was frightened, not of the fight itself but of what they might actually find inside, the 11 missing people who had been gone for months with no confirmation of whether they were even still alive, Vess answered with a gentleness that steadied him more than any tactical reassurance could have managed. It told him that fear in service of people you had never met was not weakness but the very foundation of everything it had crossed the stars looking for in a host, and that whatever they found tomorrow, they would face it together, exactly as they had faced everything else across the improbable year since a falling light had first chosen him. Ochako found him there near midnight, having noticed his light still on through the dormitory's shared courtyard, and settled quietly beside him on the windowsill without demanding explanation, simply sitting close enough that her shoulder rested warm against his own while the two of them watched the campus grounds settle into stillness below. She told him, eventually, that she trusted him completely to come back from tomorrow's operation, and that trust, offered so simply and without hesitation, did more to steady the anxious churn in his stomach than an hour of careful tactical review ever could have. They sat together in comfortable silence long past when either of them should reasonably have gone to bed, and Izuku walked into the operation the following morning carrying that quiet warmth with him like armor no amount of Vessa's physical reinforcement could quite match. Chapter 29. The facility's entrance, when the joint task force finally reached it after a careful, silent approach through dense mountain forest, proved considerably less fortified than their planning had braced for. A discovery that worried All Might more than reassured him, muttering under his breath that an operation this significant leaving its front door lightly guarded suggested either overconfidence or a trap. It was, in the end, closer to the former. The facility's interior, a sprawling complex of laboratories and holding cells carved directly into the mountain stone, had clearly been built for research rather than defense, its security concentrated around a small number of critical areas rather than distributed evenly throughout. Izuku's breach team moved through the outer corridors with a speed that surprised even Mirko, Vessa's near-invisible thinning trick letting him scout ahead through ventilation shafts too narrow for any of his teammates to follow, mapping the facility's actual layout in real time and feeding coordinates back to Amaya's central command with an efficiency that had the whole operation ahead of its planned timeline within the first 20 minutes. They found the holding cells in the facility's lowest sublevel, and the sight that greeted them there settled into Izuku's memory with a permanence he suspected would never fully fade. 10 of the 11 missing people, malnourished and frightened but alive, confined in cells built with a chilling, clinical precision that spoke to months of careful, deliberate captivity rather than any hasty improvisation. The 11th victim, an older man whose file photo Izuku had memorized weeks earlier during the task force's initial briefing, was not among them, and the careful, guarded way the facility's remaining skeleton staff avoided the question when Amaya's team began interrogating them on the spot told its own grim story even before anyone confirmed it aloud. The captives, once freed and given into the care of the extraction unit's medical specialists, offered fragmented, traumatized accounts of a doctor whose actual research focus had, weeks into their captivity, shifted from general study towards something far more specific and far more urgent, an experimental process the doctor had apparently grown increasingly desperate to perfect. Izuku, listening to those fragments alongside All Might's grim, careful attention, felt Vess go rigid with attention he recognized now as genuine alarm rather than simple wariness. Whatever the doctor had actually been trying to accomplish with the missing 11th victim, it had clearly moved, in the facility's final desperate weeks, from careful, patient research into something considerably more reckless, and the two of them exchanged a single, wordless glance that carried the shared, urgent understanding that this operation was far from finished. Chapter 30. They found the doctor's primary laboratory at the facility's deepest level, past a security door that had taken the extraction unit's full breaching equipment nearly 10 minutes to force open, and the scene that greeted them once it finally gave way was worse, in its way, than the holding cells above had been. The doctor himself, a gaunt, wild-eyed man whose research notes scattered across every available surface spoke to a mind that had long since crossed from scientific rigor into something closer to obsession, stood at the chamber's center beside a containment apparatus that made Vess recoil, hard, beneath Izuku's skin, a visceral, instinctive reaction unlike anything Izuku had felt from it before. Inside the apparatus, suspended in a nutrient solution that pulsed with faint, wrong-colored light, was something that had once, Izuku understood with sick, dawning horror, been human, the 11th missing victim's features barely still recognizable beneath a mass of dark, unstable tissue that writhed and pulsed with none of Vess's own patient, careful sentience. The doctor, cornered and desperate as the joint task force poured into the chamber, made no attempt to surrender, launching instead into a frantic activation sequence at the apparatus's control terminal while shouting fragments of justification that painted, in disjointed pieces, a picture of a researcher who had somehow, years earlier, recovered fragments of alien biological material from an earlier, failed landing event that had never made the public record, and had spent every year since trying, through increasingly desperate and increasingly unethical means, to force that fragment into becoming something viable inside a human host who had never consented to the attempt. The apparatus's forced, unstable bonding process had, it became horrifyingly clear as the containment chamber's readings spiked toward critical failure, never actually succeeded in the way the doctor had hoped, producing instead something closer to a parasitic infection than a true symbiotic partnership, a mass that was actively, painfully consuming its unwilling host rather than protecting him. All Might's voice cut through the chamber's rising alarm with commanding urgency, ordering an immediate evacuation of every non-essential personnel as the readings climbed toward what the facility's own emergency systems were now flagging as an imminent catastrophic breach, and Izuku, staring at the writhing, agonized mass that had once been a living, quirkless man with a name and a family somewhere still waiting for news of him, understood with cold, sick certainty that stopping this was no longer a matter of arresting a villain but of preventing something considerably worse from getting loose entirely. Chapter 31. Vess spoke to him in that terrible, urgent moment with a clarity and speed it had never before used, laying out in a rapid, wordless flood of understanding exactly what the failed bonding process had actually become and exactly what it would take to stop it before the apparatus's failing containment released it into the facility, and beyond, entirely uncontrolled. The unstable mass, Vess explained, was not truly alive in the way it appeared to be, not anymore, its human host's consciousness long since overwhelmed and consumed by a symbiotic fragment too damaged and too forcibly implanted to ever achieve genuine partnership. What remained was closer to a wound that kept tearing itself wider, and the only way to close it, Vess told him with a grim, sorrowful certainty that told Izuku exactly how much this pained it, was for Vess itself to make direct contact, drawing the unstable fragment back into a stable, contained state the way a healthy cell might reabsorb a damaged one, a process that would cost Vess considerably more of its own strength than anything it had ever asked of Izuku's body before, and that carried real risk to them both if the damaged fragment proved too unstable to safely absorb. Izuku did not hesitate, because hesitation, watching the apparatus's readings climb toward a failure that Amaya's own technical specialist was now shouting had less than 90 seconds remaining before total containment breach, was a luxury neither of them could afford. He crossed the chamber at a dead run, Vess spreading ahead of him in a black, questing wave that reached the writhing mass just as the apparatus's restraints finally gave way entirely, and the two symbiotic presences met in a collision that dropped Izuku to his knees, a wrenching, agonizing pressure building behind his eyes as Vess fought, with everything it had, to draw the damaged, screaming fragment back from the edge of total dissolution. It took the better part of a minute that felt, from inside Izuku's own straining, overwhelmed body, considerably longer, All Might and Mirko both moving to shield him from the chamber spitting, unstable energy discharge while the rest of the task force fell back to the safe distance Amaya's shouted orders demanded. When it finally ended, the writhing mass had gone still and dark, folded down into something small and inert that Vess, exhausted and trembling through every thread of its presence in Izuku's body, confirmed had finally, mercifully, stopped suffering. The 11th victim's body, Izuku understood with a grief that settled heavy and permanent in his chest even as relief at the crisis's end flooded through him, had not survived the process the doctor forced upon him, a cost that no operation's success could fully offset, and one that Izuku suspected, watching the doctor finally taken into custody amid the chamber's smoking wreckage, he would carry with him for a very long time. Chapter 32. The weeks following the facility's dismantling brought a strange, uneven mixture of relief and grief that took Izuku considerably longer to fully process than he had expected, the doctor's arrest and the 10 surviving victims' careful, ongoing medical recovery offering genuine, hard-won comfort even as the 11th victim's death sat heavy and unresolved in a part of him that no amount of mission success could fully reach. He spoke about it, eventually and with real difficulty, to the widening circle of people who had earned enough of his trust to carry that weight alongside him. All Might, who understood better than almost anyone the particular grief of a rescue that came too late for everyone involved, sat with him through one especially difficult evening and told him, with the hard-won wisdom of 3 decades in the field, that the grief itself was not a failure to be overcome but a permanent, necessary part of the work, proof that he had never once let the cost of it become abstract or easy. Ochako, when he finally found the words to explain the full weight of what had happened in that final chamber, held his hand through the whole telling and offered no easy reassurance at all, simply the steady, unwavering presence of someone determined to make sure he did not carry it entirely alone. Momo, characteristically, channeled her own concern into useful, practical action, spending considerable time researching the survivors' ongoing medical and psychological support needs and quietly arranging, through her family's not inconsiderable resources, additional funding for their long-term care that the Commission's own limited budget would otherwise have struggled to provide. She told Izuku, when he thanked her for it with more emotion than he entirely knew how to express, that she had simply wanted to make sure the rescue's cost translated into the fullest possible good for the people who had actually survived it, a sentiment that struck him, turning it over afterward, as exactly the kind of quiet, thoughtful heroism that rarely made the news but mattered more than most of what did. Director Amaya, in a formal closing briefing held several weeks after the operation's conclusion, confirmed that the doctor's research notes, thoroughly seized and analyzed, showed no evidence of a wider ascension network beyond the single facility, the group's earlier camp assault and the pattern of disappearances both traceable to a small, isolated operation rather than any larger conspiracy Izuku's private fears had briefly imagined. It was, in its own way, a relief nearly as significant as the rescue itself, the knowledge that whatever came next in his life, this particular danger had been fully, completely closed rather than merely driven briefly underground to resurface later in some new and more dangerous form. Chapter 33. With the Ascension threat formally closed and the survivors' recovery proceeding steadily under Momo's carefully arranged support network, Class 1A's attention turned, with genuine and welcome relief, back toward the more ordinary rhythms of hero course training, the second term's remaining months settling into a busy but considerably calmer pace than the eventful weeks that had preceded them. Izuku's hero work studies continued at his original rescue-focused agency, the liaison role with Amaya's task force having concluded formally once the facility's dismantling closed the active investigation, and he found himself, across the following weeks, growing more confident and more skilled in the steady, unglamorous work of genuine field rescue in a way that felt, after the intensity of the Ascension crisis, deeply and quietly satisfying. His supervising hero, a veteran with decades of rescue experience, told him plainly during one debrief that his growth across the term had been remarkable even by the demanding standards of UA's famously talented incoming class, and that whatever quiet, protective instinct drove him toward the work in the first place, it showed clearly in every call he responded to. The friendships that had deepened across the eventful term continued to grow in the calmer weeks that followed. Kyoka's easy, comfortable rapport with him settled into something both of them had, by unspoken mutual agreement, stopped pretending was purely platonic friendship, evenings spent together in the dormitory common room carrying a warmth neither felt any particular need to rush toward definition. Toru, having passed her provisional license with genuine distinction, found her own confidence growing steadily across the term, and told Izuku, during one quiet evening conversation, that his steady, unwavering belief in her capability had done more for that confidence than she could easily put into words, an admission that left them both a little quieter and warmer than usual for the rest of that evening. Nijire, having formally graduated from her temporary task force assignment back to her own third-year studies, made a point of visiting the first-year dormitory building at least once a week regardless, declaring cheerfully to anyone who asked that she had simply decided Izuku's friend group was too interesting to stop being part of just because their formal working relationship had ended. Mirko, considerably less prone to visiting in person, nonetheless sent him a standing invitation to continue their sparring sessions whenever his schedule allowed, an invitation delivered with characteristic bluntness but genuine, if gruffly expressed, respect underneath it. Izuku, surveying the steadily widening circle of people who had chosen, across a single eventful year, to stand beside him rather than simply admire from a distance, found himself thinking, more than once, that whatever challenges still waited in the years of hero training ahead, he had built, almost without fully realizing how much it had grown, something considerably stronger than raw power alone to face them with. Chapter 34. The term's final weeks brought UA's annual cultural festival, a considerably lighter affair than anything the eventful year had offered so far, Class 1A throwing themselves into preparation for a haunted house exhibit with an enthusiasm that Izuku found genuinely refreshing after months of crisis and careful vigilance. He found himself assigned, by a planning committee vote that Mina orchestrated with obvious delight, to a security and effects role that let him use Vess's shape-shifting capability to genuinely terrify festival visitors within the carefully controlled, entirely consensual bounds of a school haunted house attraction, a use of his abilities so gleefully mundane after the year's real dangers that he found himself laughing more than he had in weeks setting up the exhibit's final touches. Ochako, assigned to the same team, spent an entire afternoon dissolving into helpless laughter every time his shifted form successfully startled an unsuspecting classmate during their test runs, and told him, wiping tears from her eyes, that this was easily her favorite use of his powers she had witnessed all year. The festival itself drew a considerable crowd, UA's reputation following the year's very public incidents ensuring more outside attention than the school's exhibits usually attracted, and Izuku spent the day moving between his haunted house shifts and the wider festival grounds, catching moments with the whole widening circle of friends who had carried him through the term's harder stretches. He found Momo near the festival's closing hours, having finally slipped free of her own committee duties, and the two of them walked the quieting festival grounds together as the afternoon light faded, an easy, comfortable conversation drifting, eventually, into a quieter admission from Momo that she had spent much of the eventful term genuinely grateful, in a way she rarely found easy to articulate, for having someone in her life who saw her fully rather than simply as the composed, capable heir to a prestigious family name. He told her, with the same honest sincerity he tried to bring to every important conversation, that he saw considerably more than that in her, a friend whose thoughtfulness and quiet generosity had, across the year, done more good in the world than most of the flashier heroics either of them had studied growing up. Momo's answering smile carried a warmth that lingered with him for the rest of that evening, and Vess, quiet and content beneath his ribs as the festival's lights began winking out across the grounds around them, told him softly that whatever new dangers the coming years of hero training had waiting for him, moments exactly like this one, small and warm and entirely worth protecting, remained the whole, true point of everything they had built together since a falling light first chose him. Chapter 35. Winter arrived with the term's final examinations bearing down, a comprehensive assessment covering the full scope of the year's academic and practical training that had the whole of Class 1A locked into an intensive final stretch of preparation across the dormitory's common spaces most evenings. Izuku's own preparation, sharpened by a year that had tested him considerably more thoroughly than any classroom exam could hope to replicate, proceeded with a calm, methodical confidence that surprised even him when he compared it honestly to the anxious, uncertain boy who had walked into his first UA lecture 12 months earlier. He spent long hours helping classmates work through material he had already mastered, a habit that had become, across the year, one of his quieter and more consistent contributions to the class's overall cohesion, patient in a way that made even the most frustrated study sessions feel considerably less overwhelming for whoever he was helping. The exams themselves, when they finally arrived, tested the class across a demanding combination of written assessment and a full-scale practical scenario that placed each student through a realistic, high-pressure hero situation under close faculty observation. Izuku's own scenario, a coordinated hostage negotiation and extraction exercise that deliberately withheld easy combat solutions in favor of testing genuine tactical judgment, drew explicit praise afterward from Aizawa himself, whose characteristically sparse commentary noted that Izuku's approach had demonstrated exactly the kind of restrained, protective instinct that separated heroes worth trusting with real authority from those who simply enjoyed the fight for its own sake. The class's collective results, posted in the final week before winter break, confirmed what the year's events had already made clear to anyone paying close attention. Class 1A stood among the strongest cohorts UA had produced in recent memory, their practical and academic scores both reflecting a year that had asked considerably more of them than any ordinary first-year curriculum, and had, against every reasonable expectation, delivered a class that met that demand with a cohesion and capability the faculty noted, in their closing remarks, with evident and genuine pride. Izuku walked out of the final assessment briefing that afternoon into a light snowfall settling gently over the UA campus grounds, surrounded by the same widening circle of friends who had carried him through every difficult stretch of the eventful year behind him, and found himself thinking, watching Ochako laugh at something Mina had just said while Momo and Kyoka fell into step beside him, that whatever the coming year of hero training asked of them next, he intended to meet it exactly the way he had met everything so far, not alone, and not for a moment taking for granted how remarkable it was that he no longer had to be. Chapter 36. Winter break settled over the Midoriya household with a warmth that Izuku found himself savoring more deliberately than he had any previous year's holiday, his mother filling their small apartment with the particular chaos of holiday cooking while All Might, invited for the first time to join their modest celebration, arrived bearing gifts with the same slightly overenthusiastic energy he brought to everything outside his professional persona. It was during that quiet, comfortable stretch of days between Christmas and the New Year that All Might finally raised, with a gravity that cut through the holiday's easy warmth, a subject he had been visibly circling for weeks. His health, he admitted plainly over tea once Inko had stepped out to the market, had continued its slow, steady decline across the autumn months, the window during which he could still call upon even a fraction of his old power narrowing further with each passing season. He told Izuku, with the same honest directness that had defined every important conversation between them since that first rooftop meeting, that he did not know precisely how much longer his body would allow him to continue serving as an active symbol, and that he had begun, quietly and without public announcement, preparing the ground for an eventual transition the whole hero world would need to weather carefully when it finally came. Izuku listened to the whole difficult admission with a steadiness he would not have managed a year earlier, thus his own patient, careful presence beneath his ribs helping to anchor him against the old, familiar grief that still rose at the thought of his mentor's eventual retirement. He told All Might, once the older hero finished speaking, that whatever timeline his body ultimately imposed, Izuku intended to spend every single day between now and then making sure the transition, when it came, found a hero world considerably more ready to weather it than it would otherwise have been, not because he sought to replace what All Might represented but because he had learned, across an improbable year of his own, exactly how much difference one committed, protective heart could make against even the largest darkness. All Might's answering smile, when it came, carried a warmth and a quiet, hard-won pride that Izuku suspected he would remember for the rest of his life, and the older hero told him, in a voice that had dropped entirely out of its usual booming public register, that watching him grow across this single remarkable year had done more to ease his own private fears about the future than anything else the difficult season of his declining strength had offered him. They sat together in comfortable silence for a long while after that, the winter light fading slowly outside the small apartment's windows, and Izuku found himself thinking, as his mother's key finally turned in the lock and the warm, ordinary chaos of an ordinary family evening resumed around them, that whatever the coming year of hero training and the larger, uncertain future beyond it actually held, he had never once, across the whole strange and improbable journey since a falling light, first found him, felt more certain that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Chapter 37. The new year arrived with a fresh wave of energy across UA's campus, second-year placements bringing new class configurations and new instructors that had the whole of Class 1A adjusting, with varying degrees of enthusiasm, to a curriculum that pushed considerably further into specialized, individual hero training than the broader foundational work of their first year had covered. Izuku found his own specialized training track weighted heavily toward large-scale disaster response, a focus his supervising instructors attributed directly to the judgment and restraint he had demonstrated throughout the Ascension crisis, and one he embraced with genuine enthusiasm given how closely it aligned with the rescue-focused path he had already chosen for himself. The training itself proved considerably more demanding than anything the previous year had asked of him, extended simulations that ran for hours rather than minutes, testing not just Vess's raw capability but Izuku's own endurance and decision-making under a kind of sustained, grinding pressure that no single dramatic confrontation had ever quite replicated. He found an unexpected training partner in Itsuka Kendo, whose own specialized track from Class 1B overlapped considerably with his given her own demonstrated aptitude for coordinated, tactical leadership during joint exercises. Their partnership, forged initially during the previous year's sports festival cavalry battle and deepened through the tournament match that had followed, settled into a genuine and comfortable working friendship across the new term's joint disaster response simulations, Itsuka's clear-headed tactical instincts complementing Izuku's own protective, careful approach in a way that consistently produced some of the strongest results across the whole combined cohort. She told him, during a break in one particularly grueling simulation, that she had come to genuinely value his perspective on leadership, admitting that his instinct to prioritize the vulnerable over the tactically advantageous had shifted her own approach to command in ways she suspected would serve her well long after their student days had ended. Izuku, flushing slightly at the compliment, told her honestly that her own steady, considered leadership had taught him just as much, particularly in situations where his instinct toward direct, immediate action needed the kind of measured restraint she brought naturally to every scenario. Their partnership, built on that mutual, hard-won respect, became one of the new term's steadiest and most reliable threads, a friendship that had, by unspoken agreement on both sides, begun quietly deepening into something neither of them felt any particular need to rush toward defining. Chapter 38. Spring brought with it UA's expanded joint agency placement program, a new addition to the second-year curriculum that embedded students for extended, multi-week stretches directly within professional agencies far beyond the shorter work-study rotations of the previous year, and Izuku's placement, negotiated carefully by his supervising instructors given his unusual training needs, split his time once again between his established rescue agency and a newly formed specialized crisis response unit that Director Amaya, promoted in the aftermath of the Ascension case's successful resolution, had been tasked with building from the ground up. That placement brought him into regular contact with a wider circle of professional heroes than he had worked alongside before, and it was during one particularly demanding joint operation, a coordinated response to a chemical plant fire that threatened to spread through a densely populated residential district, that he found himself working directly alongside Ryukyu, the towering dragon quirk hero whose calm, methodical leadership style he had admired from a respectful distance since his own middle school years of quirk analysis notebooks. She assigned him, without hesitation once she saw his capability firsthand, to the operation's most demanding extraction sector, and told him afterward, once the fire had finally been brought under control and the last residents safely evacuated, that she had rarely seen a student handle sustained crisis pressure with this much composure, an assessment that left Izuku glowing with a particular, hard-won pride for days afterward. The operation also introduced him, more informally, to a handful of Ryukyu's own agency staff, including a sharp, quietly perceptive young hero named Yui Kodai, whose size manipulation quirk had proven instrumental in clearing a critical evacuation route during the fire's most dangerous stretch. She approached him afterward with characteristic reserve, complimenting his own performance with the kind of careful, considered praise that clearly did not come easily to her, and the two of them fell into an easy, if quiet, rapport over the following weeks of the joint placement, comparing notes on rescue technique and trading the kind of understated professional respect that Izuku had come to recognize, across a year of building genuine relationships, as its own particular and valuable form of connection. Momo, following his account of the operation that evening back at the dormitory, listened with her usual careful attention before noting, with a small, knowing smile that Izuku did not immediately understand the significance of, that his circle of people who mattered to him seemed to keep growing regardless of how quietly or unintentionally each new connection formed. He found himself considering that observation for longer than he expected to afterward, turning over, with a private, careful honesty he did not yet feel ready to voice aloud, exactly how much warmer and more crowded his life had become since a falling light had first found him on an ordinary evening walk home from school, and how little he would trade any single thread of it away even if he could. Chapter 39. The second year's spring term brought with it the announcement of an expanded, more demanding sports festival format, UA's faculty having decided, in the wake of the previous year's record-breaking public interest, to introduce a new team-based tournament structure alongside the traditional individual events, a format that would require students to form small strategic alliances well ahead of the festival itself rather than relying purely on the chaos of the cavalry battles improvised. Partnerships. Izuku found himself approached, within days of the announcement, by an unusual coalition drawn from across multiple sections rather than a single class, Itsuka Kendo's steady tactical leadership anchoring one end of the group while Ochako's determined, increasingly confident presence anchored the other, the two of them having independently concluded that a combined team built around Izuku's protective versatility offered their strongest realistic path through the new tournament's demanding early rounds. He accepted with genuine enthusiasm, and the resulting team, rounded out eventually by Tsuyu's careful tactical intelligence and a quietly formidable classmate from 1B whose gravity-altering quirk complemented the group's overall balance well, spent the following weeks building a coordinated fighting style through long, demanding practice sessions that left all of them considerably more skilled, and considerably closer, by the time the festival itself finally arrived. Those practice sessions became, across the weeks of preparation, some of the most genuinely joyful stretches of Izuku's whole second year, the easy camaraderie of shared purpose and mutual respect carrying a warmth that the year's earlier crises had made him appreciate all the more deeply for having weathered them together. Ochako, sparring with him one evening after the rest of the team had finally called it a night, admitted quietly that she had spent much of the past year quietly, privately certain that her feelings for him had grown into something considerably deeper than simple friendship, and that she had decided, watching him move through the festival preparation with the same steady, protective focus that had first drawn her admiration during the entrance exam so long ago, that she no longer wanted to keep that certainty entirely to herself. Izuku, caught between surprise and a warmth that had, if he was honest with himself in the quiet that followed her admission, been building steadily and quietly across the whole eventful year alongside her, told her, with careful, genuine sincerity, that he had come to feel something remarkably similar, though he admitted, with a rueful, uncertain laugh, that he had not yet found the confidence to say so aloud given how full and how precious the whole widening circle of people in his life had already become. Ochako's answering smile carried no impatience at all, only a warm, patient understanding that told him, more clearly than words could have, that whatever pace their own particular thread of connection eventually settled into, she intended to walk it beside him without pressure or hurry, exactly the way their friendship had grown into everything else across the improbable, remarkable year now drawing toward its close. Chapter 40. The new sports festival team tournament opened on a bright spring morning to a stadium crowd that had grown noticeably larger than the previous year's already considerable audience. National interest in the format's untested new structure driving a level of media attention that had the whole competing field, Izuku included, feeling the particular weight of expectation more sharply than the individual events of his first year ever had. His team's opening round matchup pitted them against a strong, well-drilled group from Class 1B's remaining upperclassmen, and the contest that followed tested every hour of the group's careful preparation, Itsuka's tactical calls directing the team's positioning with a precision that let Izuku's own protective versatility cover their more vulnerable teammates through the round's most dangerous exchanges. They advanced with a hard-fought, narrow margin that left the whole team breathless and exhilarated in roughly equal measure, and the crowd's roar at the surprising closeness of the contest told Izuku, catching his breath at the arena's edge, exactly how thoroughly the new format had captured the country's imagination. Their semi-final match brought them face to face with a team anchored by Kamiya Tsushima, whose easy, confident grin across the arena carried the same genuine warmth Izuku remembered from their first meeting during his own entrance exam year, and the contest that followed proved to be the tournament's most closely watched and most technically demanding. Kami's illusion-based quirk creating a battlefield of uncertainty that tested Izuku's instincts in ways few opponents had managed before. His team advanced only through a coordinated final push that used Tsuyu's careful positioning to expose the illusion's underlying pattern in the contest's final moments, and Kami, accepting the loss with the same easy good humor she brought to everything, told him afterward that she looked forward to a proper rematch once their professional careers eventually crossed paths in earnest. The tournament's final match, against a formidable team anchored by two of the year's strongest individual competitors, pushed Izuku and his teammates to genuine limits across a grueling, extended contest that had the whole stadium on its feet for the closing exchanges. Bessa's reserves stretched thin enough by the contest's demanding final minutes that Izuku found himself relying, more heavily than he had all tournament, on the kind of coordinated trust his team had spent weeks carefully building. They won, in the end, on a margin thin enough that the arena's official review took several tense minutes to confirm, and the eruption of noise that greeted the final result left Izuku laughing and breathless amid a pile of exhausted, delighted teammates, Ochako's arms thrown fiercely around his shoulders, Itsuka's rare, unrestrained grin bright even beneath the arena's harsh floodlights. He stood at the tournament's closing ceremony that evening with his teammates around him and the whole widening circle of friends who had carried him through 2 remarkable years watching from the stands, and found himself, accepting the tournament's winning medal with a modesty that did nothing to dim the genuine, hard-won pride underneath it, thinking of every difficult step that had led him here, from a lonely, quirkless boy filling notebooks with other people's courage to this, a stadium full of people who had watched him become, through nothing more complicated than a year and a half of trying, exactly the kind of hero his childhood self had never quite dared believe he could be. Thus, warm and deeply content beneath his ribs as the closing ceremony's lights washed gold across the arena floor, told him softly that whatever new chapter UA's remaining years of training had waiting for them both, it suspected, with the particular quiet certainty of an old and patient thing that had crossed the stars looking for exactly this, that the very best of it was still, remarkably, still to come. Chapter 41. Third year began under a shadow that the whole of UA felt without anyone needing to name it aloud, All Might's public appearances growing rarer across the summer break, his voice on the rare occasions he addressed the press carrying a careful, measured quality that longtime followers of the number one hero noticed even if the wider public had not yet fully connected the dots. Izuku noticed more than most, spending several of his remaining free evenings at his mentor's side, watching a man who had once filled entire stadiums with his booming laugh grow steadily more careful about how he spent the diminishing reserves of strength his body still afforded him. The commission, for its part, had spent the intervening months quietly preparing the public narrative for an eventual transition, All Might himself insisting on a slow, deliberate approach rather than a single dramatic announcement that he worried might destabilize public confidence too abruptly. Izuku, listening to those careful conversations from the edge of meetings he was increasingly trusted to attend, understood without needing to be told explicitly that his own third year was likely to unfold against the backdrop of exactly the kind of transition the hero world had spent decades bracing for and never quite preparing adequately to weather. That understanding sharpened into something considerably more urgent within the term's first month, when a Joint Commission intelligence briefing confirmed what several careful months of quiet investigation had been circling toward. Tomura Shigaraki, the League of Villains' nominal leader, had resurfaced from the extended silence following his defeat at USJ with a coherence and strategic patience that alarmed every analyst who reviewed the intercepted fragments of League communication. More troubling still, the briefing's classified addendum, shared with Izuku only after considerable internal debate among the Commission's senior staff, confirmed a name that had haunted every serious quirk historian's darkest theories for years, all for one. The shadowy figure believed responsible for training Shigaraki from childhood, was very much alive, and very much, according to the fragments the Commission had managed to piece together, planning something considerably larger than the League's previous scattered provocations. Izuku carried that briefing home with a weight that settled differently than any threat he had faced before, not the sharp, immediate fear of the Ascension crisis but something slower and more foundational, the understanding that whatever confrontation eventually came would not simply test his own growing capability but would likely arrive at precisely the moment his mentor's own strength had finally run its course entirely. This, sensing the particular gravity of that fear, told him with the same patient honesty it always offered that it could not promise the confrontation ahead would be easy, or that everyone he loved would emerge from it unscathed, but that it had watched him grow, across 2 remarkable years, into exactly the kind of protector capable of meeting even a threat this large without losing the careful, protective heart that had made him worth choosing as a host in the first place. That certainty, however carefully hedged, was the closest thing to comfort Izuku found himself able to hold on to as the term's opening weeks unfolded around him. Chapter 42. Ochako's confession from the previous term's sports festival preparation had settled, across the summer break, into a quiet, comfortable understanding between them that neither felt any particular urgency to formalize further, content instead to let the warmth between them deepen naturally against the backdrop of a busier, more demanding third year. It was Momo, in the term's second week, who finally addressed the feelings she had carried with a characteristic thoughtfulness that Izuku found himself deeply moved by once she finally found the words for it. She approached him after a late evening study session, the dormitory common room emptied out around them, and told him with the same careful, considered precision she brought to everything important that she had spent the better part of 2 years quietly cataloging exactly why her admiration for him had grown into something considerably deeper than simple friendship. A list that ranged from his steady protectiveness during the USJ attack to the quiet, unglamorous kindness he showed everyone in their circle regardless of how much attention it earned him. She admitted, with a vulnerability that sat uneasily against her usual composed poise, that she had hesitated to speak given Ochako's own already acknowledged feelings, uncertain whether there was room in his heart, or in his life, for more than one person to hold that particular kind of place. Izuku, who had spent considerable private time over the preceding months turning over his own feelings for Momo with the same careful, methodical honesty he brought to every important question in his life, told her that the warmth he felt for her was entirely genuine, entirely its own thing rather than any lesser echo of what he felt for Ochako, and admitted, with a rueful honesty that surprised even him, that he had worried for weeks about exactly the same question she had just voiced. Uncertain whether wanting to hold space for more than one person's happiness in his heart made him somehow unfair to either of them. It was Ochako herself, drawn into the conversation once Momo, with typical directness, insisted on including her rather than letting any uncertainty fester unspoken between the 3 of them, who resolved the question with a clarity that left both Izuku and Momo quietly stunned by its simplicity. She told them both that she had never once felt her own feelings for Izuku diminished by watching him care for the wider circle of people who mattered to him, that she trusted him completely to hold multiple genuine, honest connections without shortchanging any of them, and that if Momo's own feelings ran as deep and as real as her own clearly did, she saw no reason at all why the 3 of them could not simply choose, together and openly, to build something honest rather than force an artificial choice between 2 people who both, in their own distinct ways, deserved his genuine care. The conversation that followed, careful and unhurried and marked by considerably more laughter than any of them had expected walking into it, settled into an understanding built on the same foundation of trust and consent that had defined every relationship Izuku had built since a falling light first found him. Des, quiet and warmly attentive throughout the whole exchange, told him afterward that it had watched countless worlds define love in countless narrow, restrictive ways across its long journey through the stars, and that this, an honest, freely chosen circle built on mutual respect rather than possession or jealousy, struck it as precisely the kind of connection worth crossing galaxies to witness. Chapter 43. The term's academic and training demands continued alongside the deepening warmth of Izuku's personal relationships. Third-year curriculum weighted heavily toward the specialized field placements and licensing preparation that would carry the whole of Class 1A toward their final steps into professional hero work, and it was during one such advanced field placement, a joint operation with Ryukyu's agency, that Izuku found his circle of genuine connection widening once again in a direction he had not particularly anticipated. Yui Kodai, whose quiet, understated competence he had come to genuinely respect during the previous year's chemical plant fire operation, had become a considerably more regular presence in his working life across the placement's extended weeks, The two of them assigned repeatedly to overlapping rescue sectors given how effectively their respective size manipulation and shape-shifting capabilities complemented each other in tight, structurally compromised spaces. Their professional rapport, built steadily across dozens of shared operations, had grown, by the placement's final weeks, into something considerably warmer than either had initially expected, Yui's careful reserve gradually softening into an easy, comfortable trust that she admitted. During a quiet evening debrief once the day's operation had wrapped, she rarely extended this readily to anyone. She told him, with the same understated directness that marked everything she said, that she had found herself looking forward to their shared shifts more than she was entirely comfortable admitting, and that she suspected, turning the observation over with her usual careful honesty, that what she felt for him had grown into something that deserved to be named rather than simply left unspoken. Izuku, who had come to recognize this particular kind of careful, vulnerable honesty as one of the most genuine forms of connection he had encountered across his whole improbable journey, told her that he felt the same warmth reflected back at her, and that he would be honored to see where that connection led if she was comfortable exploring it alongside everything else already growing steadily in his life. Ryukyu, observing the whole quiet development with the same calm perceptiveness she brought to her agency's field operations, remarked to Izuku privately, once the placement's final debrief had concluded, that she had rarely seen a young hero build this many genuine, mutually respectful connections without any of them curdling into the kind of jealousy or competition that so often complicated matters of the heart among people his age. She told him, with the dry, understated warmth that had become one of her most recognizable traits among the heroes he had come to respect, that whatever unusual path his personal life had settled into, it clearly worked precisely because every person involved trusted him, and trusted each other, completely, and that this kind of foundation, rare as it was, deserved to be protected as carefully as any of the physical dangers his hero work continued to throw at him. Chapter 44. The Commission's intelligence on Shigaraki and All for One's renewed activity sharpened considerably in the term's second month, a pattern of small, seemingly unconnected incidents across the wider metropolitan region beginning to resolve. Under Nijire's characteristically sharp analytical eye lent temporarily to the effort, into a coherent picture of a league steadily rebuilding its strength and reach in preparation for something considerably larger than any previous confrontation. Izuku found himself drawn back into direct liaison work with Director Amaya's task force once the pattern became clear enough to warrant it, All Might insisting, despite his own visibly declining strength, on remaining personally involved in every strategic discussion given how directly the threat touched the legacy he had spent 3 decades building. Those planning sessions carried a weight that Izuku found himself carrying home with him most evenings, the careful, methodical work of anticipating an enemy who had spent years, possibly decades, patiently preparing for exactly this confrontation sitting uneasily alongside the ordinary rhythms of his final year of schooling. Bakugo, drawn into the same circle of trusted students given his own formidable growth across the preceding years, proved an unexpectedly steady presence throughout the planning process, his blunt, tactically minded instincts cutting through several of the more cautious commission analysts' overly conservative assumptions in ways that earned him grudging respect from officials who had initially bristled at including a student this directly in classified strategic discussions. He told Izuku, during one late evening planning session once most of the room had finally cleared out, that he intended to be standing beside him when the actual confrontation with Shigaraki finally came, regardless of what any commission protocol technically authorized, a declaration delivered with characteristic bluntness that Izuku recognized, underneath the gruffness, as the genuine, hard-won loyalty of a rivalry that had long since transformed into real brotherhood. The planning sessions also brought Izuku into closer, more frequent contact with Mirko, whose blunt tactical assessments of the League's likely capabilities carried a weight born of considerable first-hand combat experience, and it was during one particularly long strategic session, the two of them the last to leave the briefing room well past midnight, that she told him, with a directness that briefly caught him off guard, that she had spent the past year and a half watching him grow from a promising but unproven student into someone she genuinely, professionally respected as close to an equal, and that the respect had, somewhere across their many shared sparring sessions and joint operations, grown into something considerably warmer that she found herself no longer inclined to simply dismiss as professional admiration alone. Izuku, startled but genuinely moved by the admission from a hero he had idolized since his earliest notebook days, told her honestly that the feeling ran both directions, and the two of them settled, in the quiet aftermath of that admission, into an understanding built on the same foundation of mutual respect and honest communication that had come to define every relationship in his steadily widening circle. Chapter 45. The League's opening move, when it finally came, arrived not as the singular catastrophic strike the Commission's most pessimistic analysts had braced for, but as a series of coordinated, smaller-scale provocations across the city designed, it became clear within the first frantic hour, to draw the majority of the region's senior heroes away from the central district before the operation's actual target became apparent. That target, revealed with a chilling clarity once Amaya's command center finally pieced the pattern together, was the secure medical facility where All Might had, in a carefully guarded secret known only to his closest circle, been receiving increasingly frequent treatment for the injuries that had never fully healed since his own decisive confrontation with All for 1 year earlier. Izuku's blood ran cold at the realization, understanding immediately and viscerally exactly what Shigaraki and his shadowy mentor intended, not merely another symbolic strike against the hero establishment, but a direct, calculated attempt to eliminate the symbol of peace himself at the precise moment his body was least equipped to withstand a genuine confrontation. He reached the facility ahead of every other response team, vest spreading across his frame in a controlled surge that let him close the distance at a speed that left even the Commission's fastest response vehicles trailing behind him, and found the facility's outer perimeter already breached, a handful of League operatives working with disciplined, practiced coordination to clear a path toward the building's secure inner wards. He tore through the outer defenders with a controlled, economical brutality that had become, across 2 years of steady growth, entirely second nature, buying precious seconds for the facility's security detail to reinforce the inner perimeter before the operation's actual leadership could breach it. It was Shigaraki himself who finally emerged from the chaos at the facility's shattered entrance, his decaying, disintegrating quirk crackling with a dangerous, barely restrained hunger as his eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that carried, underneath the villain's usual restless twitching energy, a focus considerably sharper and more deliberate than anything Izuku had witnessed from him before. He spoke, in a voice that had lost much of its old, unstable volatility in favor of something colder and more calculated, telling Izuku plainly that he had come specifically for the dying symbol whose weakness the whole hero world had spent years pretending not to notice, and that whatever strange, unregistered power the boy standing between him and that goal actually carried, it would not be enough to stop what years of careful preparation had finally set in motion. Chapter 46. The fight that followed tested every reserve Vess had built across 2 years of steady, disciplined training, Shigaraki's decay quirk carrying a genuine, existential danger that Izuku had never faced in quite this concentrated a form before, every near miss a reminder that a single sustained touch would unravel flesh and bone alike with a horrifying, irreversible finality no amount of Vess's healing capability could ever hope to reverse. He fought with a careful, desperate precision, using Vess's stretching and thinning capabilities to stay perpetually just beyond the villain's reach while working to funnel the confrontation away from the facility's vulnerable inner wards, and it was only the timely arrival of Bakugo, cutting through the facility's outer chaos with an explosive fury that matched the gravity of the moment, that finally shifted the fight's balance meaningfully in their favor. The two of them fought in the same practiced, coordinated rhythm that had defined their rivalry turned brotherhood across 2 remarkable years, Bakugo's relentless aggression forcing Shigaraki onto the defensive long enough for Izuku to find the opening that mattered, a stretched, careful grip that pinned the villain's decaying hands safely away from vulnerable flesh while the two of them worked together to drive him back from the facility's breached entrance entirely. All Might himself, informed of the attack by the facility's emergency alert system despite his supervising physician's frantic objections, arrived at the confrontation's climax with a fraction of his old power summoned through what Izuku understood, watching his mentor's gaunt, straining form, must have cost him dearly in the days and weeks of recovery that would inevitably follow. He did not need to fight, in the end, the combined efforts of Izuku and Bakugo having already driven Shigaraki to the point of tactical withdrawal, but his presence alone, the sheer, undimmed will radiating from a body that had given everything it had across 3 decades of service, was enough to finally convince Shigaraki that today's operation had failed beyond any hope of salvaging. He retreated through a warp gate that opened at the confrontation's ragged edge, promising, in a voice that had regained some of its old unstable volatility now that the calculated coldness of the ambush had failed, that this was merely a delay rather than a defeat, and that the symbol of peace's remaining days, however few they numbered, would not end peacefully. Izuku stood amid the facility's considerable wreckage afterward, breathing hard, Desa's reserves thoroughly spent, and found All Might's hand settling heavy and grateful on his shoulder, the older hero's voice, when he finally spoke, carrying a depth of gratitude and pride that needed no elaborate words to convey its full weight. Chapter 47. The attack's aftermath dominated national news coverage for weeks, the Commission's careful management of public information unable to fully contain speculation once eyewitness footage of the confrontation began circulating widely, and Izuku found himself, once again and considerably more intensely than after any previous incident, at the center of a level of public attention that took real, deliberate effort to navigate without losing sight of the person he actually wanted to be underneath it. His mother, informed of the attack within the hour by a considerably more careful and reassuring phone call than the news coverage's initial panicked reports might otherwise have prompted, arrived at the Commission's temporary housing facility that evening with a fierce, protective energy that left Izuku both comforted and faintly embarrassed by the sheer intensity of her relief once she confirmed with her own eyes that he had truly emerged from the confrontation unharmed. She held him for a long time that evening, and told him, once the initial flood of relief had settled into something calmer, that she had never once regretted a single day of the strange, frightening, remarkable journey his life had taken since that falling light first found him, a sentiment that meant more to Izuku, standing in the aftermath of the day's genuine danger, than almost anything else the difficult day had offered him. Class 1A, gathered in a worried, anxious cluster once word of the attack reached the dormitory, greeted his eventual return with an outpouring of relief and affection that left him quietly overwhelmed, Ochako's fierce embrace giving way to Momo's steadier, no less genuine relief, Kyoka's hand finding his and holding tight through the whole retelling of the day's events, Toru's uncharacteristically quiet presence at his side carrying its own eloquent testament to how frightened she had been on his behalf. Mina, Tsuyu, and the wider circle of classmates who had grown, across 3 eventful years, into something closer to family than simple classmates gathered close as well, and Izuku found himself, sitting amid that warm, worried crowd in the dormitory common room, thinking that whatever weight Shigaraki's threat still carried toward the future, he faced it now surrounded by considerably more genuine love and support than the lonely, quirkless boy who had once filled notebooks alone in his bedroom could ever have imagined possible. All Might, in a private conversation the following day once the immediate crisis had settled into its longer aftermath, told Izuku with unusual gravity that the attack had cost him more of his remaining strength than he had let the Commission's official reports fully capture, and that his own window for active field involvement, already narrowing before the confrontation, had likely closed considerably further as a direct result of the power he had summoned to help drive Shigaraki back. He said it without regret, his voice carrying instead a quiet, settled peace that surprised Izuku given the gravity of what his mentor was actually describing, and told him that spending those final reserves protecting the facility, and by extension protecting Izuku himself, had been, without any hesitation, worth every cost his body would now have to bear. Chapter 48. The weeks following the attack brought a careful, deliberate shift in the Commission's public strategy, All Might's own insistence on transparency finally winning out over his advisor's more cautious instincts, and the number one hero addressed the nation directly in a broadcast that Izuku watched from the dormitory common room alongside the whole of Class 1A, all of them gathered close in a silence that carried real weight. All Might told the country plainly, without the theatrical bravado of his usual public persona, that his active field service was drawing toward its close, that the injuries sustained across decades of selfless work had finally caught up with a body that had given considerably more than any single person should reasonably have been asked to give, and that the hero world's continued strength going forward would depend not on any single symbol but on the depth and breadth of talent rising to meet the challenges ahead. He did not name Izuku directly, a careful decision made jointly with the Commission to avoid painting an immediate, singular target on a still developing student's back, but he spoke with evident, unmistakable pride about the remarkable generation of young heroes currently completing their training, a generation he expressed complete confidence would prove more than equal to whatever challenges the coming years demanded of them. Izuku watched the broadcast with a complicated tangle of emotions that took him considerable time to fully untangle afterward, pride in his mentor's honest, dignified handling of an announcement that could easily have destabilized public confidence if managed poorly, alongside a grief that he recognized now, more clearly than he had allowed himself to feel it during the actual crisis, for the slow, inevitable ending of a chapter that had defined so much of his own remarkable journey. Ochako, sitting close beside him through the whole broadcast, held his hand without needing to be asked, and Momo, on his other side, offered the same quiet, steady presence that had come to define so much of what made her feel like home to him. He visited All Might privately that evening, finding his mentor in considerably better spirits than the broadcast's grave subject matter might have suggested, and the two of them talked long into the night about everything the coming transition would actually mean, All Might's careful guidance shifting, by unspoken mutual agreement, further away from active field mentorship and further toward the kind of steady, patient wisdom that would carry Izuku through the years of leadership still waiting ahead of him. It was, Izuku understood clearly by the time he finally walked home through the quiet, late-night streets, the true beginning of a transition he had known was coming since that very first rooftop conversation years earlier, and one he found himself, despite the grief still sitting heavy in his chest, genuinely, steadily ready to meet. Chapter 49. With Shigaraki's forces driven back but far from defeated, and All for One's own continued involvement still shrouded in the careful, patient uncertainty that had come to characterize the whole extended confrontation, the Commission's strategic focus shifted, across the term's middle stretch, toward a considerably more proactive approach than the reactive posture that had defined its efforts up to this point. Izuku found himself increasingly central to that shifting strategy, his unique combination of raw capability and demonstrated tactical judgment earning him a seat at planning discussions that stretched well beyond what any ordinary student, however talented, would typically be trusted with. Director Amaya, now fully established in her expanded role overseeing the broader anti-League task force, told him plainly during one such session that his growth across the preceding years had outpaced every internal projection the Commission had made when his file first crossed her desk, and that whatever the coming confrontation with All for One ultimately demanded, she had come to trust his judgment as thoroughly as she trusted any veteran professional currently under her command. That trust extended, in the term's final weeks, into a carefully coordinated intelligence operation aimed at identifying All for One's actual location, a goal that had eluded the Commission's best efforts for years given the shadowy figure's legendary skill at remaining hidden even from heroes with considerable investigative resources at their disposal. Izuku's own contribution to that effort drew heavily on patterns VES itself had noticed across the accumulated intelligence, the symbiote's alien, methodical way of processing information occasionally surfacing connections that human analysts, however skilled, had simply not been positioned to see, a collaboration between host and symbiote that had, across their years together, grown into something considerably more integrated and more genuinely partnered than the careful, cautious testing of their earliest months together. The operation's eventual breakthrough, arriving in the term's final week before winter break, traced a pattern of resource movement and encrypted communication back toward an isolated compound in the mountainous region north of the capital, a lead that Amaya's team assessed, with cautious but genuine optimism, as the strongest indication yet of All for One's actual operating base. The planning session that followed carried a gravity considerably heavier than any previous strategic discussion Izuku had been part of, every person in the room understanding clearly that whatever confrontation eventually resulted from this lead would likely represent the culmination of a threat that had shadowed the hero world for decades, and Izuku, walking home through the winter's first snowfall once the session finally concluded, found himself thinking of every person across his widening circle of family and love who would be affected, one way or another, by however that final confrontation ultimately unfolded. Chapter 50. Winter break arrived with the compound's confirmed location sitting heavy over the whole planning process, the Commission's leadership deciding, after considerable careful deliberation, that a full-scale operation against a target this significant required more preparation time than the term's remaining weeks would have allowed, pushing the actual confrontation toward the early weeks of the new year once additional intelligence gathering and tactical planning could be completed with appropriate thoroughness. That decision granted Izuku a genuine, if uneasy, stretch of holiday time with the people who mattered most to him, and he spent it, deliberately and with real intention, making sure every relationship across his widening circle received the kind of unhurried attention that the term's mounting crises had left too little room for. He spent a full afternoon with Yui at a quiet cafe far from the usual crowds of recognizable faces, the two of them talking through everything from favorite childhood books to careful, honest hopes for their respective professional futures with an ease that reminded him exactly why her particular brand of quiet, thoughtful connection had come to matter so much to him. He spent another evening with Mirko at a training facility she favored for its late-night privacy, their usual sparring session giving way, once both had worked through the day's accumulated tension, to a quieter conversation about the fear she rarely allowed herself to voice publicly regarding the coming confrontation with All for One, an admission that Izuku received with the same careful, steady presence he tried to offer everyone who trusted him with their genuine vulnerability. She told him, walking him out afterward, that she valued few things more than having someone in her life she could be genuinely afraid with rather than merely brave in front of, a sentiment that settled warm and significant in his chest for days afterward. Christmas itself brought the whole widening circle together at his mother's apartment in a gathering that had, across the preceding years, grown considerably larger and considerably louder than the quiet, modest celebrations of his childhood, Inko presiding over the chaos with obvious, overflowing joy at watching her once lonely son surrounded by so much genuine love. Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, Toru, Mina, and Tsuyu filled the small apartment with warmth and laughter well into the evening, and Izuku found himself, watching his mother laugh freely amid a crowd of young people who had each, in their own distinct way, chosen to love him without reservation, more grateful than words could easily capture for every strange, improbable step of the journey that had carried him here. Chapter 51. The new year opened with the compound operation's final preparations moving forward at a pace that left little room for the kind of gradual, careful build-up the Commission would ordinarily have preferred for a target this significant. Fresh intelligence suggesting that All for One's forces had begun relocating resources in a pattern that Amaya's analysts worried might indicate either an imminent operation of their own or an awareness that their location had been compromised. Izuku spent the operation's final planning week in a state of careful, controlled focus that Bess, sensing the depth of the coming confrontation stakes, matched with its own quiet, attentive readiness, the two of them running through contingency after contingency with a thoroughness that left little energy for anything beyond the operation itself and the precious, grounding moments he continued to carve out with the people he loved. All Might, though barred by his own physicians from any active field role given the toll the medical facility confrontation had already exacted, remained deeply involved in the strategic planning, his decades of hard-won insight into All for One's likely tactics proving invaluable to a commission team that had never faced an opponent of quite this caliber before. The night before the operation's scheduled launch, Izuku gathered with Ochako, Momo, and Yui in a quiet corner of the dormitory, the four of them talking through the coming day's dangers with an honesty that left little room for false reassurance, each of them acknowledging plainly the genuine risk the confrontation carried while affirming, with equal plainness, their complete trust in his judgment and capability to navigate it. Ochako told him, holding both his hands in the quiet dark of the common room's late hour, that she had spent the whole of their remarkable shared journey learning to trust him with exactly this kind of danger, and that trust had never once wavered even in the moments she found herself most afraid on his behalf. This, in the private quiet of his own room once the others had finally gone to their own beds, spoke to him with a gravity that carried the particular weight of an ancient, patient intelligence that had crossed the stars searching for exactly this kind of confrontation worth facing. It told him that whatever tomorrow's operation actually revealed about All for One's true strength and intentions, it had never once, across the whole of their partnership, regretted the choice that had brought it to his door on that ordinary evening years earlier, and that it intended to meet whatever came next standing exactly where it had always stood, fully and completely at his side. Chapter 52. The compound, when the joint task force finally breached its outer perimeter in the pale gray light of early morning, proved considerably more heavily fortified than the earlier doctor's facility had been, a scattering of League operatives and what appeared to be several genuinely formidable enhanced fighters mounting a defense that tested the operation's carefully coordinated assault teams from the very first exchange. Izuku's breach team, working alongside Bakugo and a specialized unit under Mirko's direct field command, cut through the compound's outer defenses with the same practiced, coordinated efficiency that had carried them through every major confrontation of the preceding years. Bess's reserves deployed with a careful, measured discipline that balanced the operation's urgency against the very real need to still have strength remaining whenever the confrontation eventually reached its true objective. they found Shigaraki himself in the compound's central chamber, considerably more composed and more dangerous than during the medical facility attack, and the fight that followed, tracking across the chamber's shifting, unstable terrain, tested every reserve of skill Izuku had built across 3 years of relentless growth. It was in the confrontation's most desperate stretch, Shigaraki's decay quirk crackling closer to a fully lethal reach than any previous exchange had allowed, that a presence considerably older and considerably more dangerous than the League's nominal leader finally made itself known, a voice emerging from deeper within the compound's shadowed chamber that carried a weight and a chilling, patient authority that made even Mirko's battle-hardened confidence visibly falter for a fraction of a second. All for One had, it became immediately and unmistakably clear, been present at the compound all along, watching the confrontation unfold with the kind of patient, calculating interest that suggested this entire engagement had been, on some level, exactly the kind of test he had spent years quietly orchestrating. He spoke to Izuku directly, his voice carrying an unsettling, almost admiring curiosity that made Izuku's skin crawl beneath Vess's protective presence, telling him that he had followed the boy's remarkable growth with considerable interest across the preceding years, that a power capable of standing against his own protege this consistently represented precisely the kind of anomaly worth investigating in person rather than continuing to observe from a careful, comfortable distance. The chamber's temperature seemed to drop as he finally stepped fully into view, a presence that radiated a depth of raw, accumulated power that made even Vess, ancient and patient as it was, go tense and wary beneath Izuku's skin in a way it had never once done in the face of any previous threat. Chapter 53. The confrontation that followed tested Izuku more thoroughly than any single fight of his entire life, All for One's mastery of accumulated, stolen quirks presenting a tactical puzzle unlike anything Vess's careful, methodical strategic instincts had prepared him to face, each exchange revealing some new capability the villain had clearly spent decades collecting and refining against exactly this kind of dangerous, unpredictable opponent. He fought with everything 3 years of relentless growth had given him, Vess's full range of stretching, hardening, and thinning capabilities deployed in a fluid, desperate combination that kept him narrowly, precariously ahead of a villain whose raw power genuinely outmatched his own by a considerable margin, buying time with a careful, tactical patience that mirrored everything All Might had spent years teaching him about the difference between reckless bravery and genuine, sustainable heroism. It was Bakugo's arrival at the confrontation's most desperate moment, cutting through the compound's remaining defenses to reach the central chamber, that finally shifted the fight's balance meaningfully, the two of them fighting in the same coordinated, trust-built rhythm that had carried them through every major confrontation since that very first sludge villain encounter years earlier. All for One, faced for the first time in the engagement with a genuine, coordinated two-front assault that stretched even his considerable accumulated power thin, made the calculated decision to withdraw rather than risk a capture that would end decades of careful, patient planning in a single reckless confrontation, his parting words carrying a chilling, almost respectful acknowledgement that the boy standing against him had proven, against every reasonable expectation, a considerably more formidable obstacle than his careful years of distant observation had fully prepared him to expect. He retreated through a warp gate alongside a badly wounded Shigaraki, promising, in a voice that carried none of his protégé's unstable volatility, that this confrontation had merely confirmed the value of continued patience rather than driving him toward any reckless escalation. Izuku sank to his knees amid the chamber's considerable wreckage once the warp gate finally closed, Vess's reserves thoroughly, completely spent in a way he had never experienced before, every muscle in his body trembling with an exhaustion that went considerably deeper than simple physical fatigue. Bakugo, breathing hard beside him, offered a hand to help him upright without a word, and the two of them stood together amid the compound's ruins as the rest of the task force finally secured the site, having survived, against genuinely uncertain odds, a confrontation with the single most dangerous villain either of them had ever faced. Chapter 54. The operation's aftermath brought a mixture of genuine relief and sobering clarity that took Izuku considerable time to fully process, the compound's seizure yielding a wealth of intelligence about All for One's broader network even as the villain's own successful escape confirmed that the confrontation, however hard fought, had not delivered the decisive resolution the Commission had hoped for. All Might, upon hearing the full account of the confrontation from Izuku's own exhausted, careful retelling, went quiet for a long moment before telling him, with a gravity that carried decades of hard-won understanding, that surviving a direct engagement with All for One and forcing his tactical withdrawal represented, in itself, an achievement that few heroes across the whole history of the profession had ever managed. He told Izuku plainly that the confrontation had confirmed something he had privately suspected for some time now, that whatever came next in the long, uncertain road toward finally, permanently neutralizing the threat All for One represented, the hero world's best hope no longer rested on his own diminished shoulders alone but on the considerable strength and wisdom of the student standing in front of him. Izuku carried that acknowledgement home with a complicated weight that settled somewhere between pride and a fear he found himself, for once, unable to fully talk himself out of, the growing understanding that whatever role he had imagined for himself in the hero world's future, it now clearly extended considerably further than he had ever quite let himself plan for. Ochako, Momo, and the whole widening circle of people who loved him met that fear with the same steady, unwavering support that had carried him through every previous crisis, and it was Yui, in a quiet conversation held during one of the term's rare calm evenings, who offered him the perspective that finally settled the anxious churn in his chest most fully. She told him, with her characteristic understated directness, that the weight he was carrying was real and considerable, but that he had never once, across every crisis she had personally witnessed him navigate, let that weight crush the fundamental gentleness that made him worth loving in the first place, and that she trusted, completely and without reservation, that whatever the future ultimately asked of him, he would meet it the same way he had met everything so far, not as a burden carried alone but as a challenge faced surrounded by people who genuinely, freely chose to stand beside him. Izuku held on to that reassurance through the term's final weeks, and found himself, watching the widening circle of his chosen family gather close around him as winter finally began giving way to the first hints of spring, more certain than ever that whatever confrontation eventually awaited him and All for One in the future, he would not, for a single moment, be facing it alone. Chapter 55. Spring brought Yui's final major milestone of the third year, the culminating licensing examination that would formally certify the graduating class's readiness for full, independent professional hero work, and Izuku approached the exam's demanding, comprehensive assessment with a calm confidence that reflected, more than any single previous test had managed, exactly how far his whole journey had carried him since a frightened, quirkless boy had first walked through Yui's gates. The examination itself unfolded across a full week of demanding scenarios, testing everything from large-scale disaster coordination to the kind of delicate, high-stakes negotiation that raw combat capability alone could never adequately prepare a hero to handle, and Izuku moved through each component with a fluency that drew consistent, quiet praise from the examining faculty, several of whom noted privately, in reports Aizawa later shared with characteristic understatement, that his overall performance across the week ranked among the strongest the licensing board had assessed in years. His final scenario, a coordinated multi-agency response to a simulated large-scale earthquake, showcased the full breadth of everything 3 years of growth had given him, Bess's capabilities deployed with a controlled, practiced mastery that made even the exam's most demanding contingencies feel, by comparison to everything the preceding years had actually thrown at him, almost manageable. He passed with a distinction that placed him, by every metric the licensing board tracked, among the very strongest graduates UA had produced in recent memory, and the celebration that followed, held in the dormitory common room with the whole of Class 1A gathered close, carried a warmth and a genuine, hard-won joy that Izuku found himself savoring with a deliberate, grateful attention he had learned, across 3 eventful years, never to take for granted. Ochako, having passed her own examination with equally impressive distinction, pulled him into a fierce, delighted embrace the moment the results were officially posted, and Momo, Kyoka, Toru, and the wider circle of friends who had carried him through every difficult stretch of the preceding years crowded close around them both, the whole room ringing with a happiness that felt, in that particular golden evening light, like the genuine, well-earned culmination of everything the past 3 years had built. All Might, present for the celebration despite his own continued careful management of dwindling strength, watched the whole joyful scene unfold with an expression of quiet, profound pride that needed no elaborate speech to convey its full depth, and told Izuku, catching him alone for a brief moment amid the evening's happy chaos, that watching him reach this milestone surrounded by so much genuine, freely given love represented, without any hesitation at all, the single proudest accomplishment of his own long, remarkable career as a mentor. Chapter 56. Graduation arrived on a bright, cloudless spring morning that felt, walking across UA's familiar campus grounds one final time as a student, both like an ending and like the genuine, hopeful beginning of everything the preceding 3 years had been quietly preparing him for. The ceremony itself unfolded with a formal dignity that Izuku found himself surprised to feel moved by, the school's principal delivering a closing address that acknowledged, with unusual candor for such a public occasion, exactly how demanding and how genuinely dangerous this particular graduating class's journey through UA had proven across 3 years marked by more real crisis than any previous cohort had faced. Izuku walked across the ceremony stage to accept his diploma alongside a class he had come to love as genuinely as family, exchanging a brief, warm handshake with the principal before finding his gaze drawn, almost involuntarily, toward the section of the audience where his mother sat beaming with an unrestrained pride that needed no words to convey, All Might seated beside her in a rare public appearance that the assembled crowd greeted with a swell of grateful, emotional applause once his presence became widely noticed across the gathered families. The reception that followed brought his whole widening circle together in a single celebratory gathering for what felt, in the golden late afternoon light, like the first genuinely unhurried breath the whole group had shared in longer than any of them could easily remember, every looming crisis and every demanding examination finally, if only temporarily, set aside in favor of simple, well-earned joy. Ochako found him near the reception's edge as the afternoon began fading toward evening, and told him, with a warmth that carried the full weight of everything the preceding 3 years had built between them, that she could not imagine having walked this particular remarkable journey beside anyone else, a sentiment that Momo, Yui, and Mirko each echoed in their own distinct, genuine ways as the celebration wound gradually toward its close. Izuku stood at the reception's quiet edge as evening finally settled fully over the campus, watching the whole warm, laughing crowd of people who had chosen, across 3 remarkable years, to build something real and lasting alongside him, and found himself thinking of the lonely, quirkless boy who had once filled notebooks with other people's courage, never quite daring to believe a life this full of genuine love and purpose might actually be waiting for him. Thus, quiet and profoundly content beneath his ribs as the last of the sunset colors faded slowly from the sky above UA's familiar grounds, told him softly that whatever confrontation with all for one still waited somewhere in the uncertain future ahead, this moment, this hard-won, deeply chosen circle of family gathered close around him, represented precisely the reason it had crossed an unfathomable distance searching for a host worth the whole long journey, and that it could not, even after everything they had already survived together, imagine a single reason to regret a moment of the choice that had first brought it to his door. Chapter 57. Graduation gave way, within the month, to the beginning of Izuku's formal professional career, licensed at last and free to accept a permanent placement rather than the rotating work-study arrangements of his student years, and he settled, after careful consideration and long conversations with everyone whose counsel he valued most, on a position with Ryukyu's agency, drawn by the same steady, rescue-focused philosophy that had first impressed him during their chemical plant fire operation and by the genuine warmth of a working relationship with Yui that he had no wish to complicate with a placement elsewhere. His first weeks as a fully licensed professional carried a different weight than any of his student-era field work had, the absence of a supervising instructor's final safety net lending every call a gravity that took real, deliberate adjustment to settle into without losing the careful, measured judgment 3 years of training had worked so hard to instill. Ryukyu paired him initially with her agency's most experienced senior heroes for a careful transition period, and told him, once that period concluded with a string of clean, well-handled operations, that she considered him fully ready for independent field authority considerably sooner than her own cautious internal timeline had originally projected. Bakugo, settling into his own equally demanding placement with a top-tier combat-focused agency, made a standing habit of meeting Izuku for sparring sessions whenever both their schedules allowed. The old rivalry that had once defined their entire relationship now folded comfortably into something closer to the easy competitiveness of brothers who trusted each other completely even while pushing one another to keep growing. He told Izuku, during one such session, that watching him step fully into independent professional work had settled something he had not quite realized he was still carrying, an old worry, however deeply buried beneath his usual bluster, about whether the quirkless kid he had once tormented would ultimately survive long enough in this dangerous profession to make good on the potential Bakugo had spent years grudgingly, privately recognizing in him. Momo, pursuing her own licensed career with a specialized creation quirk-focused agency that let her combine field work with the kind of technical research and development she had always found genuinely fulfilling, made a point of meeting Izuku for dinner at least twice weekly regardless of how demanding either of their schedules grew, and told him, during one such quiet evening together, that she had come to treasure these unhurried moments precisely because the rest of their working lives had grown considerably busier and more demanding than either of them had fully anticipated during their student years. The whole widening circle, scattered now across various agencies and various corners of the city, made careful, deliberate effort to preserve the closeness that had defined their years at UA, a commitment that Izuku found himself grateful for daily as the genuine pressures of professional hero work settled more fully around him. Chapter 58. The Commission's intelligence gathering on All for One's broader network continued steadily across the following months, Izuku's own professional field work occasionally intersecting with the ongoing investigation whenever his rescue-focused calls happened to overlap with locations or patterns the task force had flagged for closer attention, and it was during one such intersection, a routine warehouse fire response that turned out to be considerably less routine once his team discovered evidence of League resource stockpiling hidden within the building's lower levels, that the investigation's next significant breakthrough finally emerged. That breakthrough, once properly analyzed by Amaya's expanded team, pointed toward a considerably larger and more distributed network than the single mountain compound had suggested, League resources and personnel scattered across multiple regions in a pattern that indicated either genuine operational sophistication or, as several analysts increasingly suspected, a deliberate strategy of dispersal specifically designed to survive exactly the kind of single decisive strike the Commission had attempted at the compound months earlier. Izuku, reviewing the expanding intelligence picture alongside Amaya's team during one of his now regular consultation sessions, found himself thinking, with a grim clarity that had grown more settled and less frightening across the months since the compound confrontation, that the coming fight against All for One's full network would likely stretch across considerably more time and considerably more careful, patient effort than any single dramatic confrontation could ever fully resolve. That understanding, rather than discouraging him, settled into something closer to steady, determined resolve, the same patient, methodical approach that had carried him through every previous challenge since a falling light first found him now applied to a threat he understood clearly would require years rather than weeks to fully address. This, sensing the shift in his outlook, told him with evident approval that this kind of patient, sustainable commitment represented precisely the wisdom that separated heroes capable of lasting careers from those who burned brightly and briefly before the accumulated weight of constant crisis wore them down entirely, and that it looked forward, with the particular contentment of an ancient, patient intelligence well suited to exactly this kind of long, meaningful partnership, to standing beside him through however many years the coming fight ultimately demanded. All Might, informed of the expanding intelligence picture during one of Izuku's regular visits, received the news with a measured calm that reflected his own hard-won understanding of exactly this kind of protracted struggle, and told Izuku that he took genuine comfort in knowing the fight against All for One's network would be carried forward not by any single hero working alone against impossible odds, but by an entire generation of capable, deeply connected young heroes working together with the kind of patient, coordinated strength that his own more solitary approach across 3 decades had never quite been able to build. He told Izuku, with a warmth that carried the full weight of everything their remarkable mentorship had grown into, that he could finally, fully set down the particular fear that had haunted his own declining years, the fear that his eventual retirement might leave the world less safe than he had found it, because watching Izuku and his whole extraordinary circle of chosen family continue the work with such evident, steady capability had shown him, beyond any reasonable doubt, that the world he was preparing to leave in their care stood in genuinely excellent hands. Chapter 59. Summer settled over the widening circle's now fully professional lives with a rhythm that Izuku found himself treasuring precisely because of how hard-won its relative calm actually was. Evenings spent at his mother's apartment or scattered across the various small gatherings that had become the group's steady, comfortable tradition, Each person's demanding new career, carving out whatever precious unhurried time remained for the relationships that had carried them all through everything the preceding years had asked of them. It was during one such gathering, a warm evening spent on the rooftop of Momo's family's Tokyo residence with the whole circle gathered close beneath a clear summer sky, that Izuku found himself taking careful, deliberate stock of exactly how full and how genuinely blessed his improbable life had become. Ochako sat close beside him, her hand resting comfortably in his own, while Momo leaned against his other shoulder reviewing something on her tablet with the same focused attention she brought to everything, occasionally looking up to share some observation that drew easy laughter from the whole gathered group. Kyoka's guitar carried a quiet, easy melody across the rooftop's warm evening air. Toru's laughter rang bright and unguarded at something Mina had just said, and Yui and Mirko, seated together near the rooftop's edge, traded the kind of comfortable, easy conversation that told him clearly how naturally his whole widening circle had grown to genuinely love and support one another rather than simply tolerating each other's presence in his life. He found himself thinking, watching that warm, laughing gathering settle into the deepening summer twilight, of every difficult step that had carried him here, from a lonely, quirkless childhood spent filling notebooks with other people's courage, through a falling light that had chosen him for reasons he still occasionally found himself marveling at, through 2 years of UA training that had tested him more thoroughly than he could have imagined, through the growing shadow of all for one's patient, dangerous ambition that still waited somewhere in the uncertain future ahead. Every single step of that improbable journey, weighed honestly against the warm, settled joy of this particular golden evening, struck him as entirely, completely worth the cost it had asked of him along the way. Quiet and deeply content beneath his ribs as the first stars began emerging across the darkening summer sky above the rooftop gathering, told him softly that it had crossed an unfathomable distance through the cold, empty dark between stars searching for exactly this kind of host, one whose strength grew not from power alone but from the depth and breadth of genuine, freely chosen love he built around himself with every single year of his remarkable life, and that whatever challenges the coming years of hero work and the still unresolved threat of all for one's patient ambition ultimately demanded of them both, it could not, surveying the warm, laughing circle of chosen family gathered close around him on this quiet summer evening, imagine a single reason to doubt that they would meet every one of those challenges together, exactly as they always had, and exactly as it suspected, with the particular quiet certainty of an old and patient thing that had finally, truly found its home, they always would. Chapter 60. Autumn arrived carrying with it the first genuinely significant test of Izuku's independent professional career, an urban flooding disaster triggered by an unusually severe typhoon that overwhelmed the city's drainage infrastructure across 3 densely populated districts simultaneously, stretching every available agency's response capacity to its absolute limit and demanding exactly the kind of large-scale, sustained coordination his final year licensing examination had worked so hard to prepare him for. He worked for the better part of 36 continuous hours once the crisis reached its peak, Bess's reserves stretched and carefully rationed across an exhausting rotation of extraction operations that eventually accounted for dozens of civilians pulled safely from flooded structures that would otherwise have claimed considerably more lives before the waters finally began receding. Ryukyu, coordinating the wider agency response from the district's central command post, told him afterward, once the immediate crisis had finally stabilized enough to permit real rest, that his sustained performance across the operation's most demanding stretches had cemented, beyond any remaining doubt in her own considerable professional judgment, exactly the kind of steady, reliable capability that separated genuinely great heroes from merely talented ones. Yui, working alongside him through much of the operation's most demanding hours, found him afterward in the exhausted, quiet aftermath of the crisis's resolution, and the two of them sat together on the edge of a rescue vehicle's open bay, saying very little for a long while, simply grateful for each other's steady presence after 36 hours that had tested both of them more thoroughly than either fully articulated in the moment. She told him eventually, in the particular quiet honesty that exhaustion sometimes made easier rather than harder to access, that watching him work through the crisis's hardest stretches had only deepened her already considerable respect and affection for him, and that she counted herself genuinely fortunate to have built a life and a career this closely intertwined with someone whose fundamental character remained so steady even under the most extreme pressure imaginable. The whole widening circle gathered at his mother's apartment once the crisis finally, fully resolved, a celebration considerably quieter and more subdued than their usual joyful gatherings given the genuine exhaustion everyone involved in the response effort still carried, but no less meaningful for its quiet, grateful tenor. Izuku sat surrounded by the people who had built, alongside him, a life considerably richer and more genuinely loved than the lonely notebooks of his childhood had ever dared imagine, and found himself thinking, as the autumn evening settled warm and comfortable around the gathered circle, that whatever the coming years still held in store, whatever confrontation with all for one's patient, distant ambition still waited somewhere in the uncertain future, he had built, across every difficult and every joyful step of his remarkable journey so far, exactly the kind of foundation capable of weathering it, together, with the people who had chosen, freely and completely, to call this improbable, hard-won life a home worth protecting. Chapter 61. Winter drew the year toward its close with a stretch of hard-won calm that Izuku found himself grateful for in a way that felt different from the relief of previous quiet stretches, less a temporary pause between crises and more a genuine, settled confidence that whatever the future still held, he had built something sturdy enough to weather it. He spent one of the season's quietest evenings on the same rooftop where All Might had first found him years earlier, notebook in hand out of old habit, though the pages he filled now carried considerably more confidence than the anxious, hopeful scrawl of his younger self. Ochako found him there, as she so often did, and settled beside him without needing to ask what had drawn him back to this particular, meaningful corner of the city. He told her, watching the same stars that had once carried a falling light toward this exact rooftop, that he had spent the evening simply taking stock of everything the improbable journey since that night had actually built, and that every hard-fought step of it, weighed against the settled warmth of this particular quiet evening, struck him as entirely worth the cost. Momo, Yui, Kyoka, and the whole widening circle joined them eventually, drawn by the same easy, unhurried tradition that had carried the group through every season of the remarkable years behind them, and the gathered circle sat together beneath the winter sky long past when any of them should reasonably have gone home, trading quiet conversation and comfortable silence in equal measure. This, warm and profoundly content beneath his ribs as the gathered voices of his chosen family carried softly across the rooftop's cold winter air, told him that whatever confrontation with all for one's patient, distant ambition still waited somewhere in the uncertain future ahead, it faced that uncertainty now with a settled, genuine peace it had rarely known across its whole long journey through the stars, grateful beyond any measure it could easily express for the improbable, hard-won home it had finally, truly found. Izuku, listening to that quiet, heartfelt admission while the laughter of the people he loved most drifted warm around him, found himself thinking that whatever chapters still waited to be written in the long, uncertain story of his life, he would meet every single one of them the same way he had met everything since a falling light first chose him on an ordinary evening years ago, not as a burden to be carried alone, but as a journey worth taking precisely because of the remarkable, hard-won family who had chosen, freely and completely, to walk every step of it beside him. Chapter 62. The new year arrived with the Commission's restructured anti-League task force fully operational at last, Director Amaya's expanded intelligence picture of All for One's distributed network finally mature enough to support the kind of coordinated, multi-front strategy that a single decisive strike had never been capable of delivering. Izuku, now a full year into his licensed professional career, found himself formally invited onto the task force's Senior Strategic Council, a position that would have seemed unthinkable for a recent graduate under any ordinary circumstances, but that his sustained, demonstrated judgment across the preceding years had earned him without any of the usual bureaucratic hesitation. The Council's opening strategy session laid out a picture considerably more sprawling than even the compound raid's intelligence had suggested, a dozen suspected network nodes scattered across the country, each one representing some combination of resource stockpile, personnel training ground, or communication relay that had allowed All for One's organization to survive and adapt despite the Commission's mounting pressure. Amaya proposed, and the Council ultimately adopted, a patient, methodical campaign rather than any single dramatic strike, isolating and dismantling the network's peripheral nodes one careful operation at a time in order to starve the organization's core of resources before finally moving against whatever remained at its center. Izuku found himself, across the campaign's opening weeks, coordinating directly with a rotating cast of senior heroes and task force specialists in a role that stretched his capabilities in directions considerably different from the frontline rescue work that had defined most of his career so far, and it was Bakugo, drawn into the same senior planning circle given his own formidable growth, who remarked one evening that watching Izuku settle into genuine strategic leadership felt, in its own way, just as remarkable as watching him fight, a compliment delivered with the same gruff, understated sincerity that had come to define their whole enduring friendship. Thus, settling into the rhythm of this more patient, sustained campaign with the same quiet attentiveness it brought to everything, told Izuku one evening as the two of them reviewed the week's accumulated intelligence together that it found genuine satisfaction in this kind of careful, methodical work, a reminder, it said, that heroism worth the name rarely announced itself in single dramatic moments but far more often in the patient, unglamorous accumulation of 1,000 careful choices made correctly, day after day, in service of a goal too large for any single confrontation to fully resolve. Chapter 63. The campaign's first major operation targeted a suspected training facility hidden within an abandoned industrial complex on the city's eastern outskirts, and Izuku led the assault team himself, working alongside Bakugo and a specialized unit under Mirko's field command in a coordinated breach that unfolded with a precision born of years of accumulated experience working together. They found the facility considerably more thinly staffed than expected, a handful of low-ranking League operatives overseen by a mid-tier enhanced fighter who surrendered within minutes once the operation's overwhelming coordination became apparent, and the facility's seized records, once properly analyzed, yielded exactly the kind of granular intelligence Amaya's team had hoped for: training schedules, resource shipment logs, and encrypted communication fragments that began, piece by piece, to sketch a clearer picture of the network's broader structure. It was in reviewing that seized intelligence, several days after the operation's conclusion, that a troubling pattern first emerged, the facility's own resource shipments and personnel rotations showing signs of having been deliberately thinned in the weeks immediately preceding the raid, a detail that suggested, uncomfortably, that All for One's organization had anticipated the operation and calculated the loss of this particular node as an acceptable, even deliberate, sacrifice. Amaya raised the possibility, in the following strategic session, that the whole distributed network might be functioning less as a genuine organizational structure and more as an elaborate, layered decoy, its true operational core hidden considerably deeper than any of the nodes uncovered so far. Izuku carried that unsettling possibility home with him that evening, turning it over with the same careful, methodical attention he brought to every difficult problem, and found himself discussing it quietly with Momo over dinner, arriving at a shared, uneasy conclusion that the campaign's true test would likely come not from any single dramatic confrontation but from the patient, considerable challenge of seeing through exactly the kind of layered misdirection an enemy as old and as calculating as All for One had spent decades perfecting. Chapter 64. Amid the campaign's demanding rhythm, Izuku found himself, one quiet spring evening, finally ready to voice something he had spent considerable months carefully, privately preparing. He had spoken with Ochako and Momo both, separately and with the same careful honesty that had defined every important step of their shared relationship, about a future he wanted to build with them formally rather than simply letting the warmth between the three of them continue unstructured indefinitely, and it was on a quiet rooftop evening, the same rooftop where All Might had first found him years earlier, that he finally gathered the courage to ask them both, together, whether they would consider building that future with him as genuine, formally committed partners. Ochako's answer came without a moment's hesitation, her arms wrapping around him with a fierce, delighted certainty that told him everything her words only confirmed afterward, that she had known for a considerable time already exactly where she wanted her own future to lead and had simply been waiting, with patient affection, for him to find his own readiness to ask. Momo's answer, characteristically, came with a more measured, careful consideration, though no less warm for its thoughtfulness, telling him that she had spent the preceding months quietly, deliberately certain of her own feelings, and that she welcomed, with genuine and considerable joy, the chance to build something formal and lasting alongside both him and Ochako together. The conversation that followed, once the initial flood of emotion settled into something calmer, turned toward the practical, careful question of exactly how they wanted to structure a commitment that did not fit neatly into any conventional framework, and it was Ochako, with characteristic directness, who suggested that rather than trying to force their genuine, freely chosen connection into some borrowed shape, they should simply build a commitment ceremony that honestly reflected the actual relationship the three of them, and eventually the wider circle who had grown into something like family around them, had built together across the preceding years. Izuku's mother, informed of the news within days, received it with an outpouring of joyful tears that left Izuku laughing and a little embarrassed in equal measure, and told him, once the initial flood of emotion settled, that she had watched him build a life filled with more genuine, freely given love than she had ever dared hope for on his behalf, and that she could not imagine a more fitting or more deeply earned happiness for the son who had spent so many lonely childhood years believing himself unworthy of exactly this kind of joy. Chapter 65. Word of the engagement spread quickly through the whole widening circle of chosen family, and the weeks that followed brought a warmth and a genuine celebratory energy that Izuku found himself treasuring precisely because of how sharply it contrasted with the patient, grinding demands of the ongoing campaign against All for One's network. Yui, upon hearing the news during one of their regular shared evenings, offered her congratulations with genuine warmth alongside a quiet, characteristically honest admission that she had wondered, in her own private reflections, exactly how her own place in his life might eventually settle, and Izuku, recognizing the vulnerability underneath her careful reserve, told her plainly that he hoped, if she was willing, that her own place in that future circle would be exactly as central as anyone else's, an invitation she received with a quiet, deeply moved gratitude that needed no further elaboration. Mirko, characteristically blunt in her own congratulations, told him over their next sparring session that she had never much pictured herself as the kind of person suited to conventional domestic happiness, and admitted, with a vulnerability that sat unusually against her usual fierce confidence, that watching him build this particular kind of honest, freely chosen family had shifted something in her own private assumptions about what a life alongside him might actually look like. Izuku told her, catching his breath after a particularly demanding exchange, that he had never once expected her to fit any conventional mold, and that whatever shape her own place in his life ultimately took, he valued her exactly as she was, fierce independence and all, without any wish to reshape her into something more conventionally domestic than the person he had already come to genuinely love. The wider circle, Kyoka, Toru, Mina, and Tsuyu among them, celebrated the news with the same easy, unguarded joy that had defined their friendship since their very first year at UA, and it was during one particularly warm gathering that Kyoka, drawing him aside for a quiet moment, admitted with characteristic dry honesty that watching his relationships grow with such open, honest communication had taught her more about what genuine partnership could look like than any conventional example she had encountered growing up, an observation Izuku received with the particular gratitude of someone who had spent his own younger years believing love came in only the narrowest, most conventional shapes. Chapter 66. The campaign against All for One's network resumed its patient, grinding pace even as the personal warmth of the engagement continued settling into the wider rhythm of Izuku's life, and it was during the campaign's fourth major operation, a coordinated strike against a suspected communication relay hidden within a shuttered manufacturing facility, that the pattern of deliberate, calculated sacrifice Amaya had first flagged months earlier finally revealed its deeper, more troubling shape. The operation itself proceeded smoothly, the facility's minimal defenses falling quickly to Izuku's coordinated assault team, but the intelligence recovered from its servers, once fully decrypted by the task force's technical specialists, revealed something considerably more alarming than any previous node's records had shown. Detailed surveillance logs tracking not League operations but the daily movements and routines of several senior heroes and task force officials, Izuku's own name and patterns of movement featured prominently among them, alongside a chilling series of annotations that suggested All for One's organization had been quietly, patiently studying its opposition with a thoroughness that made clear the whole distributed network campaign might have been, from the very beginning, less a genuine target than an elaborate exercise in gathering exactly this kind of intelligence. Amaya's emergency strategic session, convened within hours of the discovery, carried a gravity that Izuku had not felt since the compound raid itself, the task force's senior leadership forced to confront the uncomfortable possibility that their entire patient, methodical campaign had been, in some meaningful sense, orchestrated by their opponent rather than genuinely disrupting his organization's core capability. All Might, consulted despite his own continued careful management of declining strength, told the assembled council with grim, hard-won clarity that this kind of patient, layered manipulation matched precisely the pattern of strategic thinking he had encountered across his own decades-long history with All for One, and that the revelation, troubling as it was, at least confirmed clearly that whatever the villain's true intentions actually were, they extended considerably beyond simple territorial control or league expansion. Izuku left that session with a weight settling heavy in his chest, the unsettling knowledge that his own daily movements, his own relationships, had likely been studied and catalogued by an enemy of considerable patience and considerable resources, and found himself, walking home through the evening streets with Bess unusually quiet beside his racing thoughts, newly, urgently grateful for every careful precaution the task force had already built into protecting the people he loved most, even as he understood clearly that those precautions would need to be reviewed and strengthened considerably further given what the surveillance logs had just revealed. Chapter 67. The task force's response to the surveillance revelation unfolded across several tense weeks. Security protocols tightened considerably around every senior official and hero whose movements had appeared in the recovered logs, and it was during this careful, watchful period that the League finally made its next significant move. A coordinated strike not against any commission facility but against the wedding preparations that Izuku's found family had been quietly, joyfully organizing across the preceding weeks. The attack came during a planning gathering held at Roswell's countryside estate, a location Izuku had chosen deliberately for its relative privacy away from the city's dense population, and the League's assault force, considerably larger and more coordinated than any peripheral node's defenders had been, made clear within the first minutes of the engagement that this operation had been planned with the specific, calculated intention of striking at exactly the personal happiness the surveillance logs had revealed as most precious to him. Izuku fought with a ferocity that surprised even Bakugo, standing beside him in the estate's chaotic grounds, Bess deployed with a controlled, desperate intensity that carried none of the patient, measured restraint of his usual professional engagements. Every League operative who came within reach of Ochako or Momo or the wider circle of gathered loved ones meeting a response that left no ambiguity about exactly how thoroughly Izuku intended to protect what mattered most to him. Momo's own creation Quirk, deployed with a tactical precision born of years of careful training, fortified the estate's defensive perimeter with a speed that bought crucial time for the gathered family to reach secure shelter, while Ochako's release Quirk turned the attacking force's own heavier equipment against them with a resourcefulness that left even the League's coordinated assault faltering within the engagement's first critical minutes. The attack's leader, a masked figure whose enhanced capability and tactical discipline marked him as considerably more dangerous than any rank-and-file League operative, made a final, desperate push toward the estate's inner grounds before Mirko, arriving with a task force response team scrambled the moment the attack's first alert reached the city, finally drove the assault force into full, disorganized retreat. Izuku stood amid the estate's scorched, damaged grounds afterward, breathing hard, surveying the considerable cost the attack had exacted even in its failure, and found himself gripped by a fierce, protective resolve that settled, in the attack's immediate aftermath, into something considerably harder and more determined than the patient, methodical strategy the task force had followed up to this point. Chapter 68. The estate attack's aftermath brought the task force's strategic council to a genuine turning point, the patient, node-by-node campaign that had defined the preceding months giving way, under Izuku's own increasingly forceful advocacy, to a more decisive strategy aimed at forcing a direct confrontation with All for One's true core rather than continuing to chase peripheral nodes the organization had apparently always been willing to sacrifice. Amaya, reviewing the accumulated intelligence with her own considerable strategic expertise, ultimately agreed that the estate attack's brazen targeting of Izuku's personal life represented a significant escalation that demanded an equally significant response, and the council's subsequent planning sessions turned toward identifying, with as much precision as the task force's considerable analytical resources could muster, exactly where All for One's true operational center actually lay hidden. Beneath the layers of decoy and misdirection the preceding month's campaign had gradually stripped away. That identification effort drew heavily, in its final crucial weeks, on Vess's own alien, methodical pattern recognition, the symbiote's careful analysis of the accumulated surveillance logs and communication fragments eventually surfacing as subtle, consistent anomaly in resource flow patterns that human analysts, however skilled, had simply not been positioned to notice, a thread that traced back, once properly followed, toward a heavily fortified underground complex hidden beneath an ostensibly abandoned research facility in the mountainous border region north of the capital, a location that matched, with unsettling precision, several of the deepest, most carefully protected fragments of intelligence the Commission had gathered across years of careful investigation into All for One's likely operational history. Izuku stood before the assembled Strategic Council once that identification was finally confirmed with reasonable confidence, and told them plainly, with the same careful, settled resolve that had carried him through every previous crisis of his remarkable career, that whatever this final confrontation ultimately demanded, he intended to be at its center, not from any reckless desire for personal confrontation but from the clear, considered understanding that ending the patient, calculated threat All for One's continued freedom represented, once and for all, was the single most important service he could offer to the future he and his whole found family had spent years building together. Chapter 69. The wedding, held despite everyone's careful awareness of the continuing danger, proceeded on a bright spring morning at Roswell's estate, the same grounds that had weathered the League's attack now restored and adorned with a warmth and a careful, deliberate beauty that Momo had overseen with her characteristic thoroughness. The whole widening circle of chosen family gathered close in a celebration that felt, after everything the preceding months had demanded, like a genuinely necessary affirmation of exactly what all their careful, patient strategic work was ultimately meant to protect. Izuku stood at the ceremony's center with Ochako on one side and Momo on the other, the whole gathered circle of family and friends watching with an emotion that needed no elaborate description, his mother seated in the front row with tears streaming freely down her face, All Might beside her in a rare public appearance that drew its own quiet, grateful murmur from the assembled guests. The vows exchanged that afternoon carried the same honest, freely chosen quality that had defined every step of the relationship's careful, patient growth, promises of partnership and mutual support rather than any narrow, conventional framework neither Izuku nor his partners had ever felt particularly bound by. Yui and Mirko, present as honored, cherished members of the wider circle rather than formal parties to the ceremony's central vows, celebrated the day with a warmth that reflected exactly how fully they had each found their own genuine, valued place within the found family's considerable warmth, and it was Yui, catching Izuku alone for a quiet moment amid the celebration's joyful chaos, who told him that watching this particular, hard-won happiness take shape had only deepened her own certainty. That whatever form her own continued place in his life ultimately took, she considered herself profoundly fortunate to be part of it at all. The celebration stretched long into the evening, laughter and warmth filling the same estate grounds that had so recently weathered violence, and Izuku found himself, standing amid the gathered joy of everyone who mattered most to him, thinking that whatever confrontation with All for One's carefully guarded core still waited in the near future, he would meet it now with an even deeper, even more deliberately affirmed understanding of exactly what he was fighting to protect, a truth that settled into him with a clarity and a steadiness that felt, in that particular golden evening light, like exactly the foundation he would need to carry into whatever came next. Chapter 70. The weeks following the wedding brought the task force's final preparations for the assault on All for One's suspected mountain complex into their most intensive, demanding stretch, Izuku dividing his time between the strategic planning sessions that consumed most of his waking hours and the precious, deliberately protected moments he continued carving out with his family despite the mounting pressure of the coming confrontation. He spent considerable time, across those final preparation weeks, training the task force's specialized assault teams in coordinated tactics drawn directly from the hero course methods that had shaped his own remarkable growth, insisting, against some initial institutional resistance, that whatever confrontation the complex ultimately produced would be better served by teams trained to move and think with exactly the kind of protective, coordinated discipline that had carried him through every previous crisis rather than the more individually focused combat doctrine several senior officials had initially favored. Ryukyu, observing several of those training sessions with evident approval, told him afterward that his instinctive grasp of exactly what made coordinated heroism actually effective had clearly grown, across his relatively short professional career, into something considerably more sophisticated than most senior heroes twice his age had ever managed to fully articulate. All Might, though barred from any direct field role given his continued declining health, remained deeply involved in the final strategic planning, his decades of hard-won insight into All for One's likely defensive preparations and psychological tendencies proving invaluable as the assault's actual tactical framework took shape. He told Izuku, during one of their final private planning sessions before the operation's scheduled launch, that he had spent considerable time across the preceding weeks reflecting on the strange, remarkable arc of his own long career, from a young hero who had once faced the same enemy essentially alone to a mentor now watching an entire coordinated generation of capable, deeply connected heroes prepare to finish what his own solitary confrontation years earlier had only managed to interrupt, rather than fully resolve. The night before the operation's scheduled launch, Izuku gathered with Ochako, Momo, and the whole widening circle of found family in the same quiet, unhurried tradition that had carried them through every previous crisis, each person offering their own honest acknowledgement of the coming danger alongside their complete, steady trust in his judgment and capability to navigate it. This, in the private quiet that followed once the gathering finally dispersed toward whatever rest the night still allowed, told him that it had waited, across the whole long partnership since a falling light first found him, for exactly this kind of decisive confrontation, and that it intended to meet tomorrow's challenge with everything its considerable, ancient strength could offer, standing exactly where it had always stood, fully and completely at his side. Chapter 71. The assault on All for One's mountain complex launched in the pale gray light of early morning, a coordinated, multi-front operation involving the task force's specialized assault teams alongside a considerable contingent of senior heroes drawn from across the country's strongest agencies, the complex's outer defenses, considerably more formidable than any previous nodes, testing the operation's careful preparation from the very first exchange. Izuku's own breach team, working alongside Bakugo and Mirko in the same coordinated, trust-built rhythm that had carried them through every major confrontation of the preceding years, cut through the complex's outer perimeter with a controlled efficiency that reflected months of careful, deliberate training, pressing steadily deeper toward the complex's fortified core even as League operatives and enhanced fighters mounted a defense considerably more determined and more tactically sophisticated than any previous engagement had prepared them for. They found Shigaraki in the complex's central command chamber, his own capability and composure grown considerably more dangerous across the intervening months since their previous confrontation, and the fight that followed tested every reserve Izuku had carefully rationed across the assault's demanding earlier stages, Shigaraki's decay quirk crackling with a lethal, patient hunger that made every exchange a careful, desperate calculation of risk against opportunity. It was Bakugo's relentless, coordinated pressure, matched against Izuku's own careful, protective positioning, that finally drove the confrontation toward its decisive conclusion, a combined assault that left Shigaraki, for the first time across their whole extended history of conflict, genuinely unable to escape, restrained at last in a confrontation that ended not with a villain's calculated withdrawal but with his full, complete capture. The complex's deepest chamber, once the task force's assault teams finally breached its final defenses, revealed All for One himself waiting with a calm, unsettling patience that suggested, with a clarity that settled cold in Izuku's chest, that this final confrontation had been, in some meaningful sense, exactly what the villain had been quietly, carefully orchestrating across the whole preceding campaign, a deliberate culmination rather than any desperate final stand. Chapter 72. All for One spoke first, his voice carrying the same chilling, almost admiring curiosity Izuku remembered from their previous encounter, telling him plainly that he had allowed this confrontation to unfold precisely because he had grown genuinely curious, across the considerable months of patient observation the surveillance logs had revealed, about exactly what this unusual, unregistered power the boy carried might ultimately prove capable of when tested against his own full, undiminished strength rather than the careful, measured engagement of their previous meeting. The confrontation that followed tested Izuku more thoroughly than any single fight of his entire life, All for One's mastery of accumulated, stolen quirks deployed now with a ferocity and a tactical creativity that made their previous encounter feel, by comparison, almost restrained, every exchange revealing some fresh capability that Vessa's careful, methodical strategic instincts scrambled to counter in real time. Izuku fought with everything years of relentless growth had given him, every lesson All Might had ever taught him about the difference between reckless bravery and sustainable, protective heroism deployed in a fluid, desperate combination that kept him narrowly, precariously ahead of a villain whose raw accumulated power genuinely, considerably outmatched his own. It was in the confrontation's most desperate stretch, All for One's overwhelming assault finally driving Izuku to the very edge of Vess's remaining reserves, that a presence he had not expected finally made itself known, All Might himself, defying his physician's every careful restriction, arriving at the chamber's edge with a fraction of his old power summoned through what Izuku understood, even amid the fight's chaos, must be costing his mentor everything his fragile, depleted body still had left to give. His arrival did not turn the tide through raw combat contribution alone, his diminished strength no longer capable of matching All for One's full power directly, but through the simple, undeniable presence of a will that had never once, across 3 decades of service, allowed fear to determine the shape of his choices, a presence that steadied Izuku's own flagging resolve at the precise moment he needed it most. Together, mentor and successor fighting side by side for what both of them understood, without needing to voice it aloud, might well be the final time circumstances ever allowed it, they drove All for One back through a combination of coordinated pressure and Izuku's own hard-won, desperate creativity, Vess deploying a final, exhausting surge of stretched, reinforced strength that finally, decisively pinned the villain's most dangerous capabilities long enough for the assembled task forces. Remaining assault teams to close the distance and complete what neither hero alone could have fully achieved. Chapter 73. All for One, faced at last with a coordinated assault he could not simply outmaneuver through calculated withdrawal, made one final, desperate attempt to breach the chamber's remaining exit before the task force's encirclement fully closed, and it was Izuku himself, Vess's reserves stretched to their absolute, trembling limit, who closed that final gap, a stretched, desperate grip finding purchase on the villain's retreating form at the precise moment escape would otherwise have been assured. The struggle that followed lasted only seconds but carried a weight that Izuku understood, even in the moment, would define the whole rest of his career, All for One's considerable remaining strength straining against a hold that Vess, drawing on every last reserve its ancient, patient partnership with Izuku had built across years of careful, deliberate trust, refused to release regardless of the cost. It was the timely arrival of a specialized restraint team, deploying quirk-suppressing equipment the Commission had spent years developing specifically against exactly this kind of threat, that finally, decisively ended the confrontation, All for One's considerable power neutralized not through any single decisive blow but through the patient, coordinated culmination of years of careful preparation finally brought to bear in the moment that mattered most. Izuku sank to his knees amid the chamber's considerable wreckage once the restrained equipment finally, fully engaged, Vess's reserves completely, utterly spent in a way that left him trembling with an exhaustion deeper than anything he had ever previously experienced, and found All Might's hand settling, weak but steady, on his shoulder, the older hero's own strength equally spent by the confrontation's demands, the two of them sharing a long, wordless moment amid the chamber's wreckage that carried the full weight of everything their remarkable, years-long partnership had ultimately built toward. The task force's confirmation, delivered by Amaya herself once the chamber's chaos finally settled into the careful, methodical work of securing the scene, that All for One had been successfully captured and neutralized, sent a wave of profound, disbelieving relief through the assembled teams that Izuku, still kneeling amid the wreckage with the last of his strength, found himself almost unable to fully process. The threat that had shadowed the hero world for decades, the threat that had shaped his own remarkable journey since All Might first found him on that ordinary rooftop years earlier, finally, genuinely brought to its end. Chapter 74. The aftermath of All for One's capture dominated national and international news coverage for weeks, the Commission's careful, deliberate management of public information unable to fully contain the scale of celebration and relief that swept across a hero world that had lived under the shadow of this particular threat for longer than most ordinary citizens fully understood. Izuku found himself, in the confrontation's immediate aftermath, at the center of a level of public attention and acclaim considerably beyond anything his previous, already remarkable career had generated, a weight he navigated with the same careful, deliberate humility that had defined his whole approach to heroism since a falling light first found him. All Might, addressing the nation once the dust had fully settled, spoke with a depth of emotion that surprised even longtime observers of the #1 hero's public persona, telling the country plainly that the threat which had shaped so much of his own long, demanding career had finally been ended not through his own solitary effort but through the patient, coordinated strength of an entire generation of heroes who had learned, across years of careful training and genuine, freely chosen partnership, exactly the kind of collective capability his own more isolated approach across 3 decades had never quite been positioned to build. He spoke of Izuku by name for the first time in any public address, acknowledging plainly that the young hero's leadership and sacrifice had proven instrumental to the confrontation's ultimate success, an acknowledgement that Izuku received, watching the broadcast alongside his whole gathered family, with a complicated mixture of pride and genuine, humbled gratitude. The celebration that followed, held across several days as the whole widening circle of found family and colleagues gathered to properly mark the threat's ending, carried a warmth and a depth of relief that Izuku found himself savoring with deliberate, grateful attention. Every person who had carried him through the preceding year's considerable trials gathered close in a joy that felt, after everything the long campaign had demanded, like the genuine, well-earned culmination of a fight that had shaped nearly the whole of his remarkable career. Yet even amid that considerable celebration, Izuku found himself, in quieter private moments, turning over a careful, sober awareness that Amaya's own closing briefing had made explicit. All for one's capture, however decisive and however genuinely worth celebrating, had not fully dismantled every fragment of the broader criminal network his decades of patient influence had built across the hero world's darker corners, and that the work of ensuring this particular chapter's ending translated into genuine, lasting peace rather than simply a temporary reprieve would likely occupy considerable further years of careful, patient effort. Chapter 75. With Shigaraki captured alongside his mentor and the League's broader organizational structure collapsing rapidly in the absence of the patient, calculating leadership that had sustained it, the Commission turned its attention, across the following months, toward the considerable, careful work of processing and neutralizing whatever remained of the wider criminal network all for one's decades of influence had touched. A task that Izuku, now firmly established as one of the hero world's most trusted senior figures despite his relative youth, found himself centrally involved in shaping. That work brought its own considerable satisfactions alongside its inevitable frustrations, the slow, patient dismantling of criminal infrastructure lacking the dramatic clarity of direct confrontation but carrying. Izuku found himself increasingly appreciating its own genuine, meaningful form of heroism, the careful, unglamorous labor of making sure the peace his generation had fought so hard to secure actually translated into lasting safety for the ordinary people the whole hero system existed to protect. All Might, watching that patient work unfold across the following months with evident, settled pride, told Izuku that this particular kind of quiet, sustained commitment represented, in his own considerable experience, the truest and most difficult form of heroism the profession ever demanded, considerably harder in its own way than any single dramatic battle. Izuku's own personal life, meanwhile, settled into a rhythm that he found himself treasuring with a deliberate, grateful attention shaped by everything the preceding years had taught him never to take for granted. Ochako and Momo both continuing to build their own increasingly prominent professional careers alongside the considerable demands of their shared life together. Yui and Mirko each finding their own comfortable, valued place within the widening circle's continued warmth, the whole found family gathering regularly in the same easy, unhurried tradition that had carried them through every season of their remarkable shared journey. It was during one such gathering, held on the same rooftop where his whole extraordinary story had first truly begun, that Izuku found himself taking careful, deliberate stock of exactly how far the improbable journey since that falling light first found him had actually carried him, from a lonely, quirkless boy filling notebooks with other people's courage, through years of relentless growth and genuine, hard-won partnership, through a confrontation with the single greatest threat the hero world had faced in generations, to this, a life filled with more genuine love and purpose than his younger self could ever have dared imagine possible. Chapter 76. Autumn brought with it a formal ceremony held at the Commission's headquarters, all for one's capture and the League's subsequent collapse marking, in the careful judgment of the hero world's senior leadership, an appropriate occasion for a broader recognition of the sustained, coordinated effort that had finally brought decades of patient, shadowy threat to its conclusion, and Izuku found himself, alongside Bakugo, Mirko, Amaya, and the whole task force's senior leadership, honored with a formal commendation that acknowledged, in careful, considered public language, exactly how central their combined efforts had proven to the confrontation's ultimate success. All Might, presenting the commendation himself in what the assembled crowd understood, without needing to be told explicitly, might well represent one of his final major public appearances before his own long-anticipated retirement finally, fully took effect, spoke with a depth of pride and gratitude that left few in the assembled audience unmoved, telling the gathered crowd that watching this particular generation of heroes complete the work his own long career had spent decades struggling against represented, without any hesitation at all, the single most meaningful accomplishment of his entire professional life. Izuku, accepting the commendation with the same careful, grounded humility that had defined his whole approach to public recognition since his earliest days as a hero, used his own brief remarks not to dwell on his individual contribution but to acknowledge, with genuine and considerable feeling, every single person across his whole remarkable journey who had made the confrontation's ultimate success possible, from All Might's patient mentorship to the whole widening circle of found family, whose love and support had carried him through every difficult step, to the countless ordinary heroes across the task force whose patient, coordinated work had rarely earned the kind of public recognition this particular ceremony finally offered them. He found Ochako and Momo waiting for him once the ceremony's formal proceedings finally concluded, the whole gathered circle of found family close behind them, and the four of them, along with Yui, Mirko, and the wider circle who had built something so genuinely, remarkably lasting together, walked out of the commission's headquarters into the crisp autumn evening air with a warmth and a settled, hard-won contentment that Izuku found himself, turning it over with careful, deliberate gratitude, certain he would carry with him for the whole of whatever remarkable future still waited ahead. Chapter 77. Winter settled over the widening circle's continued life together with the same hard-won, deeply appreciated calm that had marked the season's arrival in previous years, though this particular winter carried a weight and a settled peace that felt, Izuku found himself reflecting during one of the season's quietest evenings, considerably different from anything the preceding year's constant crisis had ever quite allowed him to fully experience. He spent that particular evening on the familiar rooftop, notebook in hand out of the same old habit that had carried him through every significant chapter of his remarkable journey, though the pages he filled now carried a settled, grateful confidence considerably different from the anxious, hopeful uncertainty of his younger self's earliest entries. Ochako found him there, as she so often did across the years, and settled beside him with the same easy, comfortable warmth that had defined their whole relationship since that first frightened, grateful conversation following his rescue of her during the UA entrance exam so many years earlier. Momo joined them not long after, and the three of them talked long into the winter evening about everything the past year had actually built, the capture of a threat that had shadowed the hero world for decades, a wedding that had formally sealed a partnership built on years of genuine, freely chosen trust, a career that had grown, against every reasonable early expectation, into something the whole hero world now looked to for guidance and leadership. Izuku found himself, listening to Ochako's warm laughter carry across the cold winter air while Momo's steady presence settled comfortably against his other side, thinking that whatever remaining challenges the future still held, whatever fragments of all for one's broader criminal influence still required careful, patient work to fully dismantle, he faced that uncertain future now with a settled, genuine confidence that felt, after everything the remarkable journey since a falling light first found him had built, entirely, deservedly earned. This, warm and profoundly content beneath his ribs as the gathered warmth of his chosen family settled comfortably around him beneath the winter's clear night sky, told him softly that it had crossed an unfathomable distance through the cold, empty dark between stars searching for exactly this kind of host, and that watching him not merely survive but genuinely triumph over the single greatest threat either of them had ever faced together, while never once losing the fundamental, protective gentleness that had first made him worth choosing at all, represented, without any hesitation or reservation, the single greatest honor of its whole long, patient journey across the stars. Izuku, listening to that quiet, heartfelt admission while the warmth of everyone he loved most gathered close around him, understood, with a clarity and a settled certainty that felt entirely, completely earned, that whatever chapters still waited to be written in the remarkable, ongoing story of his life, he would meet every single one of them exactly as he always had, surrounded by the family he had built, and profoundly, permanently grateful for every single step of the improbable journey that had carried him here. Chapter 78. In the months that followed the ceremony, Izuku found his professional responsibilities shifting in a direction he had not fully anticipated, the commission approaching him, with a formality that reflected exactly how far his standing within the hero world had grown, about the possibility of establishing a formal training program designed to pass along the coordinated, protective methodology that had proven so decisive across the campaign against All for One's network, a program that would draw not just on Izuku's own hard-won field experience but on the whole collaborative, trust-built approach that had defined his entire remarkable career. He accepted the proposal after careful consultation with Ryukyu, All Might, and the whole widening circle whose counsel he had come to value above almost any other consideration, recognizing in the opportunity exactly the kind of sustainable, forward-looking contribution that could extend his own protective instincts considerably beyond whatever years his own active field career ultimately allowed him. The program's first cohort, drawn from promising young heroes across several agencies, began training within months under his direct guidance, and Izuku found genuine, unexpected satisfaction in watching a new generation begin absorbing the same careful, protective lessons that All Might had once patiently taught him on this very same rooftop years earlier. Bakugo, invited to co-lead several of the program's more combat-focused modules given his own formidable expertise, remarked to Izuku during one of their now regular collaborative sessions that watching the two of them, once bitter rivals defined by inequality and resentment, now standing together teaching the hero world's next generation felt like about the clearest possible proof that people could genuinely, fundamentally grow beyond whatever painful patterns had once defined them, an observation delivered with characteristic bluntness that nonetheless carried real, considerable warmth underneath it. The program's early graduates, several of whom went on to distinguish themselves in their own subsequent field careers, spoke often in later years of the particular, distinctive quality of Izuku's teaching, a patient insistence on protective judgment over raw aggressive capability that traced back, in a lineage the young heroes themselves rarely fully understood, through Izuku's own remarkable mentorship under All Might to the original, foundational values that had shaped the very idea of heroism the whole profession had been built around, a legacy that Izuku found himself, watching each new cohort graduate with genuine pride, deeply and permanently honored to help carry forward. Chapter 79. Spring brought a quieter, more personal milestone that Izuku found himself anticipating with a particular, deeply felt joy considerably different from the public recognition and professional achievement that had defined so much of the preceding year, Ochako sharing news, on an ordinary evening that instantly became anything but ordinary, that their small, tightly knit family was about to grow in the most fundamental way imaginable. The news spread through the whole widening circle with a warmth and an outpouring of joy that rivaled even the wedding's considerable celebration, Momo throwing herself into careful, thorough preparation with her usual meticulous attention, Izuku's mother dissolving into happy tears that took considerable time to fully settle once she absorbed the news that she would soon become a grandmother. All Might, informed during one of his now less frequent but still cherished visits, told Izuku with a warmth that carried the full weight of their whole remarkable mentorship that watching his successor's family continue to grow and flourish represented exactly the kind of enduring, generational hope he had spent his entire long career trying to protect and preserve for a world that had, against considerable odds, finally found genuine and lasting peace. Izuku found himself, across the following months, navigating the particular, unfamiliar territory of impending fatherhood with the same careful, deliberate attention he brought to every significant challenge in his life, balancing the considerable demands of his continued professional leadership against a growing, deeply felt desire to be as fully present as possible for this next, precious chapter of his family's story. Yui and Mirako, and the whole wider circle of found family, offered their own steady, considerable support throughout the months that followed, each of them finding their own genuine, valued way to participate in the anticipation and preparation that filled the family's daily life with a warmth Izuku found himself treasuring more deeply with each passing week. He spent one particularly quiet evening near the pregnancy's midpoint sitting with Ochako on their now familiar rooftop, her hand resting against the gentle curve of her stomach while the two of them talked softly about everything the coming months and years might hold, and Vess, settling with a warm, quiet attentiveness beneath his ribs as the evening's soft conversation continued, told him that it looked forward, with a depth of anticipation it had rarely allowed itself across its whole long journey through the stars, to watching this next remarkable chapter of his family's story unfold, certain, with the same patient, settled confidence that had carried them both through everything the preceding years had demanded, that whatever came next would be met with exactly the same protective, grateful love that had defined the whole of their extraordinary partnership so far. Chapter 80. Summer arrived carrying with it a fresh challenge that tested the new training program's approach in ways Izuku had not fully anticipated when he first accepted the commission's proposal. A sudden surge of natural disasters across 3 separate regions within the same demanding week, overwhelming local response capacity and requiring exactly the kind of large-scale, coordinated deployment his program's graduates had spent months training toward without yet facing a genuine, high-stakes test of that training's real-world value. Izuku coordinated the combined response personally, drawing on every lesson his own remarkable career had taught him about balancing decisive, urgent action against careful, sustainable judgment, and watched with a particular, deeply felt pride as his program's early graduates moved through the crisis's demanding, chaotic early hours with a coordinated discipline that considerably exceeded what their relatively limited field experience might otherwise have suggested was possible. Ryukyu, observing several of the response's most difficult stretches personally, told him afterward that the young hero's performance represented about the clearest possible validation of everything his training program had been built to accomplish, a genuine, demonstrated capability rather than merely a promising theoretical framework. The response effort, stretching across nearly a full week of sustained, demanding work, tested Izuku's own physical and emotional reserves considerably, thus his careful management of his stamina across the crisis's extended duration drawing on every lesson of patient, sustainable heroism the symbiote had spent years helping him internalize, and it was Ochako, managing her own considerable discomfort in the pregnancy's later stages with remarkable grace, who insisted, once the crisis's most demanding stretch finally passed, that he take the careful, deliberate rest his own body clearly needed rather than continuing to push himself past reasonable limits out of the same protective instinct that had defined his whole remarkable career. He listened to her counsel, recognizing in it exactly the same wisdom that had carried him through every previous crisis of his life, that genuine, sustainable heroism required knowing when to accept help and when to step back every bit as much as it required knowing when to act, and spent the crisis's final recovery days at her side instead, watching his program's graduates handle the remaining, less urgent recovery work with a competence that confirmed, beyond any remaining doubt, exactly how thoroughly the next generation of heroes he had helped train were prepared to carry the profession's protective values forward into whatever future still waited ahead. Chapter 81. Autumn brought the family's most anticipated milestone yet, Ochako's labor arriving on a crisp, clear evening that found the whole widening circle of found family gathered anxiously in the hospital's waiting area, Izuku's mother pacing with a nervous energy that mirrored, almost exactly, the same anxious hope she had carried through every significant milestone of Izuku's own remarkable life, Momo maintaining her characteristic calm composure even as her own considerable emotion showed clearly beneath the surface. The birth itself, when it finally arrived in the deep hours of early morning, brought with it a daughter whose arrival Izuku found himself utterly, completely unprepared for despite months of careful, deliberate anticipation. Every lesson his own remarkable journey had taught him about courage and protection and love settling into a new, considerably more personal and more permanent shape the moment he first held his daughter in his arms. Des, quiet and profoundly moved beneath his ribs in a way that carried a depth of emotion Izuku had rarely felt from the ancient, patient intelligence across their whole long partnership, told him softly that it had witnessed, across its unfathomable journey through countless worlds and countless hosts, very few moments that matched the particular, overwhelming wonder of this one. Ochako, exhausted but radiant in the aftermath of labor's considerable demands, held their daughter with a tenderness that left Izuku quietly overwhelmed watching from her bedside, and the whole gathered circle of found family, admitted in careful, considerate rotation to avoid overwhelming the small hospital room, greeted the newest addition to their remarkable, hard-won family with a joy and a warmth that needed no elaborate words to convey its full depth. Izuku's mother, holding her granddaughter for the first time with tears streaming freely down her face, told Izuku that she had spent his whole difficult childhood praying for exactly this kind of happiness on his behalf without ever quite daring to imagine it might one day actually, fully arrive. All Might, visiting within days of the birth despite his own continued careful management of declining strength, held the newest member of Izuku's remarkable family with a gentle, careful reverence that spoke to decades of hard-won wisdom about exactly how precious and how fleeting genuine, peaceful moments like this one actually were, and told Izuku, watching the infant's small hand curl instinctively around his own weathered finger, that witnessing this particular new beginning represented, without any hesitation at all, the truest and most meaningful measure of everything his own long, demanding career had ultimately been fighting to protect and preserve. Chapter 82. Winter closed the eventful year with a stretch of hard-won, deeply appreciated calm that Izuku found himself savoring with a gratitude that felt, holding his infant daughter close on a quiet, snow-dusted evening, considerably deeper than any peace he had previously known across his whole remarkable journey. The whole widening circle of found family gathered at his mother's apartment for a holiday celebration that had, across the preceding years, grown considerably larger and considerably more joyful than the quiet, modest gatherings of his childhood, and Izuku found himself watching his daughter's first Christmas unfold amid a crowd of people who loved her, and loved him, with the same fierce, unwavering devotion that had carried them all through everything the remarkable years behind them had demanded. Ochako, settling beside him with their daughter contentedly sleeping between them, told him quietly, watching the warm, laughing gathering fill the small apartment with joy, that she found herself thinking often of the frightened, uncertain girl she had been during the UA entrance exam so many years earlier, pinned beneath rubble and certain her own dream of heroism was about to end before it had even properly begun, and how impossibly far that frightened girl's life had ultimately carried her, toward a family and a happiness she could never, in her most hopeful imaginings, have fully anticipated. Momo, joining them with the same quiet warmth that had defined her whole place in the family's considerable happiness, added that she felt precisely the same gratitude, turning over the whole improbable arc of a journey that had begun with a nervous, formal introduction in an empty UA homeroom and carried her, across years of genuine trust and freely chosen love, to exactly this warm, crowded, joyful room. Yui and Mirko, each settled comfortably into their own valued, cherished place within the gathered circle, added their own quiet reflections as the evening deepened, Yui noting with characteristic understated honesty that she had never expected to find a family this genuinely warm and this thoroughly welcoming, while Mirko, considerably more effusive than her usual gruff reserve typically allowed, admitted that watching this particular found family's continued happiness had taught her more about genuine connection than her whole previous life of fierce, solitary independence had ever managed to offer her. Izuku, surveying the whole warm, crowded room from his quiet corner, his daughter's small, sleeping form settled peacefully against his chest, found himself thinking of every difficult, improbable step that had carried him here, from a lonely, quirkless boy filling notebooks with other people's courage, through a falling light that had chosen him for reasons he still occasionally found himself marveling at, through years of relentless growth and genuine partnership, through a confrontation with the single greatest threat the hero world had faced in generations, to this, a life overflowing with more genuine love and purpose and quiet, hard-won joy than his younger self could ever have dared to imagine. This, warm and completely, permanently content beneath his ribs as the gathered warmth of his whole remarkable, chosen family filled the small apartment with laughter and light, told him softly that whatever chapters still waited to be written in the long, remarkable story of his life, it could not, surveying this particular, perfect evening, imagine a single reason to want any part of the improbable journey that had carried them here to have unfolded any differently at all. Chapter 83. The new year arrived carrying with it a formal transition that the whole hero world had spent years quietly, carefully preparing for, All Might's long-anticipated full retirement from any remaining active or advisory role finally, officially taking effect in a ceremony held at the Commission's headquarters that drew a crowd considerably larger and considerably more emotional than even the previous autumn's commendation ceremony had managed. Izuku stood near the ceremony's front, his daughter held carefully in Ochako's arms beside him, and listened as his mentor delivered what both of them understood, without needing to voice it explicitly, would likely be his final major public address, All Might speaking not with his old, booming public persona but with the quiet, honest gravity that had come to define every truly important conversation between them since that very first rooftop meeting years earlier. He spoke of the whole long arc of his career, from his own uncertain beginnings through decades of demanding, often lonely service, through the discovery of a successor whose remarkable growth had exceeded every hope he had dared allow himself, to this, a hero world finally, genuinely at peace, safe now in the hands of a generation he trusted completely to carry its protective values forward. He called Izuku forward near the ceremony's close, and the two of them stood together before the assembled crowd in a moment that carried the full, accumulated weight of everything their remarkable mentorship had built across the years, all might telling the gathered crowd, his voice carrying an emotion he made no effort to hide, that he had crossed paths with many remarkable heroes across his long career, but that none had ever taught him more about the true, enduring meaning of heroism than the frightened, notebook-carrying boy he had found on an ordinary rooftop years earlier, a boy who had grown, through nothing more complicated than relentless effort and an unshakable, protective heart, into precisely the kind of hero the whole profession had always needed but had never quite managed to fully produce before him. Izuku, standing beside his retiring mentor before the whole assembled crowd, found himself, for once, without any carefully prepared words adequate to the moment's full weight, and simply embraced the older hero instead, a gesture the gathered crowd met with a swell of emotional, grateful applause that needed no further elaboration. Walking out of the ceremony afterward with his daughter's small hand wrapped instinctively around his finger, Ochako close beside him and the whole widening circle of found family trailing warmly behind, Izuku understood, with a clarity and a settled gratitude that felt entirely, completely earned, that whatever remarkable chapters still waited to be written in the long, ongoing story of his life, he carried into every single one of them the full, enduring weight of a legacy he intended to honor for as long as he possibly could, surrounded, always, by the family he had built and the love that had carried him every single step of the way. Chapter 84. In the months following All Might's retirement, the Hero Commission moved with a deliberate care to formalize what had, in practice, already become true for some time, Izuku's role as the young generation's most trusted voice, a status confirmed not through any single dramatic title but through the accumulated weight of years of consistent, principled leadership that the Commission's senior officials, MHA chief among them, had come to rely on more heavily than any organizational chart fully captured. He accepted the responsibility with the same careful, grounded humility that had defined his whole career, insisting throughout the transition that the strength of the hero world's continued peace rested not in any single figure, however capable, but in the deep, coordinated network of trust and shared purpose he had spent years helping to build across an entire generation of heroes trained in exactly the collaborative, protective philosophy his own remarkable mentorship had first taught him. Bakugo, Mirko, Ryukyu, and the whole wider circle of colleagues who had become as much family as professional partners across the years each took up their own expanded roles within that evolving structure, and Izuku found genuine, considerable satisfaction in watching a system take shape that no longer depended on any single irreplaceable symbol the way the hero world's earlier decades so precariously had. His daughter's first steps, taken on an unremarkable spring afternoon in the small garden behind their home with Ochako laughing delightedly and Momo capturing the moment with careful, treasured attention, reminded him, amid all the considerable weight of his expanding professional responsibilities, exactly what the whole of his remarkable career had always actually been protecting, not abstract principles or institutional structures alone but precisely these small, precious, ordinary moments of a family's continued, flourishing happiness. Thus, watching the small milestone unfold with the same warm, quiet attentiveness it brought to every genuinely meaningful moment of their long partnership, told him that it had come, across their years together, to treasure these particular quiet victories every bit as much as any dramatic confrontation their journey together had ever demanded of them. That evening, once his daughter had finally, happily worn herself out and settled into sleep, Izuku sat once more on the familiar rooftop with Ochako and Momo close beside him, the whole gathered warmth of a life he had once, as a lonely and quirkless child, never quite dared believe himself worthy of settling comfortably around him beneath a clear spring sky. He thought, in the quiet of that particular evening, of every step of the improbable journey that had carried him here, and found himself certain, with a settled peace that felt entirely, deservedly earned, that whatever remarkable chapters still waited to be written, he would meet each one exactly as he always had, surrounded by the family he had built and profoundly, permanently grateful for every part of the path that had led him to them. Chapter 85. The training program's second cohort graduated that same spring, a class that included, among its considerable talents, two young heroes whose quirks bore no resemblance to Izuku's own but whose careful, protective instincts reminded him, watching them move through their final certification exercises, unmistakably of the boy he himself had once been, notebooks full of borrowed courage slowly, steadily becoming genuine strength of their own making. He addressed the graduating cohort with words drawn less from any prepared speech than from the accumulated, hard-won wisdom of his own remarkable journey, telling them plainly that the strength the hero world would need from them going forward had very little to do with raw power and everything to do with the quiet, deliberate choice, made fresh every single day, to place someone else's safety before their own comfort, and that whatever individual gifts each of them carried into their own careers, that choice, repeated patiently across 1,000 ordinary days, was the entire, true foundation of everything heroism had ever actually meant. Watching them disperse afterward into a hero world finally, genuinely at peace, each carrying forward some small piece of the values his own mentors had first patiently taught him, Izuku felt the whole remarkable arc of his improbable journey settle into something that felt, for the first time in longer than he could easily recall, less like an ongoing battle and more like a legacy quietly, steadily taking root, exactly the way a falling light, all those years ago, had once told him it hoped it someday would, and he found himself, walking home slowly through the familiar streets of a city he had spent his whole remarkable life learning to protect, more certain than ever that whatever chapters still waited ahead, this quiet, hard-won peace, and the family who had built it alongside him, was worth every single step it had taken to arrive here. Chapter 86. 5 years passed across the hero world's continued, hard-won peace with a swiftness that Izuku found himself marveling at more often than not. The small, sleeping infant he had once held with trembling, overwhelmed hands, now a bright, curious 6-year-old named Hana, whose fierce, protective streak toward smaller children on the playground had already, on more than one occasion, drawn amused commentary from her teachers about exactly whose daughter she so clearly was. He had settled, across those 5 years, into a role considerably different from the frontline rescue work that had defined his earlier career. His training program's continued success alongside his expanding advisory responsibilities within the Commission's leadership keeping him deeply engaged with the hero world's future, even as he spent noticeably less time in the kind of direct field danger that had once been his daily rhythm. Ochako and Momo, both continuing to build their own considerable professional legacies, had settled the family's life into a warm, busy, deeply loved routine that Izuku found himself treasuring with a gratitude that had never once, across 5 full years, faded into mere comfortable habit. It was on an otherwise ordinary morning, walking Hana to school with Ochako at his side, that Izuku received a call from Director Amaya carrying a gravity he had not heard in her voice for the better part of 3 peaceful years, an urgent summons back to the Commission's headquarters that gave no details beyond the simple, unsettling confirmation that something had emerged requiring his immediate, personal attention. He kissed his daughter goodbye at the school gate with a lingering warmth that carried, without either of them fully articulating it, the particular tenderness of a father who understood, better than almost anyone alive, exactly how precious and how fragile ordinary peaceful mornings like this one actually were. The briefing that awaited him at headquarters revealed a threat considerably different from anything the hero world had faced since All for One's capture years earlier. Fragmentary reports from 3 separate countries describing enhanced fighters exhibiting capabilities that matched, with an unsettling precision that made Izuku's blood run cold the moment he reviewed the recovered footage, the exact signature of shapeshifting, reinforced strength that had once been uniquely, singularly his own. Chapter 87. Amaya laid out the full picture with the same careful, methodical thoroughness that had defined her leadership since the earliest days of the original Ascension investigation, explaining that intelligence gathered across the preceding months, initially dismissed as unrelated criminal activity in separate jurisdictions, had finally been connected by a sharp-eyed international analyst who noticed the recurring, distinctive biological signature underlying each incident's official reports. The pattern traced back, once properly investigated, to a scattered handful of additional fragments from the same alien mass that had once delivered Vess to that quiet riverside park years earlier, fragments that had, it now appeared, broken away during the original entry and settled undiscovered in remote locations across the globe, dormant and inert until a shadowy criminal organization calling itself Genesis, built in part from scattered remnants of the old All for One network that had survived his capture, had somehow located and begun weaponizing them through a process considerably more sophisticated and considerably more successful than the Doctor's original, tragic failure years earlier. Izuku sat with that revelation for a long, heavy moment, Des himself unusually still beneath his ribs as the implications settled fully into place, and it was Des who finally spoke, its voice carrying a gravity that mixed genuine alarm with something considerably more complicated, an old, patient grief at the confirmation that the same careless scattering which had once, against every reasonable odds, delivered it safely into the hands of a worthy host had also, apparently, left behind fragments now falling into considerably less careful and considerably more dangerous ones. Amaya's briefing concluded with the confirmation Izuku had been dreading since the call first came, that Genesis's most successfully weaponized host, a former enhanced mercenary now operating under the designation Apex, had begun making contact with several remaining criminal networks across the globe, offering the same overwhelming, near untraceable capability that had once made Izuku himself the hero world's most formidable young protector, now apparently for sale to whoever could meet the organization's price. Chapter 88. The Commission's response, coordinated across an unprecedented international effort given the threat's clearly global scope, drew Izuku back into a leadership role he had not occupied with quite this intensity since the original campaign against All for One's network, and he found himself, across the following weeks, balancing the considerable demands of an urgent, high-stakes investigation against the equally important, equally demanding work of remaining as present as possible for Hana and the whole of his precious, hard-won family life. Bakugo, drawn immediately back into the effort given his own formidable expertise, remarked during one of their first joint strategy sessions that the situation carried an uncomfortable, almost cyclical quality, echoes of their own earliest years fighting to establish exactly the kind of hero world capable of resisting precisely this sort of threat now apparently required all over again, a fear Izuku shared privately even as he worked to project the same steady, grounded confidence that had carried the hero world through every previous crisis. Mirko, considerably more senior now within the Commission's field leadership structure but no less fierce for the added years, offered her own blunt assessment that whatever Genesis's apex operative actually proved capable of, the organization's greatest advantage lay not in raw power but in the element of surprise their scattered, hidden fragments had granted them, an advantage Izuku understood clearly would evaporate the moment the Commission's combined intelligence and field capability could properly locate and confront the threat directly. It was Yui, working now in a senior technical analysis role within the Commission's expanded structure, who finally identified the first genuinely actionable lead, a pattern of resource acquisition and encrypted communication that traced Genesis's most likely operational base toward an isolated industrial complex in a mountainous region far from any populated center, a discovery that Izuku received with the same careful, methodical determination that had carried him through every previous confrontation with an enemy determined to misuse the same remarkable gift that had once transformed his own quirkless childhood into something extraordinary. Chapter 89. Hana, sensing across those demanding weeks that something serious occupied her father's attention despite his careful efforts to shield her from the full weight of it, approached him one evening with the same fierce, direct curiosity that had already become one of her most defining traits, asking plainly whether the reason he had been coming home later and looking more tired than usual had anything to do with keeping people safe. Izuku, crouching down to meet her at eye level with the same careful honesty he tried to bring to every important conversation in his life, told her, in terms gentle enough for a 6-year-old to hold without undue fear but honest enough to respect her evident perceptiveness, that yes, there were people out there trying to misuse something very similar to the power that lived inside him, and that he and his friends were working hard to make sure nobody got hurt because of it. Hana considered that explanation with a gravity that struck Izuku, not for the first time, as remarkably mature for her young age, and told him, with a fierce, small declaration that left him blinking back sudden, unexpected emotion, that when she grew up she wanted to help keep people safe too, exactly like he did. Ochako, overhearing the exchange from the kitchen doorway, caught Izuku's eye with a warmth and a quiet, shared pride that needed no further words, and later that evening, once Hana had finally been settled into bed, the two of them sat together on the same familiar rooftop that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of their whole remarkable, shared journey, talking softly about the strange, full-circle quality of watching their own daughter begin, in her own small, 6-year-old way, to reach toward exactly the same protective calling that had first defined Izuku's own improbable path so many years earlier. Momo joined them there before the evening grew too late, and the three of them talked long into the night about the coming operation's genuine dangers alongside the quieter, more personal question of exactly how much of this particular fight they wanted their daughter eventually to understand, ultimately settling, with the same careful, deliberate honesty that had defined every important choice of their remarkable shared life together, that whatever Genesis's threat ultimately demanded of them, they intended to meet it the way they had met everything else, honestly, together, and without ever losing sight of the precious, ordinary family life the whole fight existed to protect. Chapter 90. The assault on Genesis's suspected mountain complex launched within the month, a coordinated international operation that drew on considerably more diverse resources than any previous confrontation Izuku had led. Specialized units from several allied nations working alongside the Commission's own considerable capability in a joint effort that reflected exactly how seriously the global hero community had come to regard the emerging threat. Izuku's own breach team, working once again alongside Bakugo in the same trust-built rhythm that had carried them through every major confrontation of their whole shared career, cut through the complex's outer defenses with a controlled efficiency that reflected years of accumulated experience, pressing steadily deeper toward the facility's fortified core even as Genesis's considerable defensive preparations tested the operation's careful coordination at every turn. They found Apex waiting in the complex's central chamber, and the confrontation that followed revealed, within its opening exchanges, exactly how thoroughly Genesis's scientists had refined their weaponization process beyond the Doctor's original, tragic failure, the enemy host's capabilities carrying a raw, unstable ferocity that lacked Vess's careful, deliberate partnership but compensated with a reckless, overwhelming power that tested Izuku's own considerable skill more thoroughly than any single opponent had managed since his confrontation with All for 1 year earlier. It was Vess, sensing the enemy fragment's fundamentally unstable, poorly bonded nature even amid the fight's chaotic exchanges, who identified the crucial weakness Izuku needed, explaining in a rapid, urgent flood of shared understanding that Apex's power, however overwhelming in raw output, lacked the genuine, patient trust that defined Vess's own partnership with Izuku, a fragility that meant sustained, coordinated pressure would eventually overwhelm the enemy fragment's ability to maintain stable control considerably faster than Izuku's own carefully honed reserves would exhaust. Chapter 91. The fight that followed tested Izuku's endurance and tactical creativity as thoroughly as any confrontation of his whole remarkable career, Apex's raw, unstable power forcing him into a careful, patient strategy of sustained pressure rather than any single decisive exchange, Bakugo's own relentless, coordinated assault buying crucial openings that Izuku exploited with the same protective, economical precision that had defined his fighting style since his very earliest days as a hero. It was in the confrontation's final, desperate stretch that Apex's carelessly bonded fragment finally began showing the instability Vess had predicted, the enemy host's own body straining visibly under power it had never learned to properly, safely integrate, and Izuku, recognizing the opening with a clarity born of years of hard-won experience, pressed his advantage with a final, controlled surge that finally, decisively overwhelmed Apex's failing control, ending the confrontation not through brutal, escalating force but through the same patient, careful precision that had carried him through every significant battle of his whole extraordinary life. The facility's seizure, once Apex's defeat finally broke Genesis's remaining defensive coordination, yielded a considerable trove of intelligence regarding the organization's broader structure and its remaining collection of dormant symbiote fragments, information that Amaya's team began processing immediately with an urgency born of the clear, sobering understanding that however decisively this particular confrontation had concluded, the underlying vulnerability, additional alien fragments, scattered somewhere across the globe and potentially still undiscovered, would require years of continued, careful vigilance to fully address. Izuku stood amid the facility's considerable wreckage once the operation's chaos finally settled, Vess's reserves spent but intact, and found himself thinking, in the confrontation's immediate aftermath, less of the battle's considerable danger and more of the daughter waiting for him back home, her own small, fierce declaration about wanting to help keep people safe someday carrying a weight and a meaning, in this particular reflective moment, that struck him as the truest possible measure of exactly why fights like this one, however exhausting and however dangerous, remained entirely, completely worth the cost they demanded. Chapter 92. The weeks following Apex's defeat brought the careful, patient work of processing Genesis's seized intelligence and coordinating the delicate, international effort of locating and safely securing whatever remaining dormant fragments still lay scattered undiscovered across the globe, a task that Izuku, drawing on his own unique understanding of exactly what those fragments actually represented, found himself centrally positioned to help guide with a wisdom no other member of the Commission's leadership could fully replicate. This, consulted extensively throughout that careful process, offered insight that proved invaluable in distinguishing genuinely dangerous dormant fragments from the considerably more common, inert remnants that posed no meaningful threat, its ancient, patient understanding of its own kind's biology providing exactly the kind of specialized knowledge that transformed what might otherwise have been a years-long, uncertain search into a considerably more focused, manageable effort. It told Izuku, during one of their quiet evening conversations as the careful cataloging work continued, that it found a particular, complicated satisfaction in this work, a chance to ensure that whatever remained of its own kind's scattered legacy on this world ultimately served the same protective purpose it had always hoped its own presence here might represent. The international cooperation the crisis had demanded also yielded, in the months that followed, a lasting, formal framework for continued vigilance against exactly this kind of threat. Commission representatives from across the globe establishing a permanent joint task force dedicated to monitoring for any future misuse of the scattered alien technology, a structure that Izuku, invited to help shape its founding principles, insisted from its earliest planning stages be built around the same protective, collaborative philosophy that had defined his own entire remarkable career. Apex himself, once processed through the Commission's careful, humane rehabilitation protocols and separated safely from the unstable fragment that had granted his considerable but poorly controlled power, proved, in the crisis's surprising aftermath, to be less a committed villain than a desperate, manipulated mercenary who had been promised protection for his family in exchange for his considerable combat service, a revelation that led Izuku, in a gesture that drew some initial skepticism from more cautious Commission officials, to personally advocate for the man's genuine rehabilitation rather than simple, permanent imprisonment, a choice that reflected, as Izuku explained plainly to the skeptical council, the same fundamental belief in redemption and second chances that had shaped his entire approach to heroism since his very earliest days. Chapter 93. Autumn brought a formal international ceremony marking the new Joint Task Force's official establishment, held at a venue considerably grander than the Commission's usual headquarters given the occasion's genuinely global significance, and Izuku found himself, standing before an assembled crowd of representatives from dozens of nations, reflecting on the strange, remarkable arc of a journey that had carried him from a lonely, quirkless boy in an ordinary Japanese classroom to this, a stage shared with the whole world's collected hero leadership, united in common purpose against a threat that transcended any single nation's borders. Hana, seated in the audience beside her mother's with an expression of fierce, evident pride that made Izuku's chest ache with warmth even from the considerable distance of the ceremony's main stage, had insisted on attending despite the formal occasion's considerable length, and it was her small, delighted wave, caught mid-ceremony as Izuku glanced toward the audience during a brief pause in the proceedings, that steadied him more thoroughly than any of his carefully prepared remarks managed to. On their own all might, present in a rare public appearance that the assembled international crowd greeted with the same swell of grateful, emotional recognition his presence always seemed to draw regardless of how many years had passed since his own active retirement, told Izuku afterward, catching him for a quiet moment amid the ceremony's considerable formal chaos, that watching this particular, hard-won achievement take shape represented, in his own careful, considered judgment, definitive proof that the values he had spent his whole long career trying to instill had grown, through Izuku's own remarkable stewardship, into something considerably larger and considerably more enduring than his own solitary efforts could ever have achieved alone. Izuku, walking out of the ceremony's considerable formal proceedings that evening with his whole gathered family close beside him, Hana's small hand wrapped trustingly around his own, found himself thinking, with the same settled, grateful clarity that had carried him through every significant milestone of his remarkable life, that whatever future challenges still waited somewhere in the uncertain years ahead, he faced them now not merely as a single hero working alone but as part of a genuinely global, genuinely coordinated community of protectors, a legacy considerably larger and considerably more lasting than anything his younger, notebook-carrying self could ever have dared to imagine possible. Chapter 94. Winter arrived once more with the same hard-won, deeply appreciated calm that had marked the season's return across so many years of Izuku's remarkable, ongoing journey, and it was during one particularly quiet evening, the whole widening circle of found family gathered once again in the familiar warmth of his mother's apartment, that Izuku found himself watching Hana chase Bakugo's own young son across the crowded living room floor with the same fierce, delighted energy that had defined her whole young life so far, taking careful, deliberate stock of exactly how far the improbable journey since a falling light first found him had ultimately carried him. Ochako, settling beside him with the same easy, comfortable warmth that had defined their whole relationship since that very first frightened, grateful conversation following his rescue of her during the UA entrance exam so many remarkable years earlier, told him quietly that she found herself, watching their daughter's fierce, protective instincts take shape with each passing year, more certain than ever that whatever legacy their whole extraordinary, hard-won family ultimately left behind, it would be built on exactly the same foundation of genuine, freely chosen love and protective courage that had carried the two of them, and the whole widening circle of chosen family around them, through every single remarkable chapter of the journey so far. Momo, joining them with the same quiet warmth that had defined her own place in the family's considerable happiness since those earliest careful, honest conversations of their own remarkable relationships beginning, added that she found particular joy in watching Hana's early, fierce declarations about wanting to help people someday, a promise, she said with a small, knowing smile, that felt less like an ending to their own remarkable story and more like the genuine, hopeful beginning of whatever chapters still waited to be written by the next generation their whole found family had worked so hard and so lovingly to build. Thus, warm and profoundly content beneath his ribs as the gathered warmth of his whole remarkable, chosen family filled the small apartment with laughter and light on this particular quiet winter evening, told Izuku softly that it had crossed an unfathomable distance through the cold, empty dark between stars searching, all those years ago, for a host worth the whole long journey, and that watching the legacy of that choice continue to grow and flourish, not just through his own remarkable career but through the whole considerable warmth of the family and the community he had built around himself across every single year of his extraordinary life, represented, without any hesitation or reservation at all, precisely the kind of enduring, hopeful future it had always, secretly, hoped it might someday find waiting at the end of its long, patient search across the stars. Chapter 95. The following spring brought a quieter, more personal test of the new international framework's real-world value, a smaller, more contained incident involving a single recovered fragment discovered by a routine geological survey team in a remote coastal region, and Izuku found himself dispatched not as the task force's primary combat response but in an advisory capacity, training the newly formed regional response team through the careful, respectful containment protocol he and Vess had spent considerable months helping to design. He found real satisfaction in that shift, watching a team of local heroes, none of whom had ever previously encountered anything resembling Vess's true nature, absorb the careful, protective methodology with the same earnest dedication his own UA classmates had once brought to their earliest training years, and it was during that assignment's quiet evenings, reviewing the day's training progress with Yui over a shared video call given her own continued involvement in the task force's technical oversight, that Izuku found himself appreciating anew exactly how far the collaborative, protective philosophy he had helped build had managed to spread beyond the boundaries of his own single career. Mirko, checking in periodically throughout the assignment despite her own increasingly senior responsibilities elsewhere within the commission's structure, told him during one such call that watching the framework's careful, patient design prove itself in exactly this kind of low-key, unglamorous field test mattered, in her own considerable professional judgment, every bit as much as any dramatic confrontation the preceding year's crisis had demanded, a sentiment Izuku found himself agreeing with more fully than he might once have expected from his younger, more action-oriented self. The fragment itself, once safely contained through the very protocol Izuku had helped the regional team practice, was transferred to the task force's secure research facility for careful, ethical study aimed at better understanding its properties without ever repeating the reckless, exploitative approach that had defined both the Doctor's and Genesis's tragic mistakes, a resolution that Vess, Observing the whole careful process with evident approval, told Izuku represented exactly the kind of respectful, considered stewardship it had always hoped humanity might eventually extend toward the scattered remnants of its own distant, alien origin. Chapter 96. Hana's 7th birthday arrived that summer with a celebration considerably more elaborate than the family's usual modest gatherings, the whole widening circle of found family converging on the Midoriya household with gifts and warmth that left the young girl glowing with delight for days afterward, and it was during the party's quieter closing hours, most of the guests having finally departed, that Hana approached her father with a question that caught him gently off guard despite years of careful, honest conversation about exactly this kind of subject. She asked, with the same fierce, direct curiosity that had defined her whole young life, whether Vess would ever choose someone else the way it had once chosen him, and whether that meant the special bond the two of them shared might someday belong to somebody different instead. Izuku knelt down to meet her question with the same careful honesty he had always tried to bring to her, and Vess, sensing the moment's genuine significance, spoke directly to her for the first time in a voice she could hear clearly, gentle and warm despite its ancient, considerable age, telling her that the bond it shared with her father was built on years of earned trust rather than any casual, easily transferred arrangement, and that whatever the future ultimately held, it considered itself profoundly, permanently fortunate to have found exactly the kind of host worth this whole remarkable journey. Hana considered that answer with the same evident, careful thoughtfulness she brought to everything, and told Vess, with a small, solemn seriousness that left both her fathers quietly moved, that she was glad it had chosen him, because she couldn't imagine her family being complete any other way. Ochako, watching the whole tender exchange unfold from the kitchen doorway, caught Izuku's eye afterward with the same warm, shared understanding that had carried the two of them through every significant milestone of their whole remarkable life together, and the evening settled, in its quiet aftermath, into exactly the kind of ordinary, precious family warmth that Izuku had spent his whole extraordinary career fighting so hard to protect. Chapter 97. The following autumn brought Izuku's training program to a significant milestone of its own, its combined graduating classes across the preceding years now numbering well into the hundreds, a considerable cohort of heroes trained in the same protective, collaborative philosophy that traced back through Izuku's own mentorship to All Might's original, foundational teaching, and the commission marked the occasion with a formal gathering that brought together program graduates from across the country for the first time in the program's history. Izuku addressed the assembled graduates with words that carried the accumulated weight of everything his own remarkable journey had taught him, reminding them that the considerable peace the hero world currently enjoyed represented not a permanent, guaranteed state but a continuous, deliberate choice that every single one of them would need to keep making, day after day, for as long as they wore the mantle of hero at all. He spoke of Genesis and the doctor before it, of the careful, patient vigilance the whole international community had built in response, and told the assembled graduates plainly that whatever new threats the uncertain future inevitably produced, the true measure of their success would lie not in any single dramatic victory but in the quiet, sustained strength of the protective community they continued building together, one earned trust and one careful choice at a time. Bakugo, standing beside him as the ceremony's co-host in a role that had, across the preceding years, become as natural and as fitting as anything either of them had ever expected their old, bitter rivalry to eventually produce, added his own characteristically blunt but genuinely heartfelt remarks, telling the assembled graduates that the difference between a hero worth trusting with real power and one who eventually became exactly the kind of threat they had all spent their careers fighting against came down, in his own hard-won experience, to precisely the kind of humble, patient character Izuku had spent his whole career quietly modeling for every single person fortunate enough to learn beside him. The gathering closed with a celebration that stretched long into the evening, program graduates from dozens of different agencies and dozens of different specialties mingling with a warmth and a shared sense of purpose that Izuku found himself, watching the whole considerable crowd from a quiet corner of the venue, recognizing as the truest possible validation of everything his own remarkable career had ultimately been building toward. A legacy measured not in personal glory but in the considerable, growing strength of the whole protective community he had helped bring into being. Chapter 98. Winter's approach brought with it a quieter, more personal chapter of the family's continued story, Momo sharing news of her own pregnancy during a warm autumn evening that sent the whole widening circle of found family into another round of the same joyful, overwhelming celebration that had greeted Hana's arrival years earlier, and Izuku found himself navigating this second experience of impending fatherhood with a settled, grateful confidence considerably different from the anxious uncertainty of his first time around. Hana, informed of the news with the same careful, age-appropriate honesty her fathers had always tried to bring to every important family conversation, greeted the prospect of a younger sibling with an enthusiasm that surprised even Izuku, declaring immediately and with considerable authority that she intended to teach the new baby everything she had learned so far about being brave and kind, a promise she delivered with such fierce, earnest sincerity that Momo found herself blinking back sudden, grateful tears at the sheer, uncomplicated warmth of it. The pregnancy's months unfolded with a warmth and a settled domestic happiness that Izuku found himself treasuring precisely because of how sharply it contrasted with the demanding crisis years that had defined so much of his earlier career, the whole widening circle of found family gathering regularly to help prepare for the newest edition, Yui and Mirko each finding their own genuine, valued way to participate in the anticipation exactly as they had years earlier, and All Might, visiting. During one particularly warm gathering despite his own continued advancing age, told Izuku that watching his remarkable family continue to grow and flourish represented, without any hesitation at all, precisely the kind of enduring, hopeful legacy he had spent his whole long career hoping to help build. The birth itself, arriving on a crisp winter morning surrounded by the same gathered warmth of found family that had welcomed Hana into the world years earlier, brought a son whose arrival Hana greeted with an immediate, fierce, and utterly uncomplicated devotion that left the whole family quietly moved, the young girl declaring within moments of first holding her new brother that she intended to be the very best big sister any baby had ever had, a promise that Izuku, watching his small, growing family gathered close together in the hospital's quiet warmth, found himself certain, with the same settled confidence that had carried him through every remarkable chapter of his life so far, she would absolutely, faithfully keep. Chapter 99. Years continued to unfold across the family's considerable, hard-won happiness with a swiftness that Izuku found himself marveling at more with each passing season, Hana growing steadily from a fierce, curious child into an equally fierce and considerably more capable young girl whose early declarations about wanting to help people someday had, by the time she reached her 10th birthday, solidified into a genuine, serious ambition that she pursued with the same disciplined determination her father had once brought to his own earliest years of secret, self-taught training. Izuku found himself, watching his daughter's careful, deliberate physical training sessions in their home's modest backyard, struck by an echo of his own childhood notebooks, Hana filling her own small collection of composition books with careful observations about hero techniques and rescue protocols she had absorbed from years of listening to her parents' shared work, a habit that Ochako, discovering one of those careful, earnest notebooks tucked beneath her daughter's pillow one evening, brought to Izuku with tears of proud, overwhelmed recognition standing bright in her eyes. This, observing Hana's steady, determined growth across those years with the same warm, patient attentiveness it brought to everything meaningful in the family's life, told Izuku one quiet evening that it found itself, for the first time since choosing him all those years earlier, genuinely curious about whatever remarkable future still waited for the next generation of protectors his own remarkable family was so carefully, lovingly raising, a curiosity that Izuku, watching his daughter practice careful, controlled movements in their backyard with the same fierce concentration he remembered from his own earliest secret training sessions, found himself sharing completely. It was on Hana's 12th birthday, the same age Izuku himself had been standing in a doctor's office receiving the news that had once shaped so much of his own difficult, uncertain childhood, that his daughter told him, with the same fierce, settled determination that had defined her whole remarkable young life so far, that she intended to apply for UA's hero course the moment she came of age, a declaration that Izuku received not with the anxious worry his own younger self might once have expected but with a deep, settled pride in exactly the kind of protector his daughter had already, through years of careful character rather than any inherited power, chosen to become. Chapter 100. The years that carried Hana toward her own eventual UA entrance exam brought with them a whole family's worth of careful, deliberate preparation, Izuku finding himself, watching his daughter train with the same disciplined intensity he remembered from his own most demanding years under All Might's careful mentorship, both immensely proud and privately anxious in exactly the way he suspected every parent watching a beloved child step toward genuine danger inevitably felt regardless of how thoroughly that child had been prepared for it. He resisted, across those preparation years, every instinct to smooth Hannah's path more than fairness allowed, insisting, even when his own considerable influence within the hero world might easily have opened doors his daughter would otherwise need to earn through her own effort, that whatever future she ultimately built for herself needed to rest on the same foundation of genuine, hard-won capability that had defined his own remarkable journey rather than any inherited advantage borrowed from his own considerable legacy. Ochako and Momo, watching that careful, principled restraint unfold across the demanding preparation years, told him more than once that his insistence on letting Hannah forge her own path represented, in its own quiet way, every bit as meaningful an act of parental love as any more openly protective instinct might have offered instead. Hannah's own preparation, built without her family's quirk-based power but with a physical discipline and a tactical intelligence that she had cultivated with the same fierce determination her father had once brought to his own quirkless childhood, drew increasing notice from her instructors as her entrance exam approached, several of them remarking, in careful conversations with Izuku that he received with a particular, quiet pride that his daughter's raw, unenhanced capability already rivaled several considerably more naturally gifted classmates, a testament, as her middle school combat instructor put it plainly, to exactly the kind of relentless, principled character that had apparently, somehow, passed down through the family regardless of any inherited power. Chapter 101. The morning of Hannah's UA entrance exam arrived carrying an echo of Izuku's own remarkable, improbable journey that struck him with a force he had not fully anticipated, walking his daughter to the same testing facility gates where his own transformative future had first properly begun all those years earlier, Ochako and Momo close beside him, the whole family gathered to send Hannah off with the same nervous, hopeful pride that Inko had once carried on his own behalf. He told her, at the gates, with the same honest, grounded wisdom he had tried to bring to every important conversation of her whole remarkable young life, that whatever her exam's final results ultimately showed, he was already, completely, and permanently proud of the fierce, principled young woman she had become, a sentiment Hannah received with a fierce, grateful hug before squaring her shoulders and walking through the testing facility's gates with a steady, determined confidence that reminded Izuku, watching her go, powerfully and unmistakably of his own younger self summoning every ounce of courage for that same demanding walk years earlier. The exam itself, when its results finally arrived days later in the same theatrical, holographic form that had once delivered Izuku's own life-changing news, confirmed what her family had quietly, privately hoped throughout the whole demanding preparation years. Hannah's combination of rescue-focused tactical judgment and disciplined physical capability earning her a place among UA's incoming hero course class with a distinction that drew genuine, considerable praise from an examining board that had clearly taken careful, appreciative note of exactly how much her performance owed to hard-won skill rather than any inherited advantage. Izuku, reading the acceptance results alongside his whole gathered, celebrating family, found himself thinking of the frightened, hopeful boy who had once received his own UA acceptance in this very apartment years earlier, and felt, watching his daughter's fierce, delighted joy fill the same familiar rooms that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of his own remarkable life, a settled, complete gratitude that the improbable journey of falling light had once set in motion had carried him across every difficult and joyful step along the way, to precisely this moment, watching his own child begin to write her own remarkable chapter in a story that had always, from its very first frightened beginning, been fundamentally about exactly this, the patient, generational work of building a world worth passing forward. Chapter 102. Hannah's first weeks at UA unfolded with a familiarity that struck the whole family in gently different ways, the dormitory building itself largely unchanged from Izuku's own remembered years, the same demanding foundational curriculum testing a new generation of hopeful young heroes with the same rigor that had once shaped his own transformative growth, and Izuku found himself, receiving his daughter's excited, breathless updates each evening, experiencing the whole remarkable institution through fresh eyes considerably different from his own original, anxious first impressions. She spoke often, during those early calls home, of a classmate named Kenji whose quiet, careful competence reminded her, she admitted with a laugh, of the way her father always described his own old friend Momo, and of another named Aiko whose fierce, blunt confidence carried unmistakable echoes of Bakugo's own well-known reputation, small, telling details that made Izuku smile with a particular warmth at the recognition that whatever unique shape his daughter's own UA story ultimately took, it would inevitably carry forward some of the same fundamental patterns of friendship and rivalry that had once defined his own remarkable years there. Aizawa, still teaching at UA despite the considerable years that had passed since Izuku's own graduation, remarked to him during a chance meeting at a school event that Hana's instincts reminded him, more than he had expected from any student since Izuku's own remarkable cohort, of exactly the kind of protective, tactically disciplined judgment that had once made her father such an unusual and quietly formidable presence in his own first-year classroom, a comparison Izuku received with a complicated, deeply moved pride that took him considerable time to fully articulate even to himself. It was during Hana's own first major training exercise, a rescue-focused simulation that closely mirrored the very entrance exam scenario where Izuku had once saved Ochako's life all those years earlier, that Hana demonstrated, without any inherited power at all, the same instinctive willingness to prioritize a struggling classmate's safety over her own competitive standing that had once defined her father's own remarkable exam performance, a choice that earned her, exactly as it once had for Izuku, considerably more respect and admiration from her watching instructors than any purely competitive triumph could ever have managed. Chapter 103. Spring brought Hana's own first sports festival, and the whole family gathered in the same crowded stadium stands that had once watched Izuku's own remarkable tournament performances years earlier, Ochako and Momo trading warm, nostalgic commentary throughout the day's events while Izuku found himself alternating between fierce parental pride and the particular, helpless nervousness that came from watching someone he loved step into exactly the kind of demanding public spotlight he understood, from considerable personal experience, could be simultaneously exhilarating and genuinely difficult to navigate. Hana fought through the tournament's early rounds with a disciplined, tactical intelligence that drew increasing crowd attention as the day progressed, her lack of any enhancing quirk making each hard-won victory considerably more impressive to a crowd that had, across the years since Izuku's own quirkless triumph, grown considerably more attentive to exactly the kind of skill-based heroism that raw power alone could never fully replicate, and it was during her semi-final match, a grueling contest against a considerably more naturally gifted opponent, that Hana secured her advancement through the same patient, protective restraint that had once defined her father's own most memorable confrontations. She fell short in the tournament's final match, a narrow, hard-fought loss that left her disappointed but far from discouraged, and Izuku, finding her afterward in the competitors' holding area working through her own careful, thoughtful analysis of exactly what she might improve before the following year's competition, felt a surge of pride considerably deeper than any victory could have provided, recognizing in her disciplined, gracious response to defeat exactly the same fundamental character that had carried him through every difficult setback of his own remarkable career. The whole family gathered that evening for a celebration considerably warmer for its lack of any dramatic championship result, and all night, present as he nearly always managed to be for the family's significant milestones despite his own advancing years, told Hana with evident, genuine pride that watching her fight with such disciplined, protective restraint reminded him unmistakably of watching her father's own earliest tournament performances, a compliment that left the young girl glowing with a particular, deeply earned happiness for days afterward. Chapter 104. Hana's remaining years at UA unfolded with a steady, determined growth that mirrored, in its own distinctive way, her father's own remarkable journey, her disciplined tactical intelligence and unwavering protective instincts earning her increasing respect among both classmates and instructors even as she navigated the same demanding curriculum and occasional genuine danger that had once tested Izuku's own generation. The hero world's continued peace ensuring that her own training years, while still rigorous and demanding, never quite required the same level of existential crisis confrontation that had defined so much of her father's earlier career. Izuku found himself, across those years, settling into the particular, bittersweet rhythm of watching a beloved child grow steadily more capable and steadily more independent, offering guidance when Hana sought it while carefully, deliberately resisting the urge to shape her path more directly than genuine respect for her own emerging judgment allowed, a restraint that Ochako told him, more than once during those demanding years, represented one of the clearest and most meaningful expressions of love she had ever personally witnessed from him. Momo's own son, Kenta, following 2 years behind his older sister through the same demanding UA pathway, brought his own distinctive blend of careful, thoughtful intelligence and quiet, determined courage to his own hero course years, and the whole family found itself, across that overlapping stretch of both children's demanding training, gathering regularly to share updates and encouragement in exactly the same warm, supportive tradition that had carried Izuku's own generation through their own remarkable years together. It was during Hana's own final year licensing examination, held at the very same specialized testing facility where Izuku had once earned his own provisional certification, that the full, remarkable circle of the family's improbable, generational story came most clearly into focus, Hana passing with a distinction that reflected years of hard-won, disciplined growth entirely her own, and Izuku, watching her accept her results with the same fierce, quiet pride that had once defined his own younger triumph, understood, with a clarity and a gratitude that felt entirely, completely earned, that whatever remarkable future still waited for his daughter's own emerging career, she carried into it everything her whole extraordinary family had ever hoped to pass forward. Chapter 105. Hana's graduation ceremony, held on a bright spring morning that carried an unmistakable echo of Izuku's own graduation years earlier, brought the whole widening circle of found family together once more, Ochako and Momo watching with tearful, overwhelming pride as their daughter crossed the same ceremonial stage her father once had, Kenta cheering loudly enough from the audience to draw amused glances from several nearby families, All Might, considerably more frail now but no less present for the family's significant milestones, seated beside Izuku's own mother in the honored front row reserved for the graduating class's most distinguished guests. Izuku found himself, watching his daughter accept her diploma with the same fierce, settled confidence that had defined her whole remarkable journey through UA, thinking of every step of his own improbable path that had ultimately led to this particular, precious moment, and it was Hana herself, finding him amid the reception's warm, celebratory chaos once the formal ceremony concluded, who told him, with the same direct honesty that had defined her whole young life, that she understood now, considerably more fully than her younger self ever could have, exactly how much courage and exactly how much patient, sustained love it had taken to build the remarkable, peaceful world she had been fortunate enough to grow up within. She told him, further, that she did not intend to simply inherit that world unchanged but to keep building on it in her own way, exactly as he had once built forward from All Might's own foundational legacy, a declaration that Izuku received with a depth of pride and gratitude that left him, for a rare, precious moment, entirely without words adequate to the occasion's full emotional weight, and he simply pulled his daughter into a fierce, grateful embrace instead. The whole warm, celebratory crowd of found family gathered close around them in exactly the kind of joyful, hard-won happiness that had defined the whole of his remarkable, improbable life. Chapter 106. That evening, once the graduation's considerable celebration had finally wound down and the gathered family had settled into the familiar, comfortable warmth of an ordinary evening together, Izuku found himself once more on the same rooftop that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of his whole extraordinary journey, Hana joining him there for what had, across her whole young life, become one of their own quiet, cherished traditions. She asked him, settling beside him beneath the same clear evening sky that had once carried a falling light toward this very spot so many remarkable years earlier, whether he had any regrets looking back across the whole improbable arc of his life, and Izuku, considering the question with the same careful, honest thoughtfulness he had always tried to bring to every important conversation with his daughter, told her that he had faced considerable danger and considerable loss across his remarkable years, moments he would never stop carrying with genuine, permanent weight, but that he could not, examining the whole of his life with complete and total honesty, find a single thread of it he would genuinely wish to have unfolded differently, not the falling light that had chosen him, not the friends and family who had built themselves so thoroughly and so lovingly into his life, and certainly not the daughter now sitting beside him, carrying forward everything he had ever hoped to protect. This, listening to the whole tender exchange with the same warm, patient attentiveness it had brought to every meaningful moment of its whole remarkable partnership with Izuku, spoke then, its voice carrying to Hana as clearly and as warmly as it had that first time years earlier, telling her that it had crossed an unfathomable distance through the cold, empty dark between stars, searching for exactly this kind of legacy, not merely a single worthy host but an entire, flourishing family and community built on genuine, freely chosen love and protective courage, a legacy that now, watching her own remarkable journey just beginning to unfold, it understood would continue extending forward, generation after generation, for as long as people like her kept choosing, freely and completely, to place someone else's safety and someone else's happiness ahead of their own. Izuku sat with his daughter beneath that same clear evening sky, the whole warm, hard-won family of his remarkable life gathered close in the rooms below them, and found himself, surveying the full, complete arc of the improbable journey that had carried him from a lonely, quirkless boy filling notebooks with borrowed courage to this, a settled, grateful patriarch watching his own daughter step confidently into her own remarkable future, entirely, completely certain that whatever chapters still waited to be written in the long, ongoing story of his family and his world, they would be met exactly the way every single chapter before them always had, with courage, with patience, and above everything else, with love. Chapter 107. In the months following her graduation, Hana chose, after careful consideration and long conversations with the whole family whose counsel she valued deeply, to accept a placement with the same regional response framework Izuku had helped establish during the Genesis Crisis years earlier, drawn by a genuine desire to serve the kind of communities that had once, in the earliest years of the hero profession, too often found themselves overlooked by agencies chasing more prestigious, headline-grabbing placements. Izuku received the news with a particular, quiet pride that ran deeper than any single achievement could have provided, recognizing in his daughter's choice exactly the same protective, unglamorous instinct that had shaped his own career from its very earliest days, and told her, over a quiet family dinner celebrating the decision, that he could not imagine a placement more fitting for the fierce, principled young woman she had become, one built not around personal glory but around the patient, sustained work of making sure ordinary people in less celebrated corners of the world received the same quality of protection as anyone in the capital's busiest districts. Her first months in the field brought the same steep, demanding learning curve every new hero eventually faced, and Izuku found himself, fielding her occasional calls home after particularly difficult days, offering the same careful, measured counsel his own mentors had once offered him, resisting every instinct to simply solve her difficulties for her and instead trusting, as he always had, in her own considerable capability to work through each challenge in her own way. Ryukyu, whose agency maintained close ties to the regional framework, told Izuku during one chance meeting that Hana's early field reports already reflected exactly the kind of careful, protective judgment that had once made her father such a remarkable, unusually mature young hero himself, a comparison that Izuku received, as he always did when it came to his daughter's own hard-won accomplishments, with a gratitude and a pride that never once grew less meaningful for its increasing familiarity. It was during one particularly demanding early call, Hana's voice carrying the exhausted, overwhelmed uncertainty of a young hero navigating her first genuinely difficult rescue operation without any senior supervision immediately available, that Izuku found himself offering the same simple, foundational wisdom that had carried him through every difficult moment of his own remarkable career, that the fear she felt in the face of genuine danger was not a weakness to overcome but proof, plain and simple, that she understood exactly how much the people she was working to protect actually mattered, and that this fear, carried forward with careful, deliberate courage rather than allowed to become paralysis, was the entire, true foundation of everything meaningful heroism had ever actually required. Chapter 108. Kenta's own UA graduation followed 2 years after his sister's, a ceremony that carried its own distinctive warmth even as it inevitably echoed so much of what had come before. Momo watching her son's careful, thoughtful approach to his final licensing examination with the same evident pride Ochako had once shown watching Hana's own more instinctively bold path unfold, the two siblings having grown, across their overlapping years at UA, into a close, genuinely supportive friendship that reminded the whole family, more than once, of the same kind of found sibling bond Izuku had once built with Bakugo across his own remarkable years. Kenta chose, in the end, a specialized technical and research-focused hero career that drew directly on the same careful, analytical intelligence that had defined Momo's own remarkable path, and it was Momo herself, watching her son settle into a role that let him contribute meaningfully to the hero world's continued safety without necessarily seeking the same front-line spotlight his older sister had gravitated toward, who told Izuku one quiet evening that she found particular joy in watching their children each discover their own authentic, distinctive way of honoring the same fundamental protective values the whole family had worked so carefully to instill in them. The whole widening circle of found family, now considerably larger and considerably more generationally layered than the small, tight-knit group of friends who had first built it across their own UA years, gathered regularly in a tradition that had, across the accumulated decades, become as fundamental to the family's identity as anything else, Yui and Mirko each having found their own eventual, cherished path to parenthood in the intervening years as well, their own children folding naturally into the same warm, supportive circle that had raised Hana and Kenta both, a testament to exactly the kind of enduring, chosen family Izuku had first begun building all those remarkable years earlier. Chapter 109. All Might's passing, when it finally, gently arrived in the family's later years, came not with the sudden violence of battle but with the same peaceful, settled dignity that had defined his long, carefully managed retirement, surrounded by the considerable circle of people whose lives his own remarkable legacy had touched, Izuku among the very last to sit with him in his final days, holding the hand of the mentor who had first found him on an ordinary rooftop so many decades earlier and told him, with characteristic honest directness even in his final weakened state, that watching the whole extraordinary arc of Izuku's life unfold, from that frightened, hopeful boy to this settled, accomplished patriarch surrounded by generations of chosen family, represented, without any reservation at all, the single proudest achievement of his own entire remarkable existence. The memorial that followed drew heroes and ordinary citizens alike from across the whole world in numbers that reflected exactly how deeply the symbol of peace's legacy had shaped the entire modern hero profession, and Izuku, invited to deliver the ceremony's central eulogy, spoke not of All Might's considerable individual power but of the patient, generous mentorship that had transformed a lonely, quirkless boy into someone capable of carrying that legacy forward, telling the assembled crowd that the truest measure of any great hero's life lay not in how many battles they personally won but in how many other people they inspired and equipped to carry the fight forward long after their own strength had finally, inevitably run its course. Hana and Kenta both, standing among the family gathered near the memorial's front, absorbed that particular lesson with the same quiet gravity Izuku had once carried away from his own earliest, formative conversations with the man being honored, and it was Hana, finding her father in the memorial's quiet aftermath, who told him that she finally, fully understood the particular weight of the legacy her own family carried, and that she intended, across the whole of her own remarkable career, to honor it exactly the way her father always had, not by trying to replicate his specific path but by carrying forward the same fundamental, protective heart that had defined every single generation of their family's remarkable, ongoing story. Chapter 110. In the quiet years that followed All Might's passing, Izuku found himself, now considerably more senior within the hero world's leadership than he had ever quite expected his own younger self to imagine, settling gradually into the same kind of patient, generational mentorship that had once shaped his own remarkable growth, his training program continuing to expand under a new generation of instructors he had carefully, deliberately cultivated to eventually carry the work forward without requiring his own constant, personal involvement. He remained, even as his own active field career gradually gave way to the same kind of advisory, mentorship-focused role All Might had once modeled for him, deeply and genuinely engaged with the hero world's continued evolution, consulted regularly by Amaya's eventual successors on matters of both strategy and principle, his own hard-won wisdom about the delicate balance between decisive action and sustainable, protective restraint treated, by the Commission's newer generation of leaders, with exactly the same respect he himself had once extended toward his own mentor's careful counsel, a quiet, ongoing role that he found, turning it over honestly across many reflective evenings, every bit as meaningful as any single dramatic rescue of his considerably more eventful younger years had ever been. Ochako and Momo, their own remarkable careers having each reached their own natural, well-earned points of gradual transition toward more senior, advisory roles, found themselves, across those same years, settling into a rhythm of life together that carried a warmth and a settled contentment neither had ever taken for granted across the whole of their extraordinary, freely chosen partnership. The three of them continuing to gather most evenings on the same familiar rooftop that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of their whole remarkable, shared story, watching their children's own careers unfold with a pride and a gratitude that never once dimmed with the passing years, a quiet, sustained happiness that each of them, in their own way, had come to understand as the truest reward the whole demanding, remarkable journey had ever actually offered them. It was on one such quiet evening, the whole gathered warmth of grandchildren now beginning to join the family's considerable, joyful chaos, that Izuku found himself, watching the newest generation of his remarkable, chosen family play together in the same rooms that had once held only a lonely, quirkless boy and his own careful, hopeful notebooks, thinking that whatever else the whole improbable arc of his extraordinary life had ultimately taught him, the truest and most enduring lesson had always, from that very first falling light onward, been the simple, profound understanding that genuine strength was never measured by what a single person could accomplish alone, but by how much love, how much trust, and how much patient, generational hope a person managed to build and pass forward across the whole considerable span of a life well and faithfully lived. Chapter 111. Izuku's own thoughts, on quiet evenings like this one, still sometimes drifted back to that ordinary night decades earlier when a seam of impossible light had first torn across the sky above an unremarkable riverside park, a moment he had once, as a frightened and uncertain teenager, struggled even to believe was real. He had spent so many of those early years simply trying to survive each new revelation Bess brought with it, first the shock of the bond itself, then the slow, careful work of learning what it meant to carry a power capable of reshaping his entire life, and only much later, watching that power settle into something considerably more valuable than raw strength alone, had he come to understand what Bess had actually given him. It had never been the strength that mattered most, not really, not the reinforced skin or the stretching limbs or any of the countless dramatic feats that had once filled the evening news during his most eventful years. What mattered, turning the whole improbable story over one more time on this particular quiet evening, was the simple, steady companionship of a presence that had crossed an unimaginable distance searching specifically for someone who would use whatever gift it offered to protect rather than to conquer, and had found, against every reasonable statistical likelihood, a lonely, quirkless boy filling notebooks with other people's courage in a small apartment in an ordinary corner of an ordinary city. Thus, sensing the particular, familiar shape of those old, well-worn memories drifting through Izuku's thoughts, spoke softly beneath his ribs with the same warmth it always carried during these quiet, reflective evenings, telling him that it had turned that same memory over countless times itself across the intervening decades, and that it had never once, in all that considerable time, found a single reason to regret the long, patient search that had finally, improbably delivered it to his door. Izuku smiled, watching his grandchildren's laughter carry warm across the familiar rooftop while the whole considerable, hard-won family of his remarkable life gathered close around him in the golden evening light, and thought, with the same settled, complete gratitude that had carried him through every single chapter of his extraordinary journey, that whatever else the future still held in store, this, precisely this, the family and the legacy and the love he had built one careful, deliberate choice at a time across a whole improbable lifetime, remained, and would always remain, the truest and most important story he had ever had the privilege of living, and he found himself, settling more comfortably into the evening's gathered warmth, entirely at peace with every single step of the long, remarkable road that had carried him here. Chapter 112. There were, in those later years, occasional quiet moments when younger heroes newly graduated from Izuku's own long-running training program would ask him, with the particular earnest curiosity of people just beginning their own careers, what advice he might offer for facing the kind of overwhelming, uncertain danger his own generation had weathered so many times over. He found himself, answering those questions across the accumulated years, returning again and again to the same simple, foundational truth that had carried him through every single crisis of his remarkable life, that courage was never the absence of fear, but the deliberate, repeated choice to act rightly despite it, and that no single person, however gifted or however powerful, was ever meant to carry that choice entirely alone. He told them, more than once, about the falling light that had first found him on an ordinary evening walk home from school, about the ancient, patient intelligence that had chosen him not for any inherited strength but for the quiet, stubborn kindness of a boy who filled notebooks with other people's courage rather than resenting his own apparent lack of it, and about every single person across the whole remarkable span of his life, from All Might's patient mentorship to the found family who had built themselves so thoroughly into his heart, who had taught him, one lesson at a time, exactly what genuine heroism actually required. It was a lesson, he understood now with the settled clarity of a life fully and faithfully lived, that could never be taught through power alone, only through the patient, generational work of building a community capable of carrying it forward, each person adding their own small, meaningful piece to a legacy considerably larger and considerably more enduring than any single hero's individual story could ever fully capture on its own. Thanks for listening.